Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy Jack here at the Irish Hotspur, joined by Sean, who is going to be able to fix the mic and come on. He is joining us, filling in Dave's spot. Sean has, kind of like the watch longs, been here before, and so we do, I think, have this chemistry, you could say, when it comes to these sort of these fan shows as well as the watch longs, as we know. Kind of plenty to talk about in a sort of way because I think Spurs fans have kind of been eager and kind of etching to be able to speak about football. But at the same time, considering we didn't play Man City this weekend, we're sort of just, I guess, waiting until this Champions League fixture against Sporting tomorrow, which could be a difficult test considering they did give Frankfurt a bit of a spanking and could have won by probably more than 3 goals when you really look at it. But Sean, thank you for joining us for the fan show today. How you doing? And good to be talking about Spurs again.
Yes, Jackie boy, I love you, mate. It's been great to. It's going to be great to spend the evening with you. It's going to be a long evening, judging by the amount of people in the background. I can't wait to have the discourse with everyone. Much like everybody else, I have been chomping at the bit to be talking Tottenham, and I can't wait to see what everyone's thoughts are ahead of the game tomorrow night.
Love it. Lovely intro as well. Very professional, my man. But we're going to get straight into it. And we're going to invite a few of the Harris Army in for the fan show. But we're going to also speak to the fan or to the Harris Army in the chat here. And Chris, I think somehow maybe he's upgraded the fan show membership. I'm not sure, but he has been a fan show member for 16 months. And he says, big up, the football is back, baby. Win at Sporting and Leicester incoming. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Harris Army. Big up, Chris. Absolute legend. 16 months. And considering it's 16 months, Chris, I'm not going to call you a winky lover. I don't think anybody probably should. Absolute dedication to the channel. Absolute legend. So, Chris, I think you're going to be spared.
I will be asking. I will be asking Chris when he comes on how Winksy has got on in his time in Sampdoria and whether or not he's got himself a shirt yet. He promised he would, in my imagination.
It was only my promise. It wasn't Sean's promise. I didn't make a promise on behalf of Sean there. So, Chris, I can't defend you in every aspect, but all I can say is thank you for the dedication, my man. Thank you for the dedication. And anybody as well, feel free to throw in your member super chats if you have been a member for, I think, more than a month. I think plenty of you probably have one available, and I'll be free to chat about it. Big up, Chris. Ryan is in the house. We'll be speaking to him later. Pick yourself up, Ryan. George Hill, good to see you. Always in the chat saying, big up, lads. Can't wait for tomorrow and Saturday. Officially now. Fully confident we'll smash Sporting because of that stat about Conte team's performances with a week's worth of rest. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, your Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Conte, for the most part, I guess sort of was showing that he can get a result. He got a result against Marseille, despite not having a lot of a rest beforehand. And I think Man City would certainly have been an interesting test to prove whether he could get another result off the back of not having a lot of time. But Leicester now being official, it does kind of give me a bit of hope. I feel like for the season, Sean, because I was a bit worried if our next Premier League game was going to be against Arsenal. I'm kind of glad that it is actually the game against Leicester is official, because I think it would have been a bit awkward to kind of take such a big break from the Premier League and then go up against Arsenal away from home.
Yeah, it's great news. It's been a mixed week of information, isn't it? It's been very difficult to kind of land on any kind of security around when we're going to play next and who we're going to play. I would just say to George, big up, my man. If you're taking full confidence in the idea that Conte does so well when he has a week worth of rest, just for continuity with your mental health, I'd probably dismiss that stat. Otherwise, you're going to look at the other side of that stat, which means that he's not as good when he plays twice a week, and we have far more weeks this for the rest of this period of the season where we play twice a week than we do once a week. So let's hope he's as good with 2 games a week than he is as he is with 1 game a week.
Absolutely. Love it. Big up, George. And hopefully you're keeping well, my man. Good to see you. Tio, always with the thumbs up. Rufus Roughcut, who we'll be speaking to later. Frank Lass saying, here we go again. Come on, you Spurs. Another week, Frank. Another week, my man. Pierogi, big up, Jack and Mr. Harris. Big up the Harris Army. Come on. Dave's just not feeling too well tonight, everybody. He's also just sort of doing some work behind the scenes to improve the channel and whatnot, and as well as just prepare for Sporting, everybody. But I think Sean is an excellent substitution, a Richarlison-esque substitution, you could say, coming on. Big up Pierogi. Really appreciate your support. Neil Shafton saying Lisbon is full lesbians. Love it. Love it, Neil. Mick Hermalock saying good evening, lads and Dave. Big up, Mick. Good to see you. We have Dermot as well in the house. Good to see you, Lynch. Good to see you, John Stokes. Good to see you, my man, Benedict Tampus. Big up, lads. Tequila's in the house as well. Big up Irish from the Flat Cap. Big yourself up, Tequila. Absolute legend. Foggy Foam as well. One of the best names in the business. Good evening, everyone. Solid win needed tomorrow. Come on, you Spurs. Big yourself up, Foggy. And someone else who we'll be speaking to later is the big KPV. He goes by many names. Kyle Perisic Vineyard. I think just the other day, Kyle Kulisevsky Vineyard. He actually switched to KKV. Big yourself up, my man. Adrian Shroka in the house as well. Good to see you. King Hoddle, the absolute legend. Evening, Dave and Jacko. Good to see you, King Hoddle. Big up, man. Big up, Welsh gal. Big up, lads. Greeting to all the Harris Army. Absolute legend, Welsh gal. I'm going to scroll down the chat here. I know I'm a bit behind everybody. Do apologize. Patty Higgins, absolute legend. Leighton Evelyn, good to see you. Ricky Nato in the house. Evening, brothers, and all my Spurs family. We must not be complacent tomorrow night and underestimate Sporting. Come on, you Spurs. Big up yourself, Ricky. Tom THFC in the house as well. Just making sure I'm not missing anybody. Brad Matthews, who will get us started off alongside Chris. Bobby K in the house. Good to see you, Bobby K. And really appreciate you tuning in. Ian Ferguson, hopefully you were able to find the Bundesliga entertaining this weekend, brother, because without the Premier League, it was probably quite rough for us. And, only looking forward to an Hertha Berlin match isn't always very exciting, but big yourself up. Sam in the house. Yes, boys. Hope all is well. Big up, Peter M. And then just making sure, yep, I'm at the bottom here. And big up, Gene D. Already, everybody, before we get into it. And then last but not least, Sebas Wolf, absolute legend, buzzer beater, all the way in New York as well. Big up, legend. And then also HIT. Everybody, before we get into it, before we get our first guest onto the house, I'm already going to spoil it. It's going to be Chris, the comedian of the Harris Army. But do smash that like button. Do as well. Keep getting your comments in. I'm going to put them up on screen like earlier, and I'm going to read up Sergey's in just a second. Feel free to get your fan show super chats in to get the discussion going. Perhaps ask Sean or I something, maybe even one of the people that we have on the fan show. Feel free to ask them something with that member super chat or with the super chat or just something in the comments, because we'll be putting plenty of them up on screen. But Sergey Lempel, member for 2 months, saying Sun to break the ice tomorrow at least 3 times. Absolutely love it. The buckets of goals are absolutely waiting for him, Sean. Sergey saying that Sun perhaps is going to be scoring against Portugal, and he's going to be scoring away from home. Could that be happening?
I personally, I hate to answer a question with a bit of pessimism. I personally believe that tomorrow night is going to be a very tough, tight game. I think we're going to win 1-0, 1-1, maybe will be an out. I don't think I think if you're a betting man, you'd probably, having done the research that I've done, I think you'd probably bet on fewer goals than more. And it could be Sonny that gets the winner. I hope it is. I really hope it is, because we need him to get his season off and running. But I think if Tottenham are going to win it tomorrow, it's going to be by 1 goal. And I personally would love it if it was Sonny to do it, just to get that monkey off his back, sort of thing. But I don't think we're going to win 4-0 or something like that, where there's going to be plenty of chances for Sonny to get on the score sheet. So if he does get a chance, he needs to take it first time.
Yeah, definitely. I think he could break the ice tomorrow, Sergey, certainly. And he's one of those players where your buckets of goals are just waiting. Perhaps he'll just score them all in one sitting, all the way in Portugal. Big yourself up, my man. Patty Higgins, Flat Cap member for only, it says 5 months. And he says just the 3 months can't be right. I mean, on screen, it says 5 months, Patty, but I know it's been even longer than that. And then he also says hashtag Harris Army. Big yourself up, Patty. Good to see you in the chat as well. And then we're going to bring on the guest. Maybe won't make him wait any longer, and probably get him going with the super chat from Dark Sun G. Have a bit of discussion here and talk about our beautiful Richarlison. Chris, good to see you. How we doing, Chris?
Good evening. Sean, I'm not talking to you. You can go away. I don't want to talk to you now after that comment about Winks. Don't like you no more.
Listen, mate. I know you've got a foggy screen. It's clearly because you don't want to quite show everybody your Sampdoria top with Winksy on the back.
My camera's gone. My camera's gone, Pete. I don't know what's wrong with it. But no, Do you know what?
Get the Sampdoria shirt out. Come on, get it off your chest. It's okay, bro.
No, it's all right. He hasn't even been in the team yet, from what I see. So don't worry about Winks. I'm more worried about Marcus Edwards tomorrow. To be honest with you, against us, come back to haunt us.
Yeah.
That's the one thing That's the one thing, Jack. I will say that's worrying me tomorrow. Is Marcus Edwards going to come back to get us?
Do you think he's going to play? Is he one of those players who comes back with a vengeance? Perhaps like if we come up like Noni Madueke would be another good example. Like if we came up against him, would they kind of come up against us with vengeance?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's Marcus Edwards might be the one who comes back to bite us.
Do you think we should have let him go, Chris, originally? I think it was 3 years ago he got released and he went off to... I forget the name of the team, another team over in Portugal, and he did very well there for a couple of seasons. And he signed for Sporting in, I think it must have been January. But
I think we let him go a bit too early. I think we let him go a bit too early, if I'm honest with you. But because he showed a lot of potential when we had him, but obviously
a lot of injury problems, though, right? He was riddled with injuries in his youth time. So
that was the problem. But now look at him.
Well, yeah. I mean, good for him though.
Player of the match last game in the Champions League for them, wasn't he, against Eintracht? Well,
yeah, I think he got a goal. He got an assist. I think he got 4 or 5 key passes in that game. He was like if you're going to give someone anything less than a 10, it was for him. It was a 9.5. You know, he was absolutely phenomenal.
Do you feel like this Sporting team though will not be as well drilled as that Marseille team because they're not as in good a form in the league, and I feel like that. Igor Tudor, which is one of the greatest names, I think, to say, and one of the funnest names to say for a manager. I feel like he knew Conte's tactics pretty well. I think he played for Juve at one stage, had been in the Serie A for quite some time at Verona, Udinese, and all that, Chris. Do you feel like Sporting might be a bit more naive? You know, they might not know our system as well as perhaps Marseille did.
They might be a bit more expansive and try to attack us from the start, which is where we can get behind their back lines. But Marseille would spend more time injured and down on the ground than actually playing football, let's be fair. In that second half, the referee was loving their injuries.
I've not seen a presser, Mark. Pick up. Sorry, Chris. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
As I said, it's like, for me, that Marseille game, the second half was just pure Marseille player goes down injured, referee buys it. So as long as we don't get a shit referee, we'll be all right.
I think, Chris, from my research, mate, I did a show on this earlier. I think that against Marseille were always likely to play the high energy, high press, as we spoke about in the background. I think Sporting traditionally play the same sort of formation, like a 3-4-2-1 or a 3-4-3, but they're very much. It reminds me of the style that Brighton played against Tottenham when we lost 1-0 at home, when they compressed the entire midfield and they basically said to Tottenham, if you want to break us down down our wings. And they had Lamptey and Cucurella, and we had Emerson and Sessegnon, and we couldn't do it. And I think that, at least in the Portuguese league, I think that's generally the style of play that the Sporting manager, I forget his name off the top of my head, it slipped my mind, that he does. I don't think it will be similar to Marseille with the high press. I think they're going to compress the midfield and try to overload. And then if they lose possession, sit back. But when they get the ball, they're going to spread it down the wings and hope that their wing backs can support their wing forwards. Are you worried about another style of game like a Brighton game? Like if you were to kind of imagine it like a Premier League game where it's a team that's going to be 14th, 15th in the Premier League that are going to sit back and try and, bore the life out of Tottenham and completely restrict the midfield and then see if we can outdo them on the wings. Is that a concern for you?
It is a concern because our midfield, when we get overloaded in that midfield, we just cannot play the ball. It is just horrendous to watch. Because we can, for some strange reason, in that midfield, if we get overloaded, we can't control it.
Yeah,
we can play out from the back. But once we get the ball into the midfield, so...
Do Sporting feel like a team that will try to overload us in that midfield? I feel like this is what I kind of meant by that question. Like Marseille maybe knew to do that. I feel like, Mr. Tudor knew to probably try to give us a bit of some stifle in the midfield, try to cause us some problems that way. I'd like to think that Sporting, considering how many goals they've conceded, maybe they might not be as actually clever in that sort of regard.
No doubt. They probably watched the videos on how we play and the kind of style that Conte plays, and they'll probably try to overload us in the midfield. As long as we can break that press of theirs, I think we should beat them like 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 maybe. But if our midfield gets compressed, it's going to be a boring 0-0 draw.
Definitely.
That's how I see it coming.
Sorry, Chris. Yeah.
That's how I see it going to be. I'm going to go either one or two ways. Either we're going to beat their press and score a couple of goals against them, or it's just going to be a boring 0-0 draw where they cancel us out to stop us scoring.
JC, Sporting CP fan here. I'm hoping for a 1-1 draw tomorrow. Nevertheless, I hope you guys enjoy our stadium. Big yourself up, JC. Certainly, I think a fun stadium name to say. I think it's the Estadio Jose Alvalade, which just sounds magical, I must say. But do you want to start talking about Richarlison here, Chris? Dark Sun G wants to start talking about Richarlison because with the super chat, he says, Sean, what do you think of Richie? I said he was great. I hope Richie can continue to score after his brace. Also, I'm glad that his debut goal for Spurs was at home. I hope the postponed City game is played at a good time. I hope Liverpool loses in the Champions League. Again, any of those talking points, maybe start with Richie there, Chris. I mean, he was 2 glorious headers.
Richie's earned his start. If I'm honest with you. I know some fans are going to probably hate me for this, but I think it should start with Kulu, Kane and Richie up front. Bench some for tomorrow's game. I really do. His form's not warranting him to start, if I'm honest. Yes, I know what he did last season, and I appreciate that. But you can't justify him starting for his form last season to compare it to this season. It just doesn't justify it.
Is it because Richie's playing that well for you? Is it like he's sort of becoming undroppable?
Yeah, he is. If he's scoring the goals and actually improving the team, why should he be benched? Same with Kulu. He was on the bench against Marseille. He came on and improved that second half.
There's also Chris, if I'm not mistaken, let me know how you feel about this, but there's an unknown with Sonny coming off the bench, right? Like I think a lot of people are worried about the potential implications of resting, dropping, rotating, whatever Sonny, and how he's going to handle it. But
it might benefit him.
It could be a brilliant thing. We've seen it with we saw it with Kulusevski last year again in the Leicester game. He came off the bench, he changed the game. We saw it against Marseille, he came off the bench. We've seen it earlier on the game. I think it was West Ham or the Fulham game, whichever game it was. He came off the bench. When Kulu comes off the bench, he comes on with a completely fresh energy, completely fresh stamina, and the powerhouse that he is. Just imagine what Sonny could do if he's playing against a tired team. And
exactly.
I think it's something we need to experiment with, and there's no better time, I think, than tomorrow to do that. Personally, I agree with you.
Sean, I agree with you on that. At the moment, I just don't justify seeing him starting the games when his form's so off. His current form doesn't justify his starting. And I'm sorry, Spurs fans, I know you lot are going to probably slate me for it, but it's true.
It's okay, mate. It's okay to have an opinion. Everyone.
Sure.
That's why we're here, bro.
Sean, I'm going to get slated for it, but I don't care.
No, it's okay. Everyone gets slated when you have an opinion that's a little bit, on the edge, man. And I encourage it.
Derwinski. All right, no, I'm not supposed to say it. Sorry, Chris, I made you a promise. I'll say it. I almost did it, Chris.
You stood by Winksy for so long, Chris.
I almost did it, Chris. You can't get me in trouble yet.
Jack, I'm going to ban you. I'm going to block you on Twitter in a minute. I tell you,
you can't get me in trouble. I almost did it. I almost slipped.
Well, Sean, all jokes aside, it's like for me, it doesn't. For me, it's got to be Kulu, Son, and Kane. Sorry, Kulu, Kane, and Richie starting. Son on the bench. It has to be.
Listen, mate. On my show earlier, I predicted my predicted 11 had Sonny in it because I just think because you had a week break and there was no Man City game, I think that Conte's the sort of manager that doesn't like to change unless he has to, and now he doesn't have to. So my 11 included Son, but I'm very much up for what you. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying, but I do also just quickly. I'm sorry that I know this is a fan show, but Darks and G, I know you did ask me a question in the first super chat. How do I feel about Richie now? Mate, I got him so wrong. I got it so wrong. Over the summer, I was angry about the price tag. I just didn't see the value for money, but I've fallen in love with him. I've mentioned this on my walk with my dog. I couldn't be happier to have been so wrong. He's up there with my favorite players now at Spurs. I think he's going to be a brilliant
cult hero for you.
Sean? Yeah.
He just brings the shithousery to the team, which you gotta love.
Yeah, but also it's just things like when he cries his eyes out after the game. You see the passion in his eyes and his family about what he's doing with his career, and it's inspiring, and it's
definitely
it's almost I'm not sure what the word, I forget what the word
moving,
is.
Maybe.
Yeah. It really does move you, and I couldn't be happier to have been more wrong about a signing. I think he's going to be a magical player for Tottenham.
Definitely.
I think we couldn't be happier with Richarlison, Dark Sun G, and then as well, I think we couldn't be happier with Liverpool considering their form right now. And I bet the outlad for you, Dark Sun G, is absolutely shaken. I bet he doesn't know what team they can get 3 points against. Coming up against Ajax, I think at home, I believe for Liverpool.
Smoke them.
You think they're going to smoke them? I think Ajax might be a team that they could take advantage of, but then again, they probably could take advantage of that high line at Liverpool. Who knows? Could be an interesting one.
Bergwijn's going to smoke Liverpool. Don't worry.
There you go, Dark Sun G. No worries at all. Another drop points for Liverpool there. Chris, or Sean, sorry. Yeah. Do you have any questions maybe on the top of your head, maybe here for Chris potentially?
Yeah, no, I do. From my research, Chris, and I'm gonna. This is a conversation I'm going to have with most of the guests, I think. But from my research earlier, one of the main threats for the players to watch that I had is Seba Quatesh, I think his name is. It looks like it reads like Coates. He's a Liverpool reject, Sunderland reject. He plays now, but he for Sporting, he's the captain. He's a Uruguayan international. Absolutely phenomenal in the air whilst in the Portuguese league. I think he scored 8 goals as a header. 7 or 8 goals last season from the head as a central defender. 2 goals in pre-season. I think he scored 1 already this season. To me, I worry a little bit about not just the damage of like a Marcus Edwards or a Trinkiao, what those sort of tricky players can do against Eric Dyer, but I do worry about giving away free kicks. And when you've got Pedro Porro, who's a master of set piece, he can whip the ball in. And when you've got someone like Coach Kotesh, or however you say his name, who is just absolutely phenomenal in the air, to me, I think that's a real concern. And I wanted to know how you thought about it, and whether or not that you've got an idea in your mind about how we can counteract that over the game.
It is actually a big worry because of Dyer. Because Dyer, I know Bobby K's watching you, and tell Big K I'm sorry. This is, first of all, just tell Big K I'm very sorry. But Dyer needs to be on his game tomorrow. Because I know Dyer's going to be weird with one of his mistakes. And you can see it, because Dyer can't go 90 minutes without making one mistake. And that's the biggest fear, that he's going to lose his concentration, and then Cortez is going to get back in behind with a header and don't do it.
Yeah.
This is the worry.
He struggled in the UK, like a lot of players do. We saw Guendouzi last week. Like, rubbish for Arsenal. Excellent for Marseille. Excellent. And I think that we need to pay a little bit of respect on players that didn't make it in the Premier League but can suit other leagues a little bit better.
Exactly.
And I think Quatesh, or however you say his name, is an example of that. And I personally am really worried about conceding goals from headers tomorrow.
Yeah, that's my worry with Dyer, because his concentration can be so poor. It's my worry that we're going to get. If that's the one way they're going to get at us, is by a set piece and a header.
Seems like we're always vulnerable that way to set pieces against any team. I think we've been vulnerable to set pieces against like Enes Mura and teams like that. Pretty much anybody can hurt us by the looks of it. And,
all you have to do is go back a couple of weeks against Chelsea with Koulibaly, left him wide open for a volley. Because our defence was so poor, they just let him go. This is the worry. We just need to avoid giving them set pieces and giving free kicks away in stupid areas.
Definitely. Chris, anything that you wanted to talk about, my man, before I let you go? Because I feel like I can ask you one more question, or
go for it.
Or something you want to. All right.
No,
well, do you feel like Leicester? Are you happy? This is kind of something I asked Sean earlier. Are you happy that we do have this game with Leicester kind of approved for this weekend? Because if you ask me, Chris, I was a bit worried that our next Premier League game could have been against Arsenal. It would have been way too long. Way too long to wait.
No, we need to play this game at Leicester, get it out of the way. We can't afford to have games piling up again and a fixture pile up. We can't afford that. I'd rather get the games away. I would have liked to see this play Saturday, but obviously that wasn't going to happen after everything that's gone on over the week. Yeah, but I'm glad we're playing this game on Saturday.
Definitely. Score predictions for yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Continue.
But that's all subject to change. Anything can happen in the next 4 days.
Definitely. And score predictions for both games, Chris, Sporting and Leicester.
Right. Sporting is going to be a tight game, as Sean said, which so I don't think it's going to be a 3 or 4 or 5. That's not going to happen. It's going to be a tight game, 2-1 or 2-0 tomorrow. And Leicester, they're shit anyway. They're a form, and Brendan Rodgers is getting sacked, so at least 4-0.
I get sacked in London. I guess Brendan Rodgers get him a nice hotel for sacking because by the looks of it, he wants to get sacked. So who knows? Maybe we give him a 5-0 or 6-0 or something like that.
3 or 4.
It could be a bit of a detriment though, having to play them at the King Power Stadium now. Whereas if we played them at home now and smashed them like we would,
we're playing them at home, Sean.
We're
not playing them at Leicester.
Oh, really?
We're playing them at. Okay. We're playing them at the Lane.
I didn't know that. Brilliant.
He's getting sacked in London, Sean. He's getting sacked in London.
We're getting sacked in the London. Sacked in the London.
Yeah, we're getting sacked. We're getting him sacked on Saturday night. Don't worry.
Love it.
Right. Just quickly, Bobby K saying dire bracing coming, Chris.
Bobby, I don't want to upset you, so I'm saying no comment.
Moondog would be licking his lips if he saw that. Don't get him tempted, Bobby K. Don't get Moondog tempted. He's trying to move away from
Moondog's moved on. He's not Moondog.
He needs to move on though, but he doesn't like seeing this.
He's a Hoiberg man these days, isn't he? I heard he moved on to his bet's a Hoiberg, not Moondog anymore, or not Dyer anymore.
So, my Dyer comments are just a straight no comment now. Because from what I've heard, Big K's going to come hunting for me if I carry on.
He already is.
So,
I bet he already is.
Yes. So I'll just now, when Dyer mentioned, just quiet.
Well, Chris, absolute pleasure, my man, and thanks for getting us started, brother.
No problem, man, Jack. And Sean, you're still not forgiven.
And Chris, I'm not in the doghouse. I didn't do it yet. I didn't do it.
No, Jack, you're off. Sean is instead.
Love you, mate. Take care, Chris.
Take it easy, lads.
Good to see you, my man. Gotcha. Big up, Chris, everybody. Big him up Chris in the chat as well. Way to get us started, Chris. Absolute legend. Dark Sun G with a super chat saying, Sporting should be tired compared to us because our City game was postponed and they probably played their league game 3 to 4 days ago. Not worried about Sporting after they lost their aces this summer. I did a bit of research on them, Dark Sun G, and by the looks of things, it's that defense that I'm actually kind of a bit excited about coming up against because I feel like Marseille's was actually quite a well-drilled defense. I think they compacted the midfield. They had a really good set of midfielders. I think it was like Ronige or whatever his name was alongside Veretout. Jordan Veretout even tried to go for it at one stage. And then they put Guendouzi in there. I think Garrison. They just put a bunch of midfielders in there. And I think they had some decent young center backs by the looks of things. Marseille, and they're also in fine form. Like they're level with PSG right now.
Young centre backs like Mbemba, who no one quite knows how old he is.
He's not young, I believe. I don't think Mbemba's very young. He's like a Porto.
He could be 48. He got released from 4 different clubs for having dodgy passports. No one knows how old that Mbemba is. No one knows.
Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. He just loves the game, Sean. He just loves the game. But Dark Sun G, I would say that defense can be certainly gotten at. It feels like maybe apart from Gonçalo, I think Inacio. I feel like Kawata is certainly someone we could go after. And then I think they have one of their other players might be hurt. So I think it's like Luis Neto. So it's like 2 30-plus-year-old center backs back there who have already been leaking a lot of goals this season. I don't know. It just doesn't look good for them, I would say, coming up against our attack. But then again, they have a good front three. So maybe while they don't have a good defense, I would say they do have a good front three, and they do have a good right wing back in Pedro Porro, Dark Sun G. Big yourself up, though, my man. Faz Radfar saying, will we rest Kane when off form? Why Sonny then, says Faz. Interesting. Any initial comments to that, Sean, or should I answer that?
I mean, listen, it's a difficult one. I feel like I was saying this all last season, as I'm sure Jack can remember. I thought that there was a meritocracy should be enforced in a football team, but it wasn't. Harry Kane, I think he was subbed 3 times last season. They were all in the first, first part of the season when he wasn't really performing, and they were all in the 90th minute anyway. For me, I think that we now have competition for places, and I think that every time Decky's played as a starter or as a sub, he's generally performed somewhere near his level. Richarlison, when he's come on, has performed near his level. At some point, whether Sonny or Kane, whoever is the weaker, needs to make way. You have to have rotation anyway. I think that Sonny is the weaker of the two at the moment. And so I just feel like... but yeah, I take the point, though. Like, if Kane doesn't perform for a period of games, could we foresee a situation where it's Sonny, Richarlison, and Kulu that play? I'd like to see it at some point if it needs to be played, but will it happen? I don't know. I think that maybe there's some people are above the law,
Yeah, definitely. I feel like when it comes to Sonny, I think you continue to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think the problem that we're running into is that Richarlison is playing well enough that he sort of has to come into the team. And then if Kulusevski starts playing well enough, you sort of have to consider that, if you have 2 other players that are in fine form, and I do mean fine form, perhaps you then consider rotating Sonny.
So you're of the opinion, Jack, that Sonny should start?
I think he should start, for this
one. And that one of Decky or Richarlison should always be on rotation.
I think Richarlison should start, and then if Kulusevski, if Sonny, let's say, has a poor game or it doesn't really seem to hit the ground running in the first half, then you can sub him off early for the likes of Kulusevski, and then move Richarlison or whichever. I just think you kind of continue with him until the games start coming thick and fast again. But that's just me. And I think we've been fine continuing to play him for right now. But I don't know. I see why people are sort of starting to run out of patience. I certainly can. I can definitely see it. And it doesn't seem like it should be a big deal at the end of the day. But big up Faz. Just making sure. Get some other comments here. Richie is a baller, says G&D. King Hoddle says Son is so innately talented that it's highly unlikely his run of poor form will continue for a lot longer. Good point there, King Hoddle. Peter M saying Sean's original opinion on Richie. It's history now. I still listen to Sean with much interest. Pick yourself up, Peter M. Showing Sean a bit of love there. Absolutely love it. As well, Adrian Trocco said, I believe Basuma will start tomorrow. Interesting. I would like to see Basuma given another chance soon. I think obviously he's going to be playing games, but Højbjerg and Bentancur have been playing really, really well right now, and it looks like Conte might stick with them. But you never know. Adrian. But I would like to see him come in for sure. Dark Sun G saying that Wolves' lone failure Trincao plays for Sporting. Yes, he does. I think it's a front 3 of Marcus Edwards, Trincao, and then I think it's like some Rochinho guy or Pedro Goncalves.
Goncalves, yeah.
Yeah, Pedro Goncalves plays in the midfield. I think he gets into that team no matter what, but there's some other guy that I don't know anything about named Rochinho or something as well. Dark Sun G.
The only interesting one would be if Paulinho, because I think he was out injured, but he played again on the weekend. He came off the bench, and so whether or not he gets into the midfield might change things up. And he'd be interesting to play against if he does get us some minutes. We'll see.
Derek China G says next summer we should go for Kim Min Jae, while we should end off with 2 more wins before international break. Richie and Son and Kulu and Kane love a game against the Foxes. Brentford, please beat the Gooners again like last season. That's what I emailed you about, Dark Sun G. We need the Gooners to keep dropping points, and I'm a bit disappointed that they've been it feels like I think Thomas Partey, at least so I've heard, perhaps he has some injury recovery news. Maybe he's coming back a bit sooner rather than later. So I'm a bit disappointed. I think the moment he comes back into that team, they might start getting points again. But when it comes to Kim Min Jae, I mean, the highest of compliments to him. He's making the loss of Koulibaly not really look like a huge loss, like really at all. And in fact, Koulibaly sort of struggling at Chelsea, at least for the time being. But it's kind of interesting, Dark Sun G. Kim Min-jae really just making Koulibaly sort of not as big of a loss as they thought, and he's in absolute flying form for the likes of Napoli. I couldn't I couldn't be happier. I must say, I didn't think he would actually. I thought he would be really good for Napoli, but I thought this would be more of a recovery sort of season or kind of a rebuilding season for Napoli. But they're basically the best team in Serie A right now, thanks to Kvaradona and Kim Min-jae. But big yourself up, brother. And I would love to go after Kim Min-jae, but I think the likes of Napoli, once a player starts playing well for them, they pretty much don't sell their players for less than, I don't know, 60, 70 million. But I've heard there's maybe a release clause in Kim Min-jae's contract of some kind, Dark Sun G. There might be a release clause in there, but do let me know, brother. Big yourself up. Bobby K also saying, LOL, Moondog is betting on PEH. Now, yeah, you got to move away from the Moon Boots bets, definitely. But everybody, we're going to move on to our next guest. If you haven't already, do smash that like button, but we're going to keep going here into Brad Matthews, and he's on the classic sofa. Good to see you, Brad.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All good, all good.
Very good, mate.
Good to be talking about Spurs again. And I guess maybe not too hard of a week that we had ahead of us with sports.
Yeah, but that was the silver lining, wasn't it, of the Man City postponement, was the fact that we got extra time to get the lads ready for Tuesday, for tomorrow. So, silver linings. I mean, I'm a bit at first when the Premier League said that they were going to postpone all matches, I sort of agreed with it and thought, yeah, fair enough. But the more I looked into it, the more I thought, well, actually, a lot of the other sports are still playing, and it would have been probably a much more of a tribute, because at the end of the day, football fans tend to be fairly conservative, in my opinion. And I think there would have been a good reaction all around the grounds. They've had
more patriotic.
Yeah, I think so. So at first, when I thought fair enough, I thought actually looking into it a bit more, maybe if they'd have held their fire a little bit longer to see what other sort of associations are doing, maybe they might have done it the other way. But the thing we have to remember is the Premier League is a brand. And at the end of the day, if you're paying respect to you, people will look at your brand and say, "Oh, fair go, guys." So yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one, but it's over now. Can't do anything about it. Unlike a lot of people in the chat, I actually enjoyed watching Test cricket over the weekend, so that's really good. So so swings around a bit.
Nice.
Yeah, but I think it would have been nice to play Man City this early in the season as well. And I don't know when they're going to get that game in. I imagine it'll be next year, I would say, because there's games every 2 games a week until the World Cup. There's a couple of international breaks, but most of the Premier League are international players. So
do you see that as maybe a benefit that this could be thrown way down the line, this sort of game?
Well, in 2010, we went to the Etihad to win to get in the Champions League for the first time. Maybe we might be going to the Etihad to win the title this time.
It seems to be it's almost a home away from home, you could say, for us. Going over there, it seems to be an easy place for us. Sean,
look, we can't do anything about it. They're all professional footballers. They're all professional sportsmen. You just play the games when you play the games. You can't sort of pick and choose, really. So we just have to live with it. We're a big team now. We're a big boys now. So let's just go with it. Definitely.
Sean, do you have any questions for Brad?
Well, I want to speak to you about the game tomorrow night, mate. Listen. How much of a priority? Listen, I'd also like to actually let me rephrase. Tomorrow night is, I think, clearly a priority now that Man City has been postponed and put later on in the season because of all the events that are happening right now in the world. But are you more or less likely to focus on tomorrow and look for 3 points? How important do you see it? Do you think that that Conte should play a full strength team given the fact that we had the 7 days break, or are you thinking more towards the Leicester game and thinking because we got the 3 points against Marseille, anything other than a loss is a good result against Sporting?
I think we have to look at winning our home games in the Champions League because that generally speaking will get you through to the next round. Bearing that you don't lose all your away games, obviously. But I think the fact that we've had the break means that he can play a stronger team than maybe he would have done. But let's face it, it's all about squads now. So you always talk about dropping this player or dropping that player. It's rotation. And he said in his press conference today, he very much intimated that he would be rotating. So I think he's tended.
When was the press conference released? I haven't seen a word on
it.
It
was on. I think it's on earlier today. I've only read some clips on Twitter. Where they and he did say about Son rotation, and I can't exactly say what he said, but it did hint that Son might be rotated tomorrow.
Okay,
and again, these are professional footballers. This is all part of the game now. They're part of the squad now, so they've got to take. There's no use them, not playing and moaning about it. They've got to take it. That's part of the modern game now. Having said that, Conte does tend to go with his tried and tested 11 when there's only one game every week. So he did that at the start of this season. He went with the team that got us to the top 4 last season, more or less. So that would indicate to me that maybe tomorrow he might still go with the normal 11 that we're used to seeing. But then you've also got to look at the fact that players like Højbjerg has played every single game this season. So I think it might be worth resting him and having him fit and well for Saturday. So it's hard to call. I think if we'd have played the City game on Saturday, then there would have been changes because he's always said that that's what you have to do when you've got this squad. And let's face it, it's not like it was last season. When we went to places like Mura, whatever they were called, and you had your Dele Allis, your Winks, your Brian Hill, and all the sort of, they were your first team. They were your change. Now we've got your Basumas, your Ollie Skips, your Richarlisons, You've got.
It's nice that the midfield, I think, is probably the easiest to rotate for, and you could even argue, at least Brad, I think I would argue that it's probably best to have stronger rotation options in the midfield because even if we are a bit weaker in other areas, it's nice that we aren't rotating Winks and Lo Celso. I think for Højbjerg and whoever else it was at the time. Now we can rotate Basuma and Skip.
I've also noticed that on, say, the left wing back and recently the left centre back, he seems to give players a couple of games. So we saw Clement Longley come in against Fulham and he played against Marseille. So that suggests to me that maybe Davies might play tomorrow. And he did, although he did bring Clement Longley off, didn't he? So he brought him off and he brought Romero off against Marseille, which I thought was quite interesting. And also another thing he did on against Marseille, which I thought was very interesting. I know it was at the end of the game, we were 2-0 up. He brought Kane on and brought Kulusevski on. Or when he brought Kane off, he moved Richarlison to the middle, and I think Kulusevski was playing at right back for a while. And that's it. He came on as a right wing back, and then when he brought Kane off, he put what's his name in. Kulusevski came on. Got to get this right. Kulusevski came on for Emerson and played at right wing back, and then Kane came off. And Kulusevski went to the right wing, and he brought on what's his name to play at the right wing back. The guy who's I can't remember his name.
Jed Spence.
No, not Jed Spence. The other one, the Irish guy.
Matt Doherty.
Matt Doherty, yeah.
Doherty, yes. This is probably getting old. You lose your memory, but So I think I've got a feeling he might start with Basuma tomorrow. I think Basuma for Pierre Højbjerg tomorrow. I think that might be a go.
Just to jump in though, mate. So I'm looking at the comments that you mentioned, and I'm not sure if it's been misinterpreted, but he said, now you've had an unexpected gap between matches, have your thoughts changed on your team selection? And he said, for sure, not playing on Saturday gives us the possibility to recover better, and the situation has changed. When you play every 2 to 3 days, it's difficult. You need to make rotation because the players need to rest. Otherwise, you risk injuries. At the same time, in 2 to 3 days, you need energy. In this case, the game against City was postponed and gave us the possibility to recover well and gave me the possibility to pick up the starting 11 more relaxed. I read that as he would have rotated had we played City. And the fact that we didn't play City means that he hasn't got to worry about it so much.
Strong lineup again,
possibly, yeah. No, I can see that, but you could also argue that if he plays his strongest 11, he's got to make the rotation for the Leicester game. So it depends what you class as the most important game. And at the moment, the Premier League is our bread and butter. Yeah, we wouldn't be playing Champions League if it wasn't for the Premier League. So maybe he might look at tomorrow's game. I'm not saying we look at any game as being, a write-off, but he might look at tomorrow's game as maybe less important than the game on Saturday. But there again, your next game is always your most important game. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what your selection is tomorrow. It's going to be very, very interesting. I think I have a feeling that Son might be on the bench tomorrow. Just have a feeling, and then back for Leicester on Saturday. I think Son's got a pretty good record against Leicester as well. So yeah.
Would you be a bit relieved? How would you feel with seeing Sonny on the bench if he were starting on the bench? How would you feel?
Well, I honestly think that we could have the argument about the transfer window, good or bad. I thought it was a reasonably good window. A couple of positions that maybe we didn't strengthen that we should have done, but I think we've got a good squad there. We've got a good squad that whatever first 11 he puts out tomorrow, I'm confident they can do well in the game, which last season I wasn't. So I think, on the weekend, was it the Marseille game? I can't remember. It was a Fulham game. I think he had Perisic and Kulusevski coming on the substitutes. Off his bench, you think, wow, there are substitutes. So I think that whatever first 11 he puts out tomorrow, I think will be a good enough team. So I'm a lot more confident with our team at the moment. I mean, obviously, you get to a certain stage where you have a really, really important game. You think, well, what is our strongest first 11? We've got to go with it. But I think tomorrow, he could put a first 11 out. We virtually have got a half decent player for every position in the team. So in the first 11. So, and there's no injuries apart from Lucas Moura. So I think he could play a totally different first 11 tomorrow than played against Marseille and still having a reasonable good team out there. I'm not saying he will, obviously, but I think it's a lot better squad we have now.
I agree.
King Hoddle says, I would rest Son tomorrow and unleash him on Saturday. Would you kind of...
I wouldn't object to that at all. I really wouldn't. I think that, you got to look who's replacing Son. If you got Richarlison, Kulusevski, they're decent players, so you're still going to have a decent front three against. I'm not sure how. Sporting Lisbon won in Eintracht last week, didn't they? 3-0, which surprised me. So they're no mugs, but it's still a game that we go into where we should be pretty confident of getting a result there. So yeah, I wouldn't mind if I saw that at all. And as I think Sean you were saying, or someone in the chat was saying, Son comes on for the last 20 minutes against a tiring Sporting team, that could be devastating. So yeah.
This is a bit off topic, but I'm of the opinion that actually I think Marseille is sort of our toughest opponent in this group, mostly because I think, like I said before, I think their manager is the most well-versed on Conte's tactics. They're also the most informed team domestically by the looks of things of all the teams in our group, as much as Sporting did kind of humble Frankfurt quite a lot, as well as away from home, which away from home certainly tough too. You still have to consider the fact that I feel like Marseille do look the best team on paper and and I'll continue to emphasize, I think their manager knows, sort of us maybe better than the other teams do. Sporting also last season, Brad, I feel like, didn't they in the knockout rounds or something just get absolutely spanked by Man City? I feel like they're a team that,
but a lot of teams, a lot of fairly decent teams have been, a lot of fairly decent teams have been spanked by Man City. So I don't think
that's true. But I feel like they'll concede a lot. They concede a lot of goals by the looks of things, and I'm actually more confident going into this one. Maybe just because that defense is a bit leakier.
Yeah, no, I think your comment on Marseille is probably correct. Actually, I think the Marseille away game is going to be tough. And I really like the earlier comment from the Sporting fan who said, I hope you enjoy our ground tomorrow, because I think that tomorrow, as far as going to away games in Europe, tomorrow is going to be, for our lads, for our supporters, it's going to be really nice because they're going to have really nice people. And, I'll tell you what, Marseille, that's going to be really, really dodgy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. I mean,
be careful how you say it, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that I think if there's that's. I mean, they were causing trouble last week at the ground, and I don't know if you saw the picture I posted of all the police fans along the Park Lane, which I don't think there was that many police fans for the Arsenal game. So yeah, I think there's a bit of a reputation there. And I think that, they were the right police were out. They were throwing things at themselves. There's a fight going on in the crowd after the game. I'm looking at them, there's a fight. And then I noticed that the police were around that. I thought, they're fighting themselves, So,
they have a very strong ultra fan base, I would say.
So I think Marseille. So I think Marseille away, the atmosphere would be quite intimidating. And I think the it's going to be quite interesting on that supporter side, because we know that football in England is really, really heavily policed. It's well policed. I'm not so sure it is so much on the continent. I'm not spraying any, having to go at any country in Europe, but I think it's not as well organised as it is over here.
Yeah, I just think I think the football ultras just seem to be very, very strong and have a lot of power by looks of things over in France. So it could be a tougher atmosphere than the sporting one, that's for sure. Definitely. But Brad, any final thoughts? Any final comments before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
And also want to plug your channel as well. But any final
I
thoughts?
will
On
do.
Spurs?
I don't like to talk about negative things like football hooliganism, but even though it's gone down a lot in England at the moment, I still think on the continent they look at English fans as being like, oh, this is our Champions League football hooliganism. I think they look at that as their challenge. I hope I'm wrong. But I've got a feeling that the ones on the continent that want to know, I think that that they look on it as a challenge of coming over here and causing trouble. As I say, that's not all European clubs, but I think there are a couple of clubs there that have a fan base or a sort of a minority fans that want to do that. So sorry for the negativity, but unfortunately that's life at the moment. Yes, my channel. On to a lighter note. Yes, Blue Sofa Songs. There it is. There it's also at B Sofa Songs on Twitter, where I also post the songs. The new
love
one,
it, mate. Love your music.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to get a song on every Friday, which is putting pressure on me to do it, which is good, really. It's good. It means I don't get complacent. I've had a lot of, I don't say ready-made songs, but songs that I've had, in the background for a fair few months now, and I'm sort of running out of those. So now I'm having to get.
Don't rush it, mate. Don't rush it. Right,
I have to sort of
quality over quantity. From what I've heard so far, it's all quality. But
thank you so much.
I love his titles too, Sean. I love his titles of the songs.
Well, the titles come from. That's where the song starts, really. It's all to say something. Sure. There's a title, and then that'll give you the reason to write the song, and then you write the music and you put the lyrics on. But so I've got a new one going out this Friday, which might be something different, but then again, it might not. So we'll see how it goes. It always sounds good when I'm sort of doing it, but then when you actually record it, you think, oh, that was different, sort of thing. But it's I'm up to 80 subscribers, so please click like and subscribe. And as I keep saying every week, watch the song, even if you don't like it, just let it play, because that helps the algorithms, which helps the channel. So, give it a like. Even if you don't like it, give it a like. It all helps. So thanks very much for giving the opportunity to publicise it. And click like and subscribe to these guys' channels as well. Obviously, the Irish Hotspur, flatcapeurotalk, and Spurs Talk. And anyone else that's on this fan shows that has their own channel, because it's all a brilliant community, and we all support each other, and that's really, really wonderful. So thanks very much, guys.
Professional, Brad. Lovely, beautifully, professionally plugged. I'll just let you go there. I mean, that was beautifully put. Thank you for the plug for us. I don't know if I'll be able to do it better for myself later. So, Brad, I appreciate you, and everybody. If you haven't seen already, link is right here to check out Brad. Only 20 away from the big 100, and do just check out his songs. Let it play, like he said, and just check it out for the titles alone. But Brad, great conversation nonetheless, my man, and we'll be chatting to you soon.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, brothers. See you, mate.
See you soon.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Brad. Everybody, show Brad some love in the chat, please. And also check out Blue Sofa Songs. We have a super chat here from Dark Sun G saying, let's win 3 more in the Champions League, then rotate for the last 2 Champions League games, because 12 points should be enough to go to the round of 16. Then we can focus on the Premier League. I think we do have to prioritize the first games of the Champions League. I kind of agree with you, Dark Sun G. Getting to, I don't know, Sean, what do you think? Like 9 points right away as soon as possible was probably safety. I think that's what we're probably going for. And if anything, I think we want to finish first, because sometimes finishing second, you can be handed a very, very tough opponent, somebody who's in flying form in some other group. Yeah. So I think we should try to get to 9 points as soon as possible.
Sometimes you can get upsets in other groups that can mean that the toughest team ends up finishing second.
True, actually.
And I think that I agree with Dark Sun G. I wouldn't go as far as to say we absolutely need to get 12 out of 12. I would say to get 9 out of 9 And then once you're in that position where you pretty much secure that you're going to qualify, then you can start to put tactics into play, and then look at what other groups are doing, and then figure out what the likelihood is of who you're going to get. It's not like a game of tennis, is it? Where if you finish first in the group, you're going to get a second place team in the round of 16. It's all drawn out of a hat, isn't it? So it's
No,
just
I
two
think you
teams
do
qualifying.
get a drawn out of the hat second place finish team, I believe, if you finish first.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. So on that basis, then we should be focusing on the first 3 games. If we can make sure that we're at least guaranteed, and then after that, you can start to play tactics and start to work out whether or not you want to dabble with the second place teams or dabble with the first place teams. Because look, I'm not entirely sure. I remember the group stage. There's 3 teams that are in Group B. I think Inter, Juventus, and no, not Inter, Juventus. It was Inter, Barca, and Bayern Munich, all in the same group. You'd rather probably play Juventus than if Bayern finished second. You'd rather play the team that finished first in that group, I think. Right, so.
Maybe so. Get to 9 points, then we start thinking about losing some games intentionally. Dark Sun G. So we get to 9 points. I'm not
4D sure. 4D chess, Jack. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I'm kind of with you though, Sean. Not 12. I think if you get to 9 out of 9, or if you win your first 3, I think you're in a very good spot, and you can start thinking about it a bit differently in a bit. Even just the rotation becomes a whole lot easier. That's certainly for sure. But big up Dark Sun G. And the round of 16, I hope we continue to get a good pick. Perhaps Yaya Toure will be picking the teams yet again. Who knows, Dark Sun G? Who knows? Absolute legend. But everybody, do smash that like button while you're in here as well. And feel free as well to continue to ask your questions via Super Chat. Continue to put them in the comments as well. Put them up on screen. But we're going to keep going here, everybody. I'm just making sure I'm getting the order right. We're moving on to, I think it's a debut, unless I'm mistaken. Maybe I missed it, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. Harry, we're bringing on here.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Brother? Good to see you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can, Harry. Nice. How are you, man?
Yeah, not too bad. I think, it's been a good day for a good couple of weeks for Spurs, I'd say. A good couple of weeks.
As much as everyone. It has. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the week ahead, or what?
Yeah, I think I'll start from a couple of weeks. I think our performances in attack, I think, have been a bit iffy. I think we've just struggled to create. But I looked at the games, and I think a couple of people have said this. I have not seen a game, and maybe apart from maybe West Ham, where a team has created such a couple of very clear shooting opportunities to score. Maybe in Marseille as well, where they got that one where they went around the post and everyone held their breath for a second there. But apart from maybe a couple defensive errors from Davies and Maguire, like they sometimes like to do, if you put that back line up, I just haven't seen in the past 4 weeks where we
very difficult to beat, right? We've become very difficult. That's a great point, mate. It's a great point. A lot of people don't give us credit. A lot of people are frustrated with the way we're playing up front, but they worry too much, and they say that our defense isn't good enough. But we've become very, very stubborn at the back. I like what you're going with this, Harry. Keep going.
I think, also Marseille, I didn't get the commentators. I was like, Marseille are playing brilliantly. They're absolutely amazing. I didn't see him create a single chance in that first half at all. No single chance.
Yeah, even Guendouzi.
And I see the commentators go, Marseille are playing brilliantly and Spurs playing horribly. I didn't think we played well in the first half attackingly, but I thought we were superb defensively. But you don't, obviously, the commentators in the UCL. I remember back a couple of years ago, my favourite one was, I was with my mate, we were watching just before COVID, the Man United Tottenham game, where 1-1, do you remember that one?
Yeah.
And they had I think they had I can't remember who specifically it was, but they had a pundits on, and me and my mate go, hang on a second, why is Sol Campbell and Rio Ferdinand being pundits for Tottenham versus Man United?
Unbalanced, yeah.
It's just unbalanced. One of those things. I think the thing is, a lot of people they go pundits going, oh, we're not playing too well in attack, we're lucky wins. I like to look at that Fulham game and where I think our best game of the season. We could have scored 5, 6, 7. You look at Liverpool, you look at Arsenal, and Arsenal got lucky with a deflected shot. They Fulham took a game to us. Fulham didn't have a sniff against us. So maybe apart from Mitrovic won the goal, for example.
They were in good form before that game, if I'm
not
mistaken.
They were giving everyone a game, and Mitrovic was looking unstoppable. And all of a sudden, Mitrovic for the first 85 minutes of their game didn't have a shot. I think personally, maybe apart from a deflected shot. But...
Correct. Yeah. And only after he scored the goal, then the second chance came their way, and it was a worldy save from Hugo, but it required a deflection for that to be the case.
As well, yeah. Which luckily, Hugo, again, as much as we all love Hugo so much, he definitely did again save us the 3 points in that game again. It's just amazing. I think as soon as we get that attack working, we start passing the ball a bit quicker. I think as soon as Conte has a bit more trust in the defense, where he can start getting to his players, right, pass a bit quicker around the back, start getting out. As soon as I think the thing that annoys me a moment is I don't think he still doesn't trust Emerson to go completely. So he can't get that midfield fight, right? Because he passes to the midfield, and all of a sudden, if Emerson could cross, he'd be one of the best wing backs in the world. I'm just saying, he always beats his man.
He's getting better. He is getting better, Harry, with his crossing, though, mate. Yeah. He was absolutely awful at it last season. This season, he's just bad. So he's gone from awful to bad, and hopefully by about 2024 he'll be okay. And then maybe by
2030 we can have Hakimi
in 4 years' time we're going to have the complete player. But I agree with what you're saying, mate. And I think what you're saying is actually needs to be celebrated a little bit, because a lot of fans in the community, not on the Irish Hotspur, but a lot of people in other areas, they like to focus on the reasons to be frustrated. I'm not saying that they're negative or anything else, but they like to think, well, why didn't Tottenham smash Marseille? Right? Yeah. Like we got through it, but in the first half it was awful. Yeah. I personally would rather, I'm with you. I think we need to pay a little bit more respect on the job that the defense did, and also acknowledge what the opposition did. Right? They came with a high press, high intensity that means if you have two options when a team comes at you, when they're running like full blown, it's gung ho for them for the first half an hour. You have two options until they blow themselves out, and one of them is to pass it around them, to play it through. And I don't think Tottenham are technically good enough to do that necessarily. No. And the other is just to sustain the pressure, and then when they blow themselves out towards the end of the first half, then you start to take advantage. And I think Tottenham did that, but the majority of the pundits on TalkSport, on the commentary on the night, I agree. I hear what you're saying. They're like, Tottenham aren't doing this well enough. I think that Tottenham played the game very well.
Defensively perfectly. Attack needs, I think the attack is perfect.
It was a professional thing.
It's just that transition from the wing backs to attack. I was watching the sort of, I think the what was it? I can't remember what it was. It was like the Nottingham Forest game where, again, the game deceives you a little bit. Like the Nottingham Forest were running around really, really quick. But again, like maybe apart from maybe one time in the game, we could have ended that game 5-0 if Sessegnon could cross, for example. If Sessegnon could learn how to cross, we could have won that game 5-0. Every single time they went forward, every single time they went forward in that first half, I thought we were going to score against Nottingham Forest. We were so quick, and again, I can see Nottingham Forest going down because they're just so disjointed in there. Like they
really okay.
Wait for the sort of hype of promotion to die down about a quarter, halfway through the season, and then you're going to start seeing them one or two things. You're either going to start seeing them starting to pick up results, or they're going to go absolutely flatline and pull like a Norwich and just not win a game for 4 months.
See, I personally believe that there's three teams that are worse than Nottingham Forest in the Premier League.
Yeah.
I think Leicester's one. I think Bournemouth is another, and I think you could take your pick of Everton, Aston Villa. I think Fulham will be fine.
Yeah, Fulham I think will be good because they can bring a game to someone, and they've got the players to do that. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be such a tight. I think the thing is, like, the top four race at the moment is obviously, you never know, because the end of the season we could finish 7th and with 1 point away from top 4. You never know, but top 4 seems to be already sort of, I would say, Man City on top. We know Man City are going to win the league. As much as we all like to joke, Tottenham are going to win the league, and we never know we could. But it's just Haaland is just stupidly good. And I think second place is up for grabs. I think between Tottenham, I don't think Tottenham, Liverpool, maybe Chelsea if they can get going on a Graham Potter. Everyone seems to be praising Arsenal to the high hills again. The first test they came up, they completely capitulated in the back, and you can play all the good football you want. As Jose Mourinho used to say, like, you can play all the good football you want, but if the goals go in the back of your net because one pass or a counter attack undoes your defense.
Harry, would you agree that maybe second to 7th is almost like anyone's game? Man City probably will win the league by a country mile, but Tottenham could finish second. So could Liverpool. So could Arsenal. So could Chelsea. So could Man United. I'm not sure if the Newcastle or West Ham or anyone else would or Brentford would get into that, but essentially 2nd to 6th is probably up for grabs, right?
Again, like I worry a little bit about Liverpool and Arsenal. 2 injuries and they're back to a team they had 2 years ago. Like you lose Jesus goes out of form. And we all hate Arsenal. They played well. Jesus goes out of form. You get an Akita up top who couldn't hit a barn door. Like, he can't.
I agree.
Anyway, I'll move on from the horrible team that we don't. I've never really heard of them, but but yeah, from next week, I think Sporting is going to be a tough game. I think we've got to make sure. I think their defense is the only thing about them which are Sporting are sort of a little bit iffy on. I don't know how well they'll be doing in the Portuguese league, but from what I've heard, Frankfurt did quite well for the first 20 minutes and then just kind of got dominated. But I'd love to. I think Leicester, if we draw, I think a draw against Leicester is a loss because we should be winning, beating Leicester 5-6-0. I think we've got the complete ability to just blow them out of the water completely. And we could get another manager sacked, which would be nice. We seem to be quite good at that, don't we? Getting managers sacked. I think we got who was the manager of Aston Villa? Dean Smith. And the Nuno. Yeah, we got him sacked on the Nuno.
That was lovely. That was lovely. And I'm not a big Dean Smith fan either, so that was nice to see. But I know I'm kind of steering us back towards this original point that you made there, but it was really fascinating, I thought, Harry, because I think Guendouzi even came out after that game and spoke pretty much the exact quotes, or his quotes were pretty much identical to what you were just saying, where he, felt like, we had a lot on the ball, but we didn't exactly do much with it. And he felt like he said that back five and that line of four that sits right in front of that back five of, Højbjerg and the wingers as well that tuck in. He said it was pretty much impossible to get Marseille into any sort of like 2-on-1 or he said like 3-on-2 sort of situations. And I thought that was fascinating because I think also Steve Cooper said more or less the same thing, where after that game where Forest, a lot of people thought played a really good game against us, Forest, Steve Cooper was actually quite frustrated after that game. He was thinking that they could have done a whole lot better with the chances that they had. So I think it just makes me think that I like how you sort of have looked at these games, at least tactically. And also a lot of people have been concerned that Spurs concede a lot of shots and are conceding a lot of shots on goal and etc. But I don't know.
If they're 35 yards away, then unless you're going up against Wolves, there's no need to worry, really, is there? Like
Ruben Neves always needs his 40-yard screamer.
At a couple times a season he gets them. But I think.
Sorry to steer you back to the beginning.
No, it's fine.
Really good points.
Like the league is going to be unpredictable. I can't wait to see what the relegation race is like. But again, like go to Tottenham, back to Tottenham. Leicester should be an easy 3 points. Then we've got the international break during my birthday, so that's quite unfortunate. But but I think I'd love to watch us against Man City. Would have been a nice test. But I think
you're not happy we've escaped that challenge.
I'm happy.
Remain undefeated for a couple more weeks.
I'm happy and not happy, but I'd love because as I said to my friend, we always get like the biannually win against City is completely undeserved. But I don't like to say undeserved because I think last seasons we beat them twice. We deserved to win both games. Man City. We played Man City last season and it was 3-2, but that game could have been 3-0 to us if it wasn't for a couple of defensive errors.
Correct.
And a VAR penalty check. Like Lloris error and a VAR penalty check, we could have won that game 3-0. Like we deserved to win that game 3-0. Man City didn't really do anything. Again, Man City like I've got to credit the defense. Anyone who goes, we look so bad. I just remember Jose Mourinho 2 years ago when we were conceding, we were looking horrible against Norwich and Southampton. With a back two of Dyer and Sanchez. I just want to remind people of that. So like if you ever think, we're not playing well, just remember 2 years ago. And you'll be fine. Like, just remember what was happening 2 years ago when
context.
We were can Tottenham make the top? Where are Tottenham going to finish? I think 8th, 9th, 10th, and just all look at the squad from then. Look at the squad from now. I think Jose Mourinho was again not the right choice. He never was the right choice for a Tottenham team like this.
But I know what you're saying, where the defense is so much more resilient than perhaps it has been in the past. And I find that a really good sticking point there. And it sort of is a good way to counter, I think, a lot of people that sort of have been skeptical of Spurs' start and have been skeptical of how teams have played against us. Because a lot of times people have been saying, Spurs got dominated. Probably the other team should have gotten something out of it. But the way you kind of explained it.
The way you've explained all these games, like against Wolves, again, I think we should have scored 2-3 goals. Like, as soon as that front three and Son, I don't really like talking to Son like, he's out of form, he's in the form. Let the manager aside. He'll get his goals. Like, I'm not worried. He always goes through this every season, maybe a bit longer than most. But I'm not going to talk about Son because it's a broken record at this point. Everyone wants to talk about it. But as soon as that front three gets clicking completely, it's absolutely going to be mental going up against, like, I cannot wait. I know, like, we got a bit of curse Man United. I cannot wait to play Man United just to see how we play against Man United, because we didn't deserve to lose the one last game round. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing us play the big boys. I know we've already played like Chelsea and stuff, and I remember some people on Twitter. I was looking at this guy. I think I muted him because he was getting so depressing. Like, he was screaming why we didn't sign Koulibaly. Like, why aren't we signing Koulibaly? It's like, yeah, we've seen him play with Chelsea. He can't play the ball. I think when we drew 2-2, as much as we probably should have been called back for VAR for a hair pull, that, you know, Cucurella doesn't really care. We drew that game 2-2. Look at Koulibaly. He's standing, God knows where, in the centre of the box, watching Harry Kane. 3 of our players go unmarked. Like, his positional awareness and his ball playing ability, that's why he hasn't come to the Premier League, because you're just going to get completely and utterly just done over by forwards who can just bully you. Like, people were saying, why aren't we signing Koulibaly? Why aren't we signing Skriniar? So, well, are they actually that better than Dyer? Like, if you look at it, like, because Dyer's got a defensive mistake in him, but would you honestly put Koulibaly in that central line instead of Dyer?
Koulibaly has actually. I still think he is an exceptional center back, but I was with you, Harry, where I actually didn't really feel a lot of jealousy when they signed him. I was kind of thinking, they kind of paid a bit for him. He's quite old. Who knows if he can adapt to the Premier League in the same way Thiago Silva has.
Two good games, one against Everton. He had an okay game against us, and then in the second half, he just kind of got caught out by Kane constantly. Like, when Kane was still on goal, that was his fault for not tracking his runner. Like,
and he also got
he's not a bad defender by any means. I think in the right system, he's a good defender. But when you play in the Premier League, one mistake and you're punished. Like, it's not that Serie A where you sort of your physicality and dominance. Like, you look at, like, I think moving back onto Spurs again, because I am sort of going off into different subjects at this point. I try and get back on Spurs. If you look at, I was looking at that Marseille game, and I don't really play Football Manager. I don't really enjoy it, but I do like looking at the tactics of a live football game. You look at that game against Marseille, and you look at that game against Fulham. It was one of those games where I've gone, I didn't see even the defense. The absolute props to the midfield, because they cut out everything. The defense didn't even need to be tested. Like, defense maybe a couple times getting a couple good second ball wins, but it wasn't even tested. Unlike West Ham, where we sort of won. I think that's one of my main concerns is when you have a Davies and Dyer, one mistake and it just feels like we're back to 2 years ago. I think I love Davies and I love Dyer, but as soon as one of them makes a mistake, Davies and Dyer just seem to freeze. I think that's what worries me a little bit about defense sometimes. Is when those two are together, they can either have really good performance, but if they put in a mistake, they just sound a bit unsure of themselves. They sort of, and that you saw that against West Ham, where just that little bit of unsurety, and then all of a sudden the West Ham are on the front foot. And I didn't even think West Ham played particularly well for 70 minutes. I thought, again,
I agree,
a very, very well taken goal by them, which was I don't
Question.
Really know
it wasn't a well-taken goal by then, though, was it, Harry? Sorry, Jack. Sorry, mate. Go on.
No, go. No, sorry, Sean. You go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say it was more of a defensive.
Yeah, defensive error, I'd say.
An error, but like not from one man, but from 5.
Yeah,
like you could blame
Højbjerg too.
Højbjerg misplaces the pass.
The referee about it was a foul throw, and I think you can argue, oh, it's a foul throw. It was a defensive.
But it was like you shouldn't have to rely on the referee or his assistant to call that there. Like, it was a bad back pass from Højbjerg losing the ball. Lloris knocking it out. Perisic turning his back. Højbjerg arguing with the ref. It's sort of like Davies falling asleep. Dyer pointing in the direction that was, I don't know.
Dyer, I don't think was so much to blame. He actually did cover Antonio quite well, but there was no one behind him to track the runner. That's the issue.
Madness defending. A 5 minute. Everyone fell asleep for 5 minutes, and it cost us 2 points.
We should have.
We could be and should be top of the league right now if it wasn't for that 5 minute play.
Yeah, exactly. I think, again, it's just again, we move away from West Ham. We always don't seem like West Ham. I mean, what are they like? They're still not doing too great. So long live that.
Just a quick question though. You were, I think rightfully putting a bit of respect on Dyer's name, but then you mentioned how you feel like he freezes in certain moments. Do you feel like Dyer maybe doesn't step out as much as he probably should, kind of like how Romero does?
It's a bit like one of the two. Like, sometimes I see him when he was in that West Ham game, he's very cautious, and as soon as that mistake went in, there was a bit of unease in the back line. I think the whole back line, because you have Sanchez, Dyer, and Davies, which we know the history of those three. Sanchez is a perfect player to bring on when you need a good defender to be heading out balls, clearing the ball, You do not bring him on in the West Ham. That's why I think we need another defender in the transfer window. You do not put him on in the game when you need to play at the back and needs to be quick passing, because he can't do it. And that's fair. He's not that type of defender, and he just isn't. So I think if you want to play against a Man City, a Liverpool last year, they're not as good this year, and you need that defender who's going to be strong, pushing, like winning those tackles. He's a perfect player to bring on. But I think we need another ball-playing centre-back in that role. I think
a lot of people would agree with you.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would agree with you.
And otherwise, we just look stagnant on the ball when we're like, because Sanchez, he takes like 5 years to turn around and pass the ball. Like, again, I'd like to put praise on the defence though, but yeah, I think we are in for an exciting season, and I think the minimum is an FA Cup. I prefer if I win the Carabao Cup and that's it, I'll be a little bit disappointed because the Carabao. Otherwise, people say, "Oh, it's just the Carabao Cup." I'd love to win an FA Cup or Premier League, Champions League, anything like that. I think Premier League a bit out of our distance, but I think we can give a good go at the Champions League. I think genuinely, I don't think we'll win it, but I think we can definitely send off a really good go at it. Personally,
are you someone, Harry, who would rather win a trophy for the first time in whatever it is, 10 years, give or take, and finish 4th or 5th in the league, or would you rather go second, take Man City all the way, but ultimately come up short and do the same in other competitions? Does winning a trophy mean more to you than progress?
I think a trophy would win more to me, because you look at Liverpool, right? I know they're missing a lot of players right now, but it's a bit like us in 2019 of that Champions League hangover. Like, they are having a massive... Imagine how it feels. Like, you win the FA Cup, Carabao Cup, but to them, that's not enough. To them, they want to win it all. Imagine missing out on history by 1 point, and because Trent couldn't track his runner. Like, that must be heartbreaking for them, a lot of them. And it's still going to hang over them, because they could have had history, but they end up going with a season which to us, it would be a brilliant season winning the double. Like, we would be, but for them, so close to greatness, I can see... I prefer to win a trophy and finish 4th or 5th than it would be to sort of have that sort of, we could have won the league and win the second, because no one remembers second place. Like, I know we did really well in that, like, 2016, 2017 season. We finished second. Who's going to remember second in 10 years? Like,
no.
Yeah. To me, like, who's going to win? Like, we did really well in that season. Okay, and like, we didn't win anything. No one remembers. Like, yeah, that team was really good. Like Poch has done really, really well with the players he had, and he built a super team. But he never went for those cups.
Especially when the big story that season was Leicester, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Like,
he never went for the FA Cup or Carabao Cup. He'd always play a very rotated side, and it would cost us. And like, I remember Chris, like, we would play these cup games with Foyth, Aurea, like Sanchez, in the back line, and we'd concede 4 to Palace, and it's like he never went for those cup runs. He got to the semi-final or final a couple of times, but I wish he went for that. As soon as we didn't win that Premier League, or we think, okay, we might not be able to go for the league here, we should have gone, right, we're going for all the cups. We need to put the strongest out for the cups. We need to go for the cups. Don't worry about the Premier League. But just because winning that, I think will start a domino effect where we just start to just sort of, that sort of hoodoo sort of goes to go for that. I think that's what really annoyed me in those days. Like, we never went for those cups.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I think it annoyed a lot of Spurs fans. Harry, fantastic call-in and fantastic debut.
Thank you very much.
I think a lot of people are very, very impressed. And I would say, in fact, get in contact with us. Feel free to shoot Dave an email, because, in fact, even Dave texted me that you were doing fabulous. So I think he's listening, even while you're doing some work.
Where would I email him? Where would I find his
just
email?
look in the description of the video, my man. Just look in the description. But absolutely fantastic job, Harry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate
you coming on, guys. I'd love to see. I love watching it. When I can, I work 5 days a week in an IT job fixing computers. So obviously working 9 hours a day. So I try to get on when I can. So I will hopefully get him a lot more from the next couple of weeks.
We'd love to see you even more, Harry. So hopefully this continues. But regardless of the busy schedule, we'll always be here for you. We'll always be here for you. So we'll see you soon, Harry. Catch you soon. All right, come on, you Spurs. Big up, Harry. Everybody show him some love in the chat. Everybody, honestly, what a debut. A fantastic debut. Continuing the trend of the unstoppable debuts of the Harris Army. There is yet, I think, to be a poor debut, at least to my knowledge, and I think there will never be a poor debut, but that was a sensational one right there. Everybody show him some love. We're going to keep going in the order here, just making sure I'm getting it right. I think we're moving on to our man out in Germany. It's going to be Rufus Roughcut. Here he is. How are you, Rufus?
You're on mute. You're on mute, Roof.
I'm fine.
No.
Mate. How are you?
Good man.
All good over here. All good over here.
Nice to see Shorty boy again.
Good to see you, mate.
Everybody else says, "Will Sean take it easy with me?" I always enjoy talking to Sean.
You have bulletproof steel with Sean.
We often talk in text or in the WhatsApp group where I'm Darren in my normal name, and we often chat. And
are you Darren? You're Darren Henning? Is that Mr. Henning?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Oh wow, I didn't know. I had no idea. Now I know. Now I know I've got to take it a little bit harder on the next 15 minutes. Here we go.
Oh no, Rufus, what have you done?
No, we don't always see eye to eye, but like,
it's all good.
We have intelligent conversations.
100%, my man. 100%. I didn't realize that Darren Henning was Rufus Rupcut.
That's my real name.
Now I know.
And on YouTube and stuff, and Facebook and all that shit, I got my DJ name.
Nice, mate. Nice.
Speaking of intelligent conversations, though, Rufus, what do we want to talk about today?
First the Marseille game, because there's a certain thing that I saw, and I've watched it back again, and I talked to Sean about it. It definitely happens. If people watch a replay of just before we kick off in the second half against Marseille, we line up in the 4-4-2, and then just before the whistle, we change it to a 3-4-3, which starts with Richarlison walking up to make a traditional 3 at the front. And then the wings go out. It's absolutely beautiful. And I turned around to Jacob and said, "Here we go."
So is there a purpose for that? Do you think it's a way to like disguise the formation that the other team, or is it just a formality? What's the rationale behind the last minute kind of shape change?
I have absolutely no idea, mate. Maybe a mind game.
Yeah, maybe. It's
actually, up until the red card, the game looked completely different. I actually think the red card took us back a little bit because we'd actually
after the red card.
A completely different game plan. And then naturally, as soon as one of their defenders got sent off, they had to take off an attacking player, which meant they weren't playing that high intensity press anymore, like that they had been, which is, I think, what Conte wanted to exploit.
Mate, I think it's an interesting take. Like most people that I've seen in the community, most people's like thoughts on the game were that Tottenham were rubbish, and on some level rubbish, and that we only won because the sending off allowed us to have more space. And I make the case that even if the sending off did change the game, which I don't think it did as dramatically as people say it did, but even if it did, it was a well-earned red card. And I think it would have happened naturally anyway because of the fact that they were playing the high press and they don't have the fitness, the stamina to compete with Tottenham's fitness. And I think Tottenham invoke a situation where not only do they have the highest stamina in the Premier League, but on top of that, when we don't have the ball, we don't press to get the ball back. So we recover whilst the other team have the ball. We sit back and we allow them to come at us. And as long as they're shooting from 25 yards, it's okay. But long story short, I was defending the fact that most people thought that the red card was the reason why we won. And you're saying that the red card almost was a detriment to our performance, which is like a whole nother angle on it.
I mean, when did we? Like a lot of people say we're playing bad this season, and like these players need replacing or these. The fact is last season we had no problem playing the ball out. We were the highest scoring team in the second half of the season, 2022. When 2022 started, we were the highest scoring team. We had no problem playing the ball out. We had no problem scoring. We were playing for fun. And I think Conte's sort of like brought in this. I think it's been a pattern in a lot of our games where we seem to try to wear down the opposition in the first half and then play to our strengths in the second half. I'm not. Yeah. I mean, like the Marseille game, the first half, was not pleasant to watch. I mean, let's all be honest.
Yeah, but they set up to make it that way, right? Like let's not. I'm not saying you are at all in the slightest. I think you're the opposite of this. But a lot of people view Tottenham not just on a game by game basis, but on like a trophy winning potential basis. A lot of people look at Tottenham through a microscope and a microcosm, and only think about what Tottenham are doing, and evaluate whether we've done enough and whether we should be winning or doing what everyone wants us to do. And I think there's not enough attention that's paid to what other teams are doing generally and what the opposition do on a game by game basis. And I think that we have to give a lot of credit to certain teams in certain games for the way that they set up against Tottenham. And in Marseille's case, in the first half, they set up in a way that was deliberately, it was intense. And Tottenham, I don't think Tottenham have the ability to just absorb that shit and play it round them delicately and just go, I don't care if you're running at me, if 3 people are running at me like a swarm of hornets. I don't care. I'm going to knock it behind me and he's going to knock it that score. I don't think Tottenham are quite there yet. And so I think when you're facing that kind of opposition, you have to, if you can't beat it, you have to sustain it. And I think Tottenham did really well. Rufus, I don't know what your thoughts are.
Point there, Sean, apart from the fact, I think we just gave Marseille a little bit too much respect.
You think? Okay.
I would have liked to have taken it to them a bit more sooner in the first half. I've been to their stadium a few times. I've got a friend down in Marseille, so it's a season ticket.
What was that like?
It's fucking mental. It's absolutely mental. And I've stood in this Marseille, drinking the smallest beers in the world, and Pernod. Well, no, Pastis 51. They'd kill you if you said it was Pernod. And then this guy asked me, "Who do you support?" I said, "Tottenham." And then he showed me a West Ham tattoo, and they were affiliated to West Ham.
Wow.
I went down like a sack of shit. But luckily,
see ya. Bye.
But my friend is like a really good member of the ultras there, and he managed to smooth it over, and I still went into the stadium. I'm going into the stadium, and Manu turned around to me and said, like, don't get the ticket pickpocketed. So I'm going in with the ultras of the ultras, and they're worried about pickpockets. It gives you an idea of what the stadium, the Stade Velodrome is like. It's just mental. It's like,
you know what, mate, I know probably 100 people in my world, in my life, that have tried to get or are going to either the game in Portugal or the game in Frankfurt. I don't know a single Tottenham fan who's going to the Marseille away leg.
You would be absolutely mental.
I don't know a single one. I don't know. No one wants to go.
Even if it's not the ultras, like, you're going to get robbed, you're going to get pickpocketed, you're going to get...
It's a tough town. It's a tough city in France, for sure.
It's a fucking tough city. I've been there a few times.
And
all I'm saying is, like, beware. I'm picking up on a point from Brad earlier. The German fans fancy themselves as well a little bit, you know?
Yeah, what do you think of Sporting, though?
The stadium is right by a forest, and they like to pop out and ambush people because they're like polite, gentlemanly type people.
Let's get on to the football, though, Rufus. King Hoddle saying, I think the narrative that we are getting results via luck is undone by the fact that we have lost just 2 games from our last 20. That's a sufficient sample size to suggest more is at play. Do you feel like none of these results have been lucky? They've been sort of deserved?
I think it's quite hard to put last season's results with this season's, because last season's we were like in a run of form that we don't seem to be in at the moment. I think maybe a couple of the results we've got this season have been lucky. But it would be unfair to say that the results from the end of last season were unlucky.
Yeah,
you know?
I know exactly what you mean.
That was done on form, and I think this year we've had a couple of lucky results, like Chelsea. Maybe we should have lost the point there, you know?
Yeah. Maybe
if you're honest about it, we robbed them. You know, like, we laughed about it afterwards, but we robbed them.
Sporting did kind of they did kind of humble Frankfurt. What are your thoughts on that? Could Sporting be a tough team?
Frankfurt are not in a good place at the moment, football-wise. They're not getting any results.
Are they the easiest team then, maybe in the group, Frankfurt?
Maybe.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? If that's the case, the team
that's going. I think Sport in Lisbon, they might be a threat at home because they're in front of their home crowd. I think as far as the Champions League goes, you have to win your home games and then think about winning 1 or 2 on top.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be absolutely insane to me that the team that came from Pot A or Pot 1 or Pool 1, whatever it was, are technically the least of a threat.
They're just not putting it together at the moment. Jack watches European football. I live in Germany. They're just not putting it together at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It goes beyond the stats that you can bring up, Sean, and say, oh, this player does that and that player does that. Just something's missing at the moment.
No, I agree with you. I think that them selling Kostic for 12 million quid, and I think they got rid of it. They lost a couple of other players as well in the transfer window, and they didn't really replace them with anybody. I think that Eintracht Frankfurt are, a victim of the realities of financing football in Germany and financing football in Europe. And I think that Frankfurt, I agree with you guys. I think it's madness, and that's how fortuitous we've been. The fact that the hardest team that we're going to have to play in all likelihood is either the team from Group Pool C or Pool 3 or the team from Pool 4. It's madness. Yeah. It's madness.
Yeah. It's absolute madness. They've been decimated. It's not even the same team that did all those things last year. And like it shows it in their performance in the Bundesliga at the moment. So like I'm not really worried about them. I think tomorrow could be a hard game.
What are your thoughts on Marcus Edwards? Do you think he's going to be he's going to have a point to prove, or is he going to do us a favour? What's his? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What did somebody say? The Eric Dyer Edwards derby, the Marcus Edwards Eric Dyer derby.
I was picking up on a few points with Sean earlier, and I think that on this game his stats do come into play. I think like Sean's very stats and I'm very emotional. And I think the truth lies somewhere in between a lot of the time. And I think tomorrow is a much more stat-based game. Sean has probably got more insight. And I think I would go with him and say it's going to be a low-scoring game.
I certainly don't want people to remember what I say because I like the fact that my prediction on Marseille turned out to be spot on, but with Sporting it's a little bit more difficult. I haven't spoken to Jack. Jack's obviously the main tactician, so I haven't heard what Jack's take is on Sporting. I think that they're going to try and compress the midfield and push us down, push everything down the wings.
And we didn't do well.
I don't know if Jack feels the same
when we did that.
Yeah, or against like Brighton. I used Brighton last season as the example on my channel. I said Brighton last season. Potter said, "Let's compress the midfield. Let's not do the high press or the low block. Let's just compress everything and then see how Tottenham do against Lamptey and Cucurella." And we struggled. We ended up losing the game. And I look at the Sporting team and think that that's going to be something that's how they would generally approach it. But I don't know if that's. Well, time will tell. Jack, is that something?
I think Sporting are. I think they were formerly, I think, a really, really good team. I think they're probably actually a lot more vulnerable and a lot weaker than I think they even were last season. They lost some of their best players last season, or this season, you could say.
Nunes,
Mateus Nunes, and then Paulinho. I think, of course,
he's
the
back
other
though, isn't he? Paulinho's back.
No, he plays for Fulham.
Point about.
No, he played on Saturday. It's a different Paulinho. He played on Saturday.
They get different Paulinho, I believe, probably, but they're very good. Paulinho now plays for Fulham, but they lost some of their best players, some of their most crucial players, in fact. And I feel like they might be able to pull off something similar to Marseille, where they would stack up the midfield, but I don't think they could do it as effectively as Marseille, because I think Marseille did have the benefit of having a lot of pretty industrious as well as halfway decent midfielders in Guendouzi or Hair-Doozy, as I think someone said, and Jordan Veretout. And then I think some other player as well. I think it was Garrison, Ronige. Like, they put some decent midfielders in there where I don't really know if Sporting can boast that same sort of depth in midfield. And so I feel like they might be able to, I don't know, we might be able to break the lines of their midfield a bit easier. But they won the league like 2 seasons ago. They won the league like 2 seasons ago, I think. So they certainly have a good manager.
My prediction, I'm just to touch on because Jack touched on the Marseille game now, just to touch back on it. I think without the red card, we'd have beaten by more.
Yeah, see, interesting. That's a wildly different take to how. But I agree with you generally. I think the red card was
game out for that high intensity press, and it just spoiled the game. And going up to Sport in Lisbon, unless something happens in the game like that again, which tilts it or something like that, I think they'll flood the midfield like Chelsea did, because they'll see that as being a bit like they play, how Tuchel set up.
Yeah, I see the same thing happening.
I'm pushing the play out onto the wings, and they'll see that in that game we didn't cope with it very well.
Yeah,
and definitely. I would say probably a low-scoring game. I would love to see Tottenham win 1-0. It could be a 0-0. But like a 0-0 away from home in the Champions League is not a bad result.
Yeah.
As long as you're winning your home games.
Maybe so. I think we want to get that 9. We want to get those 3 out of 3 wins.
What's your score prediction? I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I guess I haven't given one. I would go. I think it's similar. I think I'm with you, Sean. I think did you originally say something similar to Marseille 2-0, 3-0? I think we'll have an easier time against Sporting, but I think it will be 2-0 just because it's away from home still, and who knows, could be a slower game. Something like that.
No, I've gone for either 1-0 Tottenham or 1-0 or 0-0. I've had like a 50,
You've
60
gone,
quid bet.
extra.
I've got I haven't bet on the I haven't bet on the result. I bet on there being less than 3 goals in the game. I put a lot of money on there being less than 3 goals in the game. So I think it's going to be a tight one. Yeah. I hope I'm not. Listen, I'm okay. If we win 4-0, I'm more than happy to lose money if Tottenham smash it. But I just think the game's going to be really tight. And we'll see what happens from there.
Not a bad scenario for Sean there, Rufus. But Rufus, appreciate you coming on, brother. Any final words before we let you go?
No. I hope we're playing Leicester on Saturday. I've got a really bad. Sean's a betting man, and I wouldn't bet on a lot of games going on in London on Saturday just because of policing numbers. Just because the Premier League has come out and said they've allowed the games doesn't.
Do you know what, Rufus? I'm not entirely sure. If I was to go on Betfair, I'd be very surprised if there was a bet on how many games are being played. If there was the bet available, I'd bet on few as well. But I'm not sure that's a bet I can actually participate in. But I agree with you, man.
I would love that we play. I would love that we play Leicester this Saturday because I think we need a game.
Yeah. And we're going to smash Leicester.
I'm missing it. You know, I missed. How do I feel?
How good would it be to be top of the league after 7 games, boys? Top of the
league. I don't want to be going like halfway down the league, always being 3 points behind or something like that. Thinking you've got that game in hand, because that's where it fell off for Arsenal. You know, because it puts a bit of pressure on you sometimes. You know, when other teams have got the results and you start getting later in the season. And I think the City game will be played depending on cup runs. How we do it on our cups, European cups, domestic cups.
Looks like it will be post-World Cup, though, which is plenty of time later.
No. That'll be the end of next season. But Leicester, they won't stay in much really long, so I anticipate that sometime in the new year, maybe if we're lucky.
Yeah. But Rufus,
I would love
appreciate
to
you coming on, brother.
I got to say, it's lovely to meet you again, Sean.
Love you, mate. Love you, mate. I didn't realize I was talking to you on WhatsApp. Now I know who I'm talking to.
Matches name to the beautiful face, and hopefully we get Jacob on Friday. Hopefully Jacob can make a celebrity.
Yeah. I might say he comes over because it'll be buzzing to get on again.
Definitely.
And just say, Richarlison's first goal, I've not celebrated a goal like that since England against Germany.
No, it was major, wasn't it? It was absolutely fantastic. That last
Absolute
week.
limbs.
That just
Love
gives
it.
you an idea how much it meant. And Jacob as well. I mean, there was furniture rocking all over the place.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well,
Come
Rufus, good
on,
to knock.
Spurs.
Come on,
Come on, you
Spurs.
Spurs. Catch you, Rufus. Everybody,
Ruf.
big up our man out in Freiburg. Absolute legend. Rufus is always comes on with a smile, always comes on with a good attitude, I think, as well. Everybody, show him some love in the chat. But, Sean, we have plenty to go through tonight, so we're going to keep on plowing through. And we're moving on to P. Dubs here, who made, I believe, his debut last time out and absolutely smashed it like Harry did tonight. So, P. Dubs, good to have you back here. Good to see you.
What's up, boys? How we doing?
All
Hey,
good
mate.
here. All
How
good.
you doing?
I'm good. Excited.
Where are
wanna
you?
talk
Where
about?
are you in the world?
So I'm in Rhode Island.
Oh, nice, man. I've been there. Randomly, I have been there 3
Gorgeous state.
times. It's such a weird thing to say, but I've been to Rhode Island 3 times. It's a great
You've been
place.
3 times.
Yeah, I lived in New York for like 3 years, and I had to
Okay.
travel up the
Okay.
on the railway up there. So I've been up there.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Nice,
yeah.
lovely little spot. Lovely spot.
It is. It's great. Yeah. Boys, I'm excited for some football. Let's go.
Yeah, it's good to be speaking about it again. Here. But what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the sporting fixture? Do you want to talk about the Leicester, the future? Where are we starting here, P Dubs?
Jump into sporting. We don't have to be too long here. Again, I think again watching their game pretty closely against who's that crap German team with the hamburgers?
Frankfurters. The Frankfurters. Different team, actually. The hamburgers are up north, my man. They're the Frankfurters, so they're actually a bit further south. The hamburgers are up north.
Well, I mean, honestly, they were bad the second half, and they just cut them open. Honestly, we're not going to be as frail defensively as them. Even especially them playing at home, I think that was embarrassing. It was an embarrassing loss for them. But going into Portugal, it shouldn't. Again, like you guys were talking about that Marseille game away, like it's not going to be the same.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I got a lot of friends going to that game tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon, so hopefully there's not going to be any trouble there.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect so.
Sean thinks it will be a tough game. Do you agree with him? Do you disagree with him? He has a slight feeling it might not be so rosy over in Lisbon for us.
I would have said that. And again, like there's a lot of what ifs. And again, like the City game not going ahead, I would have said definitely it would have been tough if we had played the City game. And then honestly, I going into this game, if we had played City, I would have sat Kane today too. I would have sat Kane. I would have sat Kane tomorrow.
Sat him. Yeah,
I would have sat Kane. I would have sat Kane. If
as in rested him, you mean?
Yeah, assuming he played against City, which we all assume he would have played. I mean, now, I just think he's gonna go with the best team. I think Davies plays though. I actually think Longley we're gonna save for Leicester because they're absolute shit. I do think. So
you're saying Longley tomorrow, Davies for Leicester,
or the other way around? I think
the other way.
What is it?
I think
Davies tomorrow, Longley for Leicester.
I think Sporting are far better at the moment than Leicester's playing. So
are you not worried? Are you threatened a little bit? Because I did in my show earlier. I actually made the case for Davies tomorrow purely because I feel like Marcus Edwards is going to play as if you look at him on the formation, he's going to play as the 10 or the 9, whatever. He's going to be the striker, but actually he's going to interchange on the right hand side. He's going to hang on the right. He might find himself central quite a lot, and then you've got Trincao. As well, both of those guys, I feel like are going to give that they like to hang on the right. They're very tricky players. I think that they're going to have, they're going to give whoever plays on the left side of centre back for Tottenham a tougher time. And on that basis, for me, whilst I understand the idea of having Longley kicking the ball and finding its destination, I almost feel like I worry a little bit about Eric Dyer, and I also worry a little bit about Quotesh, the centre back, who's brilliant in the air. I know he's a Sunderland Liverpool reject, but I think he's very good in the air. And on that basis, I don't really want to have Longley necessarily having to compete in the air. I'd rather have Ben Davies alongside Eric Dyer on the left side of the defence. I don't know if that makes sense to you, P.
No, yeah, it does. I mean, again, like I think again, showing at least again, Sporting showed they're clinical. I mean, their 3 goals were great goals. There were 3 great goals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they scored 4 on Saturday against. I think it was like.
Almost feels like they're catching form here now, lads. I
Yeah.
don't know about you guys. Feels like they started off pretty poorly, at least in domestically. They started off pretty poorly, and maybe now they're catching form now.
Yeah,
Sporting, who knows?
again, that's why I think. Again, I think Davies again with the defensive structure that Conte's used to. I think Davies is definitely starting for me, and I think
Interesting.
I do think though Perisic will start on the left.
Same.
You know, just this. I think Sessegnon will come in on the weekend against a real poor.
Yeah, I agree.
Real poor Leicester team. And then I think it's a chalk team apart from that. I know you guys were talking about Son and whatnot. I I think he's Conte's stubborn. I think he's going to play.
Yeah.
I agree with that as well.
Cruel for Kulu. It's cruel. Absolutely cruel. He's done nothing wrong.
Yeah, it is
What do
cruel.
you think of
It is cruel, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's bloody cruel, actually. Like a lot of us are saying, we got to be careful about how we manage Sonny's sensitivity. But if you're managing his sensitivity, it means you're not managing somebody else's. And I feel like Deki is the Kulu, however you want to say it. He's the victim here at the moment.
Yeah.
Played really well, but getting dropped, and I don't like that necessarily.
No, for sure. And honestly, I mean, he comes in obviously off the bench. He'll play great. Obviously, I assume again, if we're winning the game tomorrow, he'll probably just go in for one of the boys. But again, him coming in for win back. I mean, I thought he did great.
Yeah,
I thought he did the other day against.
I thought he changed the game. In fact, I thought Emerson was doing sort of what we know Emerson can do, but in order to really change the game, I think it was actually a smart move by Conte putting him at wing back.
Yeah, I mean, we know Emerson. He just he's got one half of the field down. He's got our half of the field down very, very well. He's a very, very good defender. But just boy, that guy can't do it.
Frustrating
going forward final third or even the final half.
Do you see Conte putting Kulusevski on for that wingback substitution anytime soon again?
Game. I mean, like, do I see us losing it? It's possible we could be down at halftime. It's possible if they come out the blocks well. I mean, we could be down 1-0. I don't see anything more than that. Again, I do agree that it'll be low. I think it'll be low scoring. I do think it'll be low scoring. But again, honestly, like even going into the Marseille game, I was going to be happy with it. I was actually going to be happy with a draw. Because I was, again, just looking at their form, and I was like, very good team. I think they'll come right at us, and they did. But fortunately enough, we got the win there. But with this game, I think again, as long as we don't lose, again, it's great. And then we're flying high with 4 points, and do
you think Leicester, could that be a game where perhaps Brendan Rodgers gets sacked? Because like you said, you even said Sporting will be a tougher team than Leicester City will be, which I don't think Leicester City fans will be happy to hear.
No, poor Leicester. They're really shit. I mean, again, I don't really rate Brendan Rodgers either, but
okay.
I don't really rate him. I think he's okay. I think he's done.
That's a bit overrated. You're thinking?
Yeah, I do think he's a little bit overrated. I think he's done an okay job with all. Again, he did win the they won the FA Cup with them, but again, I just they're at their ceiling now. Like there's nowhere down, but there's nowhere to go. But the owners didn't invest in the squad again. There's their squad again. What are they in massive debt too? They can't they can't buy anybody. Again,
hopefully he hands us 3 points, because I believe under Jose he actually took some points off of us, and in fact I think Leicester won that game or something. They beat us at home, so he has the capability of beating us, but his team looked deflated, and he looks deflated as well. Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, like all the noise seems to come from come out of the camp right now. It's like, oh, Rodgers is going to stay, rah rah rah. We talked with the club. We're staying. We're going to work through this, and it'd be interesting if Spurs put up 9 and they feel the same way. Just like our boy Scotty Parker. Rest his soul over there.
Interesting question here from Brad Matthews. Sean, do you want to? I don't think you need to answer it, but P Dubs, I guess you're forced to. I guess this is why you're on the fan show. You're forced to answer our questions. Brad Matthews saying, "Why is everyone so convinced Son is so sensitive? He'll react badly to begin on the bench." This is an interesting question here from Brad because it's sort of like seen as weirdly conventional wisdom that Sonny would be automatically upset and sensitive to being rested, but perhaps that's not really the case.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I listened to a lot of the channels, Sean. I did watch you this morning. I was following.
Did you? Thanks, man.
Did like the video though. Make sure we smash the like button.
Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate that, bro.
But honestly, like, there are many people who think, people that think Son's world class. And, some people think that, Son's just world class finisher. And then there's other people who think he's just a purple patch player. And I think that's where that comes from. Like, I think, again, there's a, quite a number of people. Again, I do think it's largely non-Spurs fans, but there's still some Spurs fans think that, Son's a purple patch player, streaky player. If he's going through a bad patch, he just keep going through a bad patch. And what about once he starts scoring, then it just keeps going. So, I think that the sensitivity not hurting, making Son feel bad, is definitely drawn from those, from those purple patch.
I think there's a lot of people as well that obviously that frequent our channels, all of the channels, and that are from Korea, and that, like, to those guys, and I understand it, but to those guys, Sonny is, God level status, right? It's like in the UK right now, you can't say about if someone says a bad word about the Queen or anything like that, or the royal family, then there's a lot of people that won't hear about it, right? And I think that it's kind of,
I mean, you're not allowed to comment about Harry Kane's hair on this channel. So,
yeah, on this channel, exactly, right. But I think there's some people with certain topics, like you can't say anything other than good things, and if you say anything other than that, then you're being unreasonable. I think with Sonny, it's a difficult one because I do think that I think a lot of people some people don't like to have their opinions challenged, right? Some people are a little bit scared of putting their voice out there if they're going to get shot down. And I think with Sonny, it's a particular topic where some people are embedded in their certain camp. And I think that, generally speaking, I think more people than you would know would probably agree that Sonny isn't up, like he's not doing enough right now. But in terms of the slice of the people that are actually sharing their opinions, there's probably a disproportionately high amount of people in the background that would suggest that Sonny's not doing enough, but they're afraid to speak out about it because they don't want to be on the receiving end of the the shit show that they're going to get from people that feel strongly on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, I mean that the Korea world tour, the preseason tour was crazy. Like, just judging.
I think that actually took it out of him, B Dupes. I think that was probably a little bit too much for him.
It was crazy. Like, again, you were drawing comparisons with other players. Me being again, I'm a pretty diehard U.S. men's national team fan, and and I frequent a lot of different channels, and there's a lot of Pulisic, slander. There's a lot of it, and again, it's okay. Like, again, we're not gonna get. I'm not gonna get upset about it, and him not playing, it's okay, and
so he's not playing for the men's team right now.
No, he is. I mean, and he's even probably one of the most, influential.
Yeah, he's a big name. Yeah.
Influential, but at the same time, again, like, as an American sports fan, again, like in a Chelsea team, that's they have a lot of different attacking players. I don't expect him to play every game.
Okay, but it's a divisive topic amongst the men's national team followers, right? Whether he should be playing or shouldn't be playing.
There's a lot of people that wanted them to go to loan somewhere.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So exactly right. So you choose any particular player, any particular time, and there's going to be, if you're a legend amongst a certain community and you're just a player amongst another community, then you're gonna get a divisive kind of. I get it. I totally get it, man. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I mean, I think, again, judging by last year, again, I think early in the season so far, especially, I felt like it was really my point was like watching that Southampton game when like Sonny had that chance in the box and Kane was like almost wide open and Sonny was trying to dribble through 3 or 4 players and then, try to score himself. And Kane was just sitting there wide open.
Yeah.
And why didn't you give me the ball? I think it's a lot of that, again, from the Golden Boot hype from last year.
You know what? What you're saying is like there's levels to this, my man. I genuinely think that that Sonny's desire to score has, on some level, meant that at times he should have and could have passed to Kane or Decky and didn't, and then there's frustration, and then the next time that Decky or Kane get the ball and Sonny's free, they don't necessarily pass back to him, and it creates a situation where if you actually look at the average shots blocked for Tottenham over the last 3 or 4 games, we have 17, 18 average shots on goal, and 8 of them on average, 7, 8 of them are block shots. And that, if you actually watch the games and you actually align the shots you're talking about to the stats you see them. It's it seems like it's selfishness that's coming into it. People don't want to pass because they didn't get the pass last time. And I worry, for me, decision making in the front 3 is the difference between us smashing teams 4-5-0 or doing what we're doing right now, which is getting away with results and tough games. For me, I think that it's a really complicated thing to pull apart, to pick the bones out of. But I think Sonny's at the center of it for me, if I'm honest.
Yeah. And again, I remember you saying that block shot, talking about that this morning, and I was like, It's very obvious right now. I mean, we are just I feel like we're lining up with 3 or 4 guys in front of us. It's like, what are you doing? There needs to, the ball movement needs to be a little bit more crisp and whatnot. And or they need to be open. But yeah, let's go game predictions here, and I'll be off.
All right. Well, love it, P-Dubs. I mean, you're efficient, my man.
I wasn't in a hurry, P-Dubs. I love talking to you, my man.
I was gonna say, but I appreciate it. You're very kind.
So I want to make sure
let's start with sporting. Give me that prediction. Give me that score line.
Trash by the time I go downstairs.
I love this guy. I love him. He's awesome.
Again, I don't want to upset Sean's bet, but again, I gotta go 2-1.
That's okay.
2-1. 2-1 Spurs here. And then Leicester, boy, I don't know. I mean, unless they've had they sang Kumbaya at least 5 or 10 times during their latest practice sessions, they're gonna get dumped.
I'm feeling a 5-0.
I thought like Sean that it had gotten pushed to the King Power, and then it's like, okay, that could be actually a problem.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought when I heard that it was going ahead, I thought it was swapped. But if Chris is right and the game is going ahead at Tottenham, then
I
should be comfortable, right?
Yeah, I think if we don't score 4, I think I'd be a little disappointed.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to take you. I like that. I'm going to go and bet on more than 4 goals and see what the line is on that one.
All right, cheers. Thanks so
appreciate you, P-Dubs. Thank you for coming on.
Love you, my man.
Thank you for another brilliant Colin. We'll catch you soon, brother.
Up the Spurs. Come on,
you Spurs.
Cheers, P-Dubs. See you, mate.
Oh, what a legend. He's so nice.
Yeah, lovely guy.
So nice.
Sweetheart of a guy.
He went. What did he say? Score prediction? He said 2-1. And Link has gone for 3-1 here with a very generous super chat. Really appreciate you, Link, and honestly, love your kind of profile pic as well. I think it's very cool. But he's gone 3-1 Sporting. I've gone 2-0. We've heard a 2-1. Sean has said 1-0 or 1-1. We're kind of all over the place, I must say, here with the Sporting kind of result. But then again, no one has gone 3-0, I guess. No one has gone for an absolute humbling of the Lisbon side. But it feels like Spurs fans some are a bit nervous, some are not so nervous. It's kind of not as unanimous as maybe this Leicester game, you would say, Sean.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just basing it on the research I've done and my general thoughts and I've got some fears about the game. I'd love it if I'd happily lose my 40 quid if Link's prediction is correct.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Link.
Big
Well,
up, man. Big up,
Sean will
Linky.
be happy. Sean will be happy with that scoreline you predicted, and I think he'll win no matter what at some stage. But big up, Lincoln. Really appreciate your support. And anybody else, feel free to throw in your questions into those comments and get them in as a super chat as well if you do want them answered right away. But we're going to keep pushing on. People are putting in their score lines 1-2. 5-1 says Philo. 3-0. I've just encouraged people. I've encouraged people to go with the big score lines. They said, "What'd you say, Jack? No one went with the big score line. I'll go with the big score."
You know what? Just so you know, I was about to say fuckers, fellas. Just so you know, I've gone Shift Alt F4. I am screenshotting these bad boys, and I'm gonna keep
hold them accountable, Sean.
Holding them accountable. I've got you, Hollywood. I've got you, Phil. I've got you, Dunkelstalk, and you, Shamu. And Juan and Paul G and Caveman. I've got you all. Let's find out what happens.
Chris says, Caveman, all of you. Faz Radfar says, Roger snubbed Spurs last year. Now could be sacked. Yes, he snubbed the Spurs last year. Now he could be sacked in the Spurs stadium. Not how we probably saw his year going, Faz, certainly. And hopefully, who knows, maybe Graham Potter the following season might get sacked as well. Someone who also snubbed Spurs. Maybe we'll see him sacked
Jack,
one day.
What would be the odds? What do you reckon the odds would be on the same club sacking two managers in the same season? Because I think Graham Bowley's a sort of lunatic that would potentially do that. If he sacked Tuchel after spending 250 million quid on Tuchel's signings, the players that Tuchel wanted, and then sacks him after 6 games. If Potter comes in and if he doesn't work, if they're like, if by any chance Potter struggles and they're like 10th by February, I wouldn't be surprised to see Todd Bowler say, "Nah, that's not a mistake. Get out." What would be the odds on 2 sackings in one season for the same club? 50-1? Don't know.
I would have no idea. But the way you've just described them makes me think of them as like basically a top 4 Watford. By the looks of things, we'll see how that works out for them. Let's see how it goes for them. Maybe it works. Who knows?
Yeah.
Big up, Faz. But yeah, Roger's going to get sacked in London, as we were singing earlier. Faz, you probably earlier. He's going to get sacked in the morning, and he's getting sacked in London. Bobby K says 6-0 Dyer hat trick incoming. Big up, Big K as well. He's given the Dyer hat trick, but again, don't want Moondog seeing that. He's supposed to be putting his bets on Højbjerg. Don't tempt him, Mr. K. Don't tempt him. But we're going to keep moving on to our next guest. And I think it's another debut here. And I'm absolutely loving it. And we're going to keep powering through here. And it's going to be Mark. I could be mistaken. Maybe it is a debut, but it might not be. But still looking forward to the conversation. Mark, good to see you. Or no, it's
my
not.
My debut must have been terrible if you don't even remember.
No, we spoke before because you were on such a tiny screen. Because there were like 12 people in the beginning. You were tiny.
That's
and I now
okay.
recognize your face.
You.
I recognize your face.
I forgive you.
Appreciate the forgiveness.
How are you?
What are we talking about?
I'm doing well. I don't know. I think everyone stole on my thunder. We're just gonna come on and bash Sun for 30 minutes.
Let me ask you, what's that shirt you're wearing?
Boca Juniors.
Boca Junior. Yeah.
Wow, love that.
I get a jersey for all the cities I go to. So,
nice.
Got a rep Buenos Aires. So, yeah.
Nice. You don't have to get attention by sacking Sun or slacking him off or anything. Don't worry.
I think I'll just say he obviously hasn't been in good form. He's been close on his shots for a few of them. He's hit the crossbar. He was like 2 inches over the crossbar on one of his shots. He's been close. He hasn't been terrible, but
getting better.
His corners, his services have been horrible, and I think he's just forcing everywhere.
I agree
and
with
it's
what you're
just I thinking back to last season, at the beginning of last season when Kane was off. I can't remember, but it feels like he was servicing Son, and he was just trying to get into form as good as he can by doing anything he could, and his passing through that became amazing. I mean, there were games when we didn't have any shots, but he wasn't trying to. His forcing of the game wasn't bleeding everywhere. Son, this season, it feels like he's just forcing, and he's not connecting with Kane. He doesn't have that connection that he had at the end of last season, but I think he'll get to it. It'll come. If it
I know what you
takes
mean.
a benching to get there, great. But it was interesting. Conte's press conference must have been this morning. He mentioned that the City game being canceled changed who he was going to play up front for this game. So I wonder if he was originally going to bench Son for this game in anticipation or following the City game, play him in City, bench him, and give him a rest. It'll be interesting to see what changed, or who knows if we'll even know. But I think his form will come.
Do you think with Sonny, it's that he's playing a different role? Like he's being asked to sort of, I think, hold up the ball a bit more. In fact, he's not always running in behind by the looks of things. He's asked to drop deep sometimes.
Yeah, and Kane's, first touch and service hasn't been where it was at the end of last season either. He's not been bad, but it has. I mean, he was stellar. He was incredible at the end of last season. Every ball that came off his foot was in the perfect position for Son to finish, and it hasn't been that way this season.
I make you right about Kane, Mark. I also think that I've said this before at least on my channel, maybe 100 times. I actually got called out when I did my show earlier. Someone called me that I need to, if I don't stop saying the word distortion, then they're gonna start calling me Distortion Sean, because I do think that the style of play hasn't suited Sonny. I think Sonny's been the victim of a contortion. I'm going to stop saying distortion. I'll say contortion. a twist in the system when we've had Sanchez and Emerson on the right side of our defense that just are not good going forward, not good with the ball. There's been so much emphasis pushing the ball down the left. And if you actually look at the stats, you look at the minutes and the heat maps, all that stuff, you see that, our left-sided centre-back, whether it's Longley or whether it's Ben Davies, their average position is like 25 yards further up the pitch than our right-sided centre-back is. And the left-sided wing-back is an extra 15, 20 yards further up the pitch into the opposition's half than the right side is. And as a consequence of that, if you've got Sessegnon or Perisic that is literally in Sonny's position on an average spot, what does that mean for Sonny? It means that A, he has to come more central, and B, it means that the opposition are going to naturally, when they don't have the ball, they're going to get pushed that way. And so as a consequence, I know that Sonny's confidence is low, but I think that we need to give him a little bit of a breather and say, you don't have the same spaces that you used to do. And you're not someone that can play in a tight place. The best version of Sonny is someone that has 15 yards of gap to run into. And so I don't know I'm sorry, Mark, I'm rambling here, mate, but I wanted to hear your thoughts on whether or not you think that part of the reason for Sonny's struggles this season isn't just because Sonny isn't playing fantastically well, but maybe it's because the rest of the team's situation is forcing him into a world that he's not used to playing in.
Yeah, and it could just take time for him to get settled into that new system. But like you said, I mean, with Perisic going down the left-hand side, I mean, the service that he gets, the drive that he gets into the box, it obviously eats up a lot of the opportunity that Son probably got going down that side as the front attack. And who knows I haven't seen him, he's not great in the air, but he also has service coming from Emerson. So he doesn't really have the opportunity to be great in the air. And maybe that's a skill he'll develop. But I mean, if you imagine putting Perisic on the right-hand side and getting the service into Kane and Son from Emerson's side, I mean, that
could create all sorts of mischievousness, couldn't it? Or you could even make the argument, maybe, I know no one would dare speak of it, but maybe that Sonny could play on the right. Right? We know that he's just as good with his left foot as he is with his right foot, but we just never seen him with any amount of minutes on the right-hand side. But there's a chance. I don't understand why that hasn't been investigated yet, at least on the training ground.
Give Kane a break and play him up top. And put Richarlison and Decky up there and see if he can, when you're in that top position, you can force the shot. You can try and, what he's been trying to do for the last 6 games. So put him up top and let him force the ball. See if he can, find his form again.
Yeah, definitely. Sonny, somebody that you would consider resting for Sporting, or do you rest him for Leicester? Do you rest him for both? Where do you see it?
I may rest him for Sporting, and hopefully he can find his form after a nice, a week, basically a week break, probably over a week now, and see if he can, find his form against a lesser team that is not good right now, and very demotivated. So if it were my choice, I'd probably rest him for Sporting.
Might be easier for him to score against Leicester, you would say. In fact, easier to get that 5-0, that 6-0.
Yeah, the Sporting defense, I think you guys called it out earlier, but the Sporting defense is good. It's tough. They got some experienced players back there.
Are you
I think
kind
the
of
other
in
interesting thing, sorry to change subjects. The other thing I've kind of been noticing, Betancourt has been not playing as progressively as he did at the end of last season. He's been pulling the ball back and stopping play consistently, and I'm not sure if that's part of the tactic. But I think I saw a graphic earlier today on Twitter of Højbjerg as like one of the most progressive passers in the Premier League, and Betancourt, I don't have any statistics to back it up, but it feels visually that he's just like pulling the ball back and going backwards way more than he did last year. Yeah. And I know we're trying to work Basuma back into form. He's only been playing for like 10 minutes, but that position concerns me a bit because he's not looked great. Basuma has looked terrible.
Yeah, bad.
Lazy
he hasn't
slow.
settled. Hasn't settled very well at all.
So that's another position where last year we were very progressive, making all sorts of forward passes, and maybe that's all connected. And Son's not getting the opportunities because we're not as clean as we were at the end of last year.
Interesting.
I feel like Højbjerg is.
You said I feel like Højbjerg is probably the one that I can recall from the midfield that sort of has been maybe spraying, the passes or a bit more progressively, kind of like you said, or at least playing the passes a bit more forward. Is it because Betancourt is under pressure a bit more, or is it because he doesn't have as much time on the ball? What is it? Is it hard to tell right now? It's an interesting point you make.
It's hard to tell. It's felt like he's had space to do things. It's felt like our spacing has been well. To me, when I'm watching, I feel like he can, make a quick turn like he does and go forward. But he's making quick turns and going backwards. And again, it might be from the system. If we want more, if we want shifting and we want to go through that back line and get the ball, it's just like with Loris's distribution. I hate going backwards because it's so dramatic. And it gives me a heart attack every time. But I think.
What do you make of this theory? Betancourt is a home player. Watch the games closely, and he performs actually better at home. Is that maybe a trend you hadn't thought about maybe before? Perhaps he's actually better at home.
Yeah, maybe. And if that's the case, then Basuma better be the person who, once he's on form, he's playing every road game. But I will be. I'm excited to see Skip back in the team. I'm excited to see Basuma back in form because our play does really run through the middle. Kane, when he drops back and that first touch is on, the distribution goes wide, it goes up to the corners, and then we're off and running. And it doesn't feel like we're there right now. And I don't know if it's just because we're tired, if we're working new players into the system. Is it that our finishing isn't there? I'm not sure.
I don't have a good answer either. Something that is interesting they brought up. What I would say is Betancourt, by the looks of things, seems to receive the ball under pressure, maybe a bit more than Højbjerg does. So it's harder for him to play those progressive passes. He has those lovely tight feet, Betancourt. But when I do think about it, I think you're onto something. Doesn't exactly play the incisive sort of passes in the way that maybe other midfielders might. He's probably good. Maybe what he is so good at is just being a calm, cool, collected player under a bit of pressure. And that's maybe what we like about him. But he doesn't break the lines in the ways that
he has the potential. He did it. He did it. He has the potential. I mean, and especially when we're playing Longley, who distributes the ball extremely well. I mean, that left-hand side between Longley and Perisic, I mean, it's stupid how good we are coming down the left-hand side. The right-hand side, again, maybe it's he sees ghosts over there and he sees Emerson and he's like, no, I'm turning around. I'm going to the left. And then there's a defender there. So maybe there's some, defensive tactics that people are deploying against him to try and hold up play. But I'm not like scared. I think for where we are in the Premier League table, where we are in Champions League, we're not playing well, really. We don't look like we did last year.
You don't think we're playing well? Or do you not think we're playing sexy? Is that the difference?
Maybe it's that we're not playing sexy, but I feel like we spend 55, 65 minutes of a lot of games working ourselves into putting pressure on the teams. And then we finally get a good cross or we finally get one through ball. And with the finishing that we do have, with Kane and typically Son, that works. But when one of them's off, it doesn't. Yeah. We could be dominating teams. We could be putting, 5, 6 goals in the net.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I think that for me personally, I think that the gap in Tottenham at the moment between having a fan base that is tolerating, I think a lot of people in the fan base are like, well, we're winning, so I'm okay. But the second that we're not going to win, I'm going to sharpen my knives and pull them out, is because we're not playing good football. And we're also, in their minds, giving up opportunities and looking like we could concede too many times and then really not doing enough. I think for me personally, I think you're always going to have moments where you could concede, right? But we restrict them to few and far between. For me, I think the gap, a lot of people want to throw mud towards, the fact that we've got Dyer and Davies still on the pitch. I've said this a million times. I think if Dyer and Davies were still in our team, but they had different names on their shirt and they looked slightly different in the face, but they were the same players, we'd be much more happy. It's just because the fact that these players have played with us for 7 years that there's like some recency bias. Like we haven't refreshed those names, and therefore, and because over a period ago that they weren't that great, but now they're actually performing really well. For me, the biggest problem for us this season, why we're not smashing teams 4 or 5-0 rather than just doing it 2-0, which shouldn't be a problem anyway. But the fact we're doing it 2 rather than 4, it for me is because the best part of our team, which is our forward line, Mark, are having decision-making crises, right? When you see Sonny against Marseille drive the ball twice. He's got the ball at his feet and he runs 35, 40 yards and he's got 3 players to choose from, and he ends up not choosing any. And the person who's trying to mark him and running backwards ends up putting a foot out and takes it off his foot. You see Kulusevski come on and make bad decisions. You see Kane making bad decisions, running around, sloppy, turns the ball on his foot, has a shot on goal, even though he knows the guy's right behind him. To me, I think it's the front 3, whoever the front 3 are, and I'm not throwing it just at Sonny, but whoever the front 3 are, that there's bad decision-making. Everybody else on the team, I think, should get a bigger pass than they're getting, and there should be a little bit more focus on some of the guys at the front. But I think that there's a recency bias with Tottenham fans who like to focus on certain other areas that we haven't replaced, centre backs or whatever, and that's where they like to choose to focus their anguish or their frustration. But I don't know. I've been ranting for 2 minutes, and it's your time, Mark. So I'm sorry.
I think I think the dangerous thing though, right, is when we're only beating teams 1-0 or 2-0 or even 2-1. When they're close games and your bad traits are bad decision making, then it can very easily become 1-1, 2-2 games, and then you're dropping points. Like that is something we need to fix right away. And I agree with you. I think Dyer and Davies get a lot of flack from the fan base. And if the situation we have now with Davies and Longley, where we have like good options. Longley has been great. I hope he stays great. And Davies is a solid backup for him. If you had that situation for Dyer, maybe the hate wouldn't be as much as it is. But he's our only option right now.
Yeah, I agree. But I just think that if Dyer's name was if he looked different, and this season it was not, rather than Dyer it was Dior, and if it rather than Davies it was like Bravage or something else, right? And they were exactly the same players that were coming in, and it was their first season, and we could see, or they came in January, and we were looking at the centre at the defence, and we thought, oh, we've only conceded 9 goals in 15, 17 games, whatever the ridiculous stat is.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone would be like, we got the best defense in the Premier League. It's insane. But because we've got the same players we've had for the last 9 years, everyone's like, no, it's a ticking time bomb. It can't carry on. It can't possibly carry on. And for me, I just think everyone needs to like get rid of that recency bias and focus on the fact that they're doing a good job, right? Like pay some respect,
totally.
you know.
And I don't think that they're playing bad. I just think that they're good, okay right now, and we can be playing great. Son turns it on. Emerson learns how to cross the ball. We could be great, and it's. I'm excited to see it turn on. And
what's your thoughts for tomorrow night? Though? Are you worried? Are you worried about Marcus Edwards? We haven't spoken much about tomorrow night. Are you worried about Marcus Edwards doing one over on Tottenham?
I think I from what I hear, he's small. I don't know too much about him, but he's small and fast. My hope is that Romero can rough him up a little bit and scare him.
That'd be nice.
And yeah, between him and Dyer and even Højbjerg and Betancourt, we can rough them up. And I am not usually like this, but I'm eerily calm about tomorrow. So I'm thinking 3-0 sounds really well. Sounds really good to me.
I would love. I think a 3-0 is exactly what we need. Probably, in fact, would probably relieve some of those tensions that you're kind of feeling in some games. And it sounds like you're not enjoying those 1-0 and 2-0s, nor should you, because I think a 1-0 never feels good, even when we're playing well. And in fact, we've played really well and only been 1-0 up or still 0-0. So I know exactly what you're saying. It's been nerve-wracking a lot of these games.
Yeah, I'm in
Mark,
California,
would you be okay?
So my 7 a.m. wake ups, my 7 a.m. Heart attacks aren't good for the rest of the day.
You're not enjoying them so far.
Mark, would you be okay if it was 2-0 and we got a penalty in the 94th minute to make it 3-0, but it was a fantastic save so that I could make some money on the bet? Because I've bet for less than 3 goals. We're okay with that?
That's fine. Yeah, we're good.
Nice one, Marky. Nice one.
And it's not Eric Dyer, it's Eric Dior. So hopefully we'll find him. We'll see Dior tomorrow. Any final? I put your Twitter in the chat there, Mark. But any final thoughts on Spurs or anything that none of us asked you that you wanted to get off your chest?
No, I think we covered it. I'm excited for tomorrow, and I'm excited for the whole week because I think I'd love to see another coach get sacked on our court.
Especially in our stadium. Such a beautiful stadium to get sacked.
Sick bastard. I love that.
Well, I put your Twitter in there one more time, Mark. So, and I followed you as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on the Twitter sphere. But big yourself up, my man, and a really good conversation. Catch you soon, brother.
See you, bro.
Come on, you Spurs. See you soon, Mark. Everybody show Mark some love. Great guy. I really enjoyed that. Really nice guy as well. Everybody show him some love with that Twitter account. But we're going to keep plowing on here. We're going to keep moving on to Kyle Kane Kulusevski Vineyard, and maybe a Perisic thrown in there. Who knows? I don't have enough space to be able to see, but it's KPV time. Whoa, there's a Richarlison thrown in there. That's his front three, everybody. Looks like you're dropping Son, KPV.
Yeah, I'm dropping him. Yeah.
What's happening, KPV? How are you, my man?
Not a lot. Just been busy all week. No football to watch over the weekend, so a bit annoying because Her Majesty would have loved the football to continue. She was the mother of this sport, so I want to say rest easy. And yeah, she'll be missed. Nice. But a couple of things I need to get off my chest is one person I need to call out, Travis Sinclair on Twitter. You probably saw his tweet about the Queen saying something bad, like why would they just want to mourn or something? But inappropriate tweet should be sacked by Talk Sport for posting a bad tweet. Why would he tweet something bad like that? You probably all saw it. Sean?
Kyle, I think
I
keep
saw
it
it,
about
mate.
Spurs though. I appreciate
Yeah.
what you said, Kyle, but we'll keep it about Spurs, my man.
I know, but I just don't want to get it off my chest because that annoyed.
Feel free. I feel you, my man. What else did you want to say? You said you had a few things to get off your chest. So what's next?
I can't go to the Spurs Leicester game because tickets got sold out in August, so that's a shock. But I'm definitely going to the Frankfurt one, October the 12th, and then I'm going to Newcastle on the 22nd of October. So a couple of 2 home games to be excited for. And my birthday's next Wednesday.
Hey!
How
old are you going to be? How old are you going to be?
The number that no one wears for Spurs, 26. 26 is available. Give me the number. Give me the number, Conte. Give me the number. I'll wear it. I'm 26. So hopefully we can beat Leicester. Hopefully we can get 2 wins tomorrow in Lisbon. Benetton better be careful. They better stay away from whatever there is. So I'm excited for tomorrow. Another Richarlison brace, 4 goals. And he's on fire. So another brace.
He's undroppable by the looks of things, right? Richie is undroppable.
Richarlison, he's unstoppable. He's a beast. He's on fire. So
the unstoppable, undroppable.
Would you do you want to see the front 3 of tomorrow of Kane, Kulu, and Richie? We haven't seen that dynamic trio yet in one sitting. We haven't seen them start the game. KPV, is it time?
It's time.
It's time!
It's time, boys. It's time to start that front 3, and that's what they want. I've been seeing it on Twitter. They want to start. They want that front 3 to start. Kane, Kulu, Richie. I think it's time. We give Sonny a rest. For Leicester, they're Kane's favourite opponent, and we all know he loves the goal in that game. So I think.
Well, wait. Are you talking about Leicester? What about Sporting? What about tomorrow?
I know. I just mentioned Sporting as well.
Well, who do you want to see? It's time for that 3 against which team? Are you saying Leicester or are you saying Sporting? Come on, KPV, be specific.
Can't waste Annette's time.
For the Kane, Kulu, Richie starting lineup against Sporting.
Sporting! Now we're talking!
Sporting!
Yes, KPV, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I think I'm up for it. I'm up. I don't know whether Conte's up for it. I think Conte's going to keep it as it was, but I'm okay with your take on this one.
It's the Eric Dyer derby.
It is,
It is the Eric Dyer derby.
Yeah, because he was actually born in Portugal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
what do you made of Eric Dyer's been brought up a lot today, KPV. A lot of people have been defending Eric Dyer, thinking maybe he deserves a bit more respect. Do you think he's more Eric Dior than Eric Dyer?
I'll probably say he's more Eric Dior than Eric Dyer, but Bobby K loves him. Bobby K says Eric Dyer, brace or hat-trick can come in, so another goal from Eric Dyer. He's already scored against Southampton, so why not another Eric Dior goal? So derby. Yes,
Moondog's in the house. I saw him a little while ago doing a super chat, so he's around. Moondog, let us know. Let KPV know. Is it time to put your £5 back on Eric Dior for the Dior derby? Is it time? It's time.
It's time. Good indeed. 3-0. Big up, Moondog. Yeah. So it's time for that front 3 to start tomorrow.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I think Eric Dyer came to replace Marcus Edwards, and Marcus Edwards replaced Eric Dyer. So, they basically replaced each other at the clubs they played for. So, it's that way. So, but I'm not worried about Marcus Edwards because He's Tottenham through and through. Yet he will never join the other team in London, so there's no chance. But yeah, he loves Tottenham, and yeah, I think he'll score. But I want a clean sheet again. Another clean sheet would be nice. Then
Maybe
yeah,
we'll let him hit the post or something like that. Let him hit the woodwork.
let him hit the
I
post.
feel like he threatened us or
Yeah,
something. We'll let him have a good game, but maybe
let
not
him have a
score.
good game.
Moondog saying good evening, 3-0 to us, no
No
problem.
Yes,
Lots
Moondog.
of Eric Dior predictions by the looks of things, Moondog. I would say though, don't be tempted. Stick with Højbjerg. I think you should stick with Højbjerg. The man has been getting the goals this season.
As I've been talking this evening, I put a cheeky £5 bet on Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, not to score first, but to score, and Tottenham to win 2-1. I've hedged my bets a little bit. Specific score, specific scorer, and I got 42-1. So I had a fiver on it. So we'll see if that brings
I thought
you
you were about to
200
say
quid.
a dire bet, and I said, Sean, we're trying to get Moondog away from the.
No, it's Højbjerg. I've got the Højbjerg. I'm a Højbjerg.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Smart. Yeah. So
what do you think of Højbjerg scoring the goals? Actually, speaking of which, KPV scoring more goals than we probably expected by now.
Yeah, he's been scoring. I think he scored 2 this season? Chelsea and Fulham, right?
Fulham, yeah.
Yeah. He scored 5 or 6 goals for us. He scored them in 2021. Now he's doing it in 2022. What more could you ask for?
He stepped up. He stepped up.
Yeah, and maybe he'll score at the weekend as well tomorrow. Maybe a couple more from him. And who says he can't reach 15? Imagine him reaching 15.
No one says he can't reach 15.
Most people would say no. Just before you said that, in my head, I was going to ask you, KPV, what's a good bet? Are we saying like more than 8 goals, more than 9 goals? And you've gone straight in with a 15. That's, wowzers.
The same with Kulu and Richarlison. Those 3 are getting 15 goals. You heard it here first. Richarlison, Kulu, and Højbjerg get 15 goals. Then I think that's a successful season, and I want to win this competition because I just want to win the Champions League because everyone wants it. The fans would love it. Kane and Son and everyone wants it. Conte has won it before. That was with Juventus in '96 as a player, but never as a manager. So maybe he can end our trophy drought this season because his record is not good. But let's win. Let's go all the way and win it. Then I'll be at the front of that parade. If we win the 3 cup trophies, I'll be at the front of that parade. Domestic treble. It's a domestic treble, not the treble. Domestic, as people call it. So, yeah, if we can win those 3, then I'll be happy. Then he's a legend already, Conte. Winning them 3, he'll probably be the best.
If he wins one of them, he's a legend. He'll be a legend. We haven't won shit for 15 years, have we? So,
and with the way that Man City will probably be this season, I imagine they'll be able to. I don't know, like they could run away with the league. Then those domestic trophies become even harder coming up against them. It's a tough one. But if he grabs just one, KPV, we'll be seeing you in the front of the line. We'll be seeing you at the front of the bus.
This is the one I want. Champions League is the one. Then if he wins this, then I think he is the best manager we've had. But no one can deny the Argentine known as Poch done a great job. Champions League final and done a great job, and he said he will come back to win us the league, which is hopefully he will. Maybe once Conte is gone, but that's not going to happen until we win something. He said he has unfinished business, but we've got to wait until Conte's won us something, and then who knows? We can maybe have him as an assistant and then the manager. Everyone's got to be patient. And everyone's got to be patient with that because he is probably a great manager we've had. But we've got this man who knows how to win. And I want this competition more than the others. But I know Brian Daigle's probably going to say he wants the FA Cup or Carabao Cup, which I don't mind, but I want this big competition. You want to win the big trophies, and this is the one. So if you want to win a Champions League, give me a hell yeah, everybody in the chat.
Hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
Dunkel Z Torque saying, I say 10 plus goals for Højbjerg in all comps and 8 in the Premier League. That
Wow.
would be
Nah,
insane.
15, man. Sorry, 15.
You're not thinking big enough, Dunkel. You're not thinking big enough. KPV wants 15.
I want
Absolutely
15,
love it.
man. Because
And
that's Dyer's number. Dyer's got 15, but I don't think Dyer would get 15. He'll only get about at least, say, 8 or 9, let's be honest. 9 for Dyer would be nice.
you've
And
gone at least 8 hell yeahs already, Kyle. So apparently people are with you. You've gotten at least 8 of them so far. The people have spoken. Moondog says, decisions. I fancy Perisic to score. Looking forward to him
it's your
scoring.
turn, mate. Perisic has scored goals.
I've had a bet on him to get get an assist in that. I think it was one of those like large bets I put on, like a couple of quid where you got to find like 150 to 1, and Perisic was part of it. If he gets an assist tomorrow, I'm celebrating extra loud KPV. Extra loud KPV.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
That's far. That's what I'll be saying. If he scores, if he gets an assist in the 7th minute, and I'm like, boys, I got some money coming, but I haven't got it yet. But thus far, I'm on track.
I love this. Yeah. So, all right, I'm off to listen to Who Let the Dogs Out. David did. Yeah. David did. Yeah. So, all right. And, yeah, so I'm off to listen to Who Let the Dogs Out. And
man.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
We'll see
Big
you
up,
tomorrow,
KPV. See you tomorrow, mate.
Legend. We'll see you soon, brother. I'll be seeing the dogs let out tomorrow by yourself and Conte. Big up, my man. We'll see you soon. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Gotcha, brother. See you soon.
Love him.
What a
Love
legend.
him.
What a legend.
Legend.
Been met with, I think, 3 in a row. Just absolutely lovely blokes, I must say. So hopefully we can keep that going. We've gotten so many hell yeahs from the chat here. So, Kyle, the people have spoken. And Moondog, really appreciate it. And I actually want to see Perisic score because I think that's what we've been kind of looking forward to, is seeing a wingback that not only can get into the right areas, but perhaps has a bit of a goal threat in him, not even just, that delivery, a bit of that goal threat as well. So looking forward to him being a bit more of a goal threat, but big yourself up. We're going to keep going, Sean. I think we have, let's see, by the looks of it. Ooh, actually, a bit of a surprise guest here. And here he is. There he is. Now I can put him on screen. Mr. Bobby K is making an appearance on the Fan Show. Long time no see on the Fan Show. Good to see you, Bobby.
Great to see you guys, and that's all I was thinking, Jack. I saw you boys on, and I was like, how can I not go say hello to my friends? It's been a long time. How are you, boys?
You're doing good
well,
all
mate.
here, my
well,
man.
How
All
you
good
doing,
over
bro?
here.
I'm well,
What
man.
do we
I
want
can't
to talk
complain.
about?
What do we want to talk about? First off, the big dog is in the house. Moondog, put your bet on Dyer, buddy. I'm telling you right now. Dyer free kick incoming. You're going to see a Conte masterclass tomorrow. He's going to finally take Kane off the free kicks. He says, all right, Harry. It's all right. Leave it, Eric. And you're going to see, boom! 35 yarder. It's coming.
How
So, Sean, let me leave it. Just let me leave the dream. Live the dream with me, Sean. Live the dream. Don't go into reality. Stay in dream world with me, Johnny. Johnny.
It was just the noise. It was the noise.
Dreamland, baby. Come on.
It was that sucky noise.
That's because he's gonna contest. That's what he's gonna do when he runs on the field and sees Dyer and starts kissing him.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm honestly, we got to weigh the factor that Conte's record in Europe, blah blah blah. Well, we can only hope for better things, right? And then we weigh the fact that he's had the week to rest the team and prepare them. So let's go in there. Let's see what we can do over there. And like you said, it's the Dyer Derby day tomorrow, and you know who loves Dyer in this house, baby. So
they're sleepless.
Yeah. Oh,
speaking of which, how has the Bobby K family not come up with Eric Dior before? I feel like you guys are thinking of good Eric Dyer nicknames all the time. Why haven't we heard Dior yet?
Because I don't know if you know this, Jack, and I'm surprised you don't. Being in New York, there was actually no. You're way younger than I am. That's why. So back in the day, that's not that far back in the day. There was actually a gangster rapper from your neck of the woods named Eric Dior.
Really?
Yeah, dude, and he does not sing about really nice stuff. So,
Oh, never mind then. Never mind then. Well,
that's why. Yeah,
we
that's
can
why when I was like, I wonder which one there is. I was like, and then I just out of curiosity was looking at. I found an author. So I was like, okay, we'll pretend it's not Eric Dior instead, Ben.
You might take this as good news. I'll take this as scary news here. Moondog has said, fuck it, the Dyer bet is back on.
If you lose, don't blame me, though. That's all I ask.
I feel like this is exactly what it's like. Moondog is, going back to the devil here, though. It's like he's gone back to what burned him. I'm a little worried here. But can you give him some motivation? Because I must be honest, he's burned him in the past. Eric Dyer has. Bobby, tell him it will be different this time.
Moondog, tomorrow's the day, my friend. Tomorrow is the day. Circle the date on your calendar. Get your red pen. It's the only time you're allowed to use red. Circle it, baby, because you want that day to shine and show you the day you won that big bet that you put on Dyer when he scored against Sporting, when he returned home to show them, what he has and what he's become now. And I think that's about as far as I'm going to go in terms of how great Dyer is, because we're getting a little bit too far in dream world here. He's been solid, though, guys. At the end of the day, he has been solid.
Great player.
I know Sean's going to say, he still turns his back, and he does, and he still makes mistakes, but even the best defenders make mistakes.
One thing you never hear, but you never hear me criticize Eric Dyer. I think not as much as anybody else. I give the guy credit where it's due. I think he's a really solid centre back.
He's been good for us this year.
Yeah, he's been good for us for many years. I think he doesn't get the credit he deserves. Ever.
Well, he makes mistakes, and I think he's solid for us. We could obviously. I don't think any of us would say no to an upgrade. Let's be honest. If
Sean's eating at that big K household.
Oh man, the door's always open. He doesn't have to do dire praise to get into this house, man. You know that. You guys are always welcome over here, man. That's it. Door's open for you, fellas.
I'm gonna go to the wee boys. We're back in 2 seconds.
No worries.
Do your thing. See, got that excited. See, talking about Dyer. See, gets people excited. Get behind him, guys. Get behind him.
It's getting ready for the dinner invitation. But you were saying, sorry.
The big one I want to see tomorrow is I was thinking about. I know you've touched on this a lot with the guests you've had on over the last little while. You guys have been going for a while, man, and everybody's talking about the front three, who they want to see, and everything. I'm going to make it really simple, folks. Very, very simple. Here's my three. It's very simple. Richie. Put him in there. Put him in. How can you not put him in? I've been screaming for him not screaming for him, but saying I'd like to see this guy rotated into the squad back from the Forest game. And even then, you know what I mean, to keep Sonny fresh for the West Ham game, because that's where we know he's done well. So I was hoping if we'd done that, Sonny would have come out, and that's the game. He always likes to score against West Ham, so he would have been rejuvenated, rested, and it would have kind of started the rotation process that was going to start with the games coming as well. And that would have been a good point to kind of get the ball rolling and starting this rotation process through the players and everything like that. But it didn't happen, and we are where we are, and Sonny still hasn't scored, unfortunately, and Richie smacked those two balls in with his head the way he did. And
glorious finishes with the noggin.
Oh, amazing. But to me, Jack, as a father, the best part of those two goals was his celebration at the end with his folks, man. That was I don't care who you are. If that didn't tug at your heartstrings, man, you got issues. Because that was just awesome to see. You could see how much it meant to him. And if we can get players like that in that actually care about the game like that, could you imagine if Ndombele had 10% of that with his skill that he has? Could you imagine if he had 10% of that fucking heart, Jack, what the guy could possibly accomplish and what he could be for us? We wouldn't be screaming. We wouldn't have half the fan base saying, oh, we need a cam. We need to get somebody in there, We'd be set. We don't need a number 10. We're good. We'd have him actually doing his job.
Is that the secret behind maybe Richie's strong start this campaign? Is that sort of heart? Is that sort of passion? Is that why he started off so strongly? Because maybe some other players, they take a while, to embed in.
I think there's a few factors behind that. The fact that he's already played in the EPL, he's used to a lot of the players. He's played. A lot of these guys have defended him already. He knows who he can get away with what kind of thing with certain guys and everything, and what way style suits him. Now, obviously, he's got to change that because he's not with Everton. He's got better quality around him now. The systems are different. The play styles are different and everything. But I would attribute his desire into pretty much anything you do in life, because if you go into anything and you go in there, nice one, Kyle, and happy early birthday, brother. If you go into anything wholeheartedly and put yourself into something, if you're even trying to just come up with a solution to a problem, if you put yourself into it, your results are going to be better than obviously somebody that goes into kind of, I don't know if I'm going to do this or I'm going to figure this out. Yeah. So heart and desire are major, major things to me, in especially in football, because we've seen the fact that we've been lacking that. And here we are clearing out players that we had listed as high quality players. We thought their level of play was great, but then we see their desire is not where we want it to be for our club. So now we've got to get rid of them.
You mean.
So here we are in FIFA, they're rated 85. All right, great. Yeah, we got this guy on our team. But in reality, he should be rated more than a 70 because he's got no heart.
I know what you mean.
So heart makes a big difference, man.
Do you think players like it's been brought up before that Harry Kane seems to really enjoy, actually, exactly what you've been talking about, players that are in the squad that like to be competing for spots. He seems to be enjoying the fact that there are people that are, going for his spot, going for Sonny's spot. Do you feel like players like Kane and whatnot might be playing better than they did maybe under Pochettino because of that sort of passion and heart that you're sort of talking about? Maybe that wasn't there as much under Pochettino.
You see players around you care. You see people make an effort around you. How can you not make an effort? That's why we always credit Harry Kane, because we see he makes the effort. He leads by example. And that's why so many people scream for him to be the captain on the field instead of Lloris all the way from the back, because he leads by example with the effort that he puts in. So if you're surrounded by that, people that are actually working, they start fighting for each other. If you know the guy beside you is going to cover that gap if you make a mistake, then it gives you the opportunity to play a little bit more comfortable football out there.
Yeah.
You're not scared. You're not nervous. You're not worrying that you're Højbjerg and I've got fucking Winks playing beside me. And now not only do I got to cover my position and his position, but I've got to go pretty much pick him up and throw him on my back and carry him around the whole game as well. So when you don't have that belief in the guy beside you, then it's going to hurt your game, obviously. So if you know that the guy beside you is going to put in some heart, he's going to put in that tackle, he's going to get in there, he's going to run the fuck back and chase the guy down and try to get the tackle in and get the ball back after he loses it. Like we even saw Lingard do it at Forest against us. I was shocked to see it. Fucking Jesse Lingard's making runs back all of a sudden.
He's a good player.
But that's what we were just talking about, Sean. What a difference.
I think Tottenham could have signed him.
Effort. But I'm just saying it just comes out he made the effort. You know what I mean? Like I'm not talking about
a skill
level player. I'm just talking about the heart of a player. And if you want to see anybody come out there, you got to come out with some heart out there. You know what I mean? And we're showing that now, and it's so good. This is why I honestly forget the skill level we're going to talk about with Richie and what he's brought on the field. Shit like that he's brought, behind the scenes. We're seeing as.
So are you saying Richie has the most heart of any Tottenham player?
I never said that, but what I did say when you were away was my front three this tomorrow are Richie, and Richie.
Well, and I agree, but just out of curiosity, who do you think has the most heart, the most passion?
It's a very good question, Sean, but it's an interesting question to answer.
Thank you very much.
Passion can be, to me, defined in different ways. You have guys that are passionate in terms of what their leadership role is. They're very good at being, the guy that's going to shout things out and everything. Then you have the guy that's very passionate and committed that will make the runs back and put the effort in on the ground in terms of running. Then you have the guy that's going to make the effort and have the heart that's going to put the tackles in, like Romero. You know what I mean? Then you can say Højbjerg's got the heart and he's got the commitment because he's actually running all over the field. As far as I'm concerned, I think Højbjerg has been fantastic for us this season. He's had one bad game and we jumped on his fucking back for it. You know what? Players are going to have bad games, especially when we rely on them 90 minutes every goddamn week. And now sometimes
he's had some good games recently, I would say.
He's the best. He's a player of the season. Player of the season so far. Player of the season.
I think he's been great. I think we're
unquestionably the player of the season for me. Thus far. But who is if you had to put a name? I know you, and I understand why you're saying that there's different ways that you can interpret passion. But I'm asking you for your opinion, whichever way you did interpret it, who would be Tottenham's most passionate player?
For me, if I wanted to mold people and say that I want you to follow this guy, this is the guy that is my leader that I would pick. So I would obviously say this is the heart, this is the mold I want you to follow.
No, the best leader.
But I'm saying my guy,
passionate player.
That's what I'm saying. That to me would be a leader, somebody that's the passionate player, somebody that I want other players to follow. This guy's example, the passion he's showing is what I want you to show. And to me, that honestly would be Sonny, because the way the guy plays with heart, the smile on his face and everything like that, that's what we're missing right now. And we're seeing what a massive difference it makes in a guy like that's game. Sonny's not smiling right now. And I think once Sonny smiles and he cracks, we're off. And I think, honestly, I don't think we really have too much to worry about. I think, honestly, in the offseason, Kane went to Sonny and said, look, my man, please, for the love of God, I got to get this fucking August thing off my back. Can we just swap roles just for 6-8 weeks? And then we'll swap back, or we'll start working together again. And, Sonny, of course he's going to say, sure, because Sonny's such a nice fucking guy. That's just the way it is.
It's fine.
So,
it's a good answer. So for you, the most passionate, the way you interpret passionate is in the form of Sonny, and that's a great answer. Jack, I'd love to ask you, mate, and you could interpret the word passion however you want as well. Who would you say is Tottenham's most passionate player?
My mind does go to Højbjerg probably first, I'll be honest, just because I feel
because Ellie's in the background, yeah?
Well played.
Alive and well. For me, the only reason I say that is just because Højbjerg, I think we got that vibe from him the moment he stepped onto the pitch, which and he's only been here so long still. Like, I think we forget, like, he's really only been here so long.
Two seasons and 6 games. So what's that like?
And he's already within the leadership. He's in that leadership hierarchy, if I'm not mistaken, Sean, as well.
100%.
And like, already, like that just suggests to me maybe he is the most passionate. And the way I think of passion is which sort of player is willing to probably put the most on the line in order to win, or put the most on the line in order to get the result. And I must be honest, I think Højbjerg is probably the one that we probably might say comes to mind. Richie does come to mind. Sonny and Kane still come to mind, though, because I think Sonny and Kane, especially when you see the way they celebrate goals and whatnot, you can tell how much it means to them as well. So it's a tough one. In fact, I think we have a good issue with having a problem with answering that question. Whereas I don't know if I could say that with the Gooners. In fact, I can't really point to too many passionate players.
We could say Romero even, we got more choices still. Even you should ask your chat who the hell they think. I bet you get a whole bunch of different answers. Sean, you didn't answer the question.
That's because it was my question.
I know. Sean, let me ask you this.
Whoever dealt it never answers it. Don't you know?
Jack's hosting. Jack, ask Sean.
No, I think Tottenham's most passionate player is Højbjerg. I understand why you said what you said, Bobby K, and I respect your answer entirely. I've got a lot of love for Sonny for similar reasons. I just don't describe it as passion. I describe it as love for the game, which is a little bit different. But I think the Højbjerg for me is the most passionate guy.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a different passion.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
His passion is more for life.
Yeah.
Kind of where you see Højbjerg's that Viking passion, that warrior passion on the pitch kind of thing, that you get in Romero as well, kind of thing. And then you see the emotion that we saw in Richie at the end of his game. All of a sudden, you see a completely different side of this guy, who we 100%. Expected is the shithouser, little wind-up artist, kind of gonna fucking poke you and everything.
Passion is like an art form, and any art form can be represented in a million different ways, can't it? For me, though, I'm with Jack, but I appreciate your answer and I respect it.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you respect my answer. I'll appreciate your answer.
I disrespect. I wish I
appreciate your appreciation.
I didn't get the chance. Maybe
actually,
you get
I
the
disrespect
chance.
your answer because you just copied Jack. Yeah. Oh wait, Jack disrespected me. Wait, I don't. Yeah, you copied Sean or something or other.
I appreciate your disappreciation of my appreciation of your answer.
I love Spurs you boys, man. It's so great to see you guys, man. So great to see you.
Good to have you back. It's good to have you back, Bobby. But tell us about what's going on at Three Spurs Boys. I'm pretty sure we can find a certain Kuva over there as well.
Yes, sir. Me and Kuva broke a record last night on the Three Spurs Boys. We actually did a 3.5-hour stream. We did what you boys are used to doing on a daily basis, basically. So it was interesting. Yeah, we got Kuva and the Can going on Sunday nights. We go live, and it's just me and Kuva And we've actually come up with a new little game thing we're going to start doing Sunday night. So Jack, keep yourself available. Sean, make sure you can stay up a little bit later on a Sunday night here and there, buddy, and join us some night. And the boys got the kids got the off the pitch show going as well. So I know actually we're going to be getting some more insight into the Irish Hotspur soon with them, because we're going to have Nick Lazy Eight's going to join us with
Yes,
David.
sir.
Yeah, we're going to do an off the pitch with them. We got to know Jack. Now we'll get to know another part of the Irish Hotspur as well. So that's going to be awesome for us. So we're looking forward to doing that. And for now, all we can say is let's get Portugal tomorrow and get 3 more points, baby, and celebrate all the way to the weekend before we see Rodgers get fired.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Great plug,
Big up, mate.
Bobby. Appreciate you. Hopefully we can see maybe you potentially come on Friday if you're available. Maybe a little K can show up as well, but appreciate you coming on, brother.
No, I appreciate you guys having me on, man. Always great to see you. Great to see everybody in the chat. Have a great day, everybody. And come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Bobby.
Boys.
Appreciate you, brother. Everybody
See you,
check out 3 Spurs Boys and show Bobby some love in the chat, please. Bob Spur TV with a question for Sean. Pretty identical, I must say, Bob Spur TV. I think Dark Sun G almost beat you to it in the beginning of the show. He says, question to Sean, had the impressive performances by Richie surprised you, buddy? We have a few conversations about him prior to the start of the season. Big up, lads. Big yourself up, Bob Spur. Hopefully all is well with you, and it's good to see you in the chat, brother. But Sean, yeah.
Yeah, big up, Bob Spur. Yes, mate, 100%. I said it earlier when Dark Sun G asked. I'm very happy to hold my hands up when I'm wrong in a way that is it's nice to be wrong. I called it wrong. I thought that Richarlison wasn't worth the money. And I didn't see it being a success. Thus far, it's been a fantastic success. I've fallen in love with him. And whilst I still would have held the reservation about the 60 million quid price tag, as the season or the window went on, we realized that 60 million quid wasn't that much money. At the start of the window, it seemed like a lot more money than it did at the end. When you see players like Anthony going for 90 million or Fofana going for 90 million, so I feel like, I got it wrong 100%, and I'm very happy to hold my hands up and say, he's up there now in my top 5 favorite Tottenham fans. Top 5 favorite Tottenham players. And I'd like to be wrong more often. Unfortunately, I'm not wrong that often. It's a rarity, and I'm happy to hold my hands up.
Probably my least favorite thing about Sean, Bob, is that he I wish he could be wrong more often, so we could call him out for it. But that's just one of his major flaws, I would say. Hopefully, he works on it. Pick up, Bob.
Pick up, Bobby.
Well, it's good to see you in the chat as well, brother. Sergey Lempel, I'm going to give you just a second, brother. If you are in the chat, if you're still listening, Sergey, I think it would have been a channel debut. Maybe it's not. Sometimes I don't have the best memory, but do let me know, Sergey, if you are available, because I do want you to come on, because we will have to move on to Izhan, who we all love, and we all love Izhan, but I don't want you to miss your spot in line, buddy. But I'm going to go maybe 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then Sergey, if you do pop on maybe in the next minute or two, we'll have you maybe come on instead of Izhan, and then we'll just push Izhan afterwards. But no worries at all, Sergey. No worries at all, my man. And hopefully we can catch you later tonight or maybe for the next one. But big yourself up, brother, and appreciate you tuning in. But we're going on to Izhan. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, guys. Good to see you guys.
Hey, Izhan, how you doing, my man? Long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. Doing pretty good. The results with Spurs have been pretty good, to say the least.
Still going our way.
Yeah, we're still undefeated this season, so you can't really complain there. So things have been going pretty good. On and off.
Or do you want to start on that sort of topic, because that was something that was brought up at the beginning of the show, Izhan, where people were kind of bringing up that idea. Are Spurs lucky? Have we been scraping by? People, I think, like King Hoddle have said in the chat, like, listen, I think we're 20 games basically undefeated at this moment. It can't be a fluke at this stage.
Yeah, look, last season we finished 4th in the league, which I think most of us believe is pretty good. The fact that we've upgraded our squad now means that we can potentially be third. I think second and first is a bit difficult for us, but
Who's
I
second?
think that
When you
like-
say first, second, and first, who's the other team that you would consider in the first, second race?
well, first is obviously Man City.
Yeah.
They're going to win the league.
Record
I
points,
think
probably. Yeah.
Second, my thoughts were Liverpool, but they've started really slowly. They've struggled with quite a few fixtures. But yeah, I think that we are getting better as a team, and I don't think this is luck. I mean, it's been this level of performance has been happening over such a long period of time. Dating back from last season to this season. So I think that I think we're not even performing at our best. A lot of the results we're grinding out, I think our performances can actually be raised to a higher level.
What's been our best performance in your eyes?
Good question.
Probably Southampton. I think was our best
All the way back to the
performance.
beginning.
Yeah, we scored we went 1-0 down, good finish by James Ward-Prowse. It happens, but we came back and we just smashed them 4-1. So, I think that was a really solid performance. Despite going down, we had the resilience to, not drop our heads and just, go attack them. So, yeah.
I know what you mean. For me, it's Fulham, Ishan. What do you think of that? Would you kind of think that the Fulham game was probably where we still could have done a bit better in certain areas? Or I thought the Fulham one, the scoreline kind of did us a disservice or didn't flatter us at all, because I feel like we should have done a lot better than 2-1. I actually thought we should have won 4-1, 5-1. I thought we played well in the Fulham game.
Yeah, in the Fulham game, especially towards the end of the first half, we had a lot of chances in the Fulham game. But I think that during the start of the first half, a lot of us were kind of worried, we're not scoring. But once we got the first goal, after that we kind of calmed down. And then at the end, when we conceded one to Mitrovic, we were also panicking that maybe he can get another, because Spurs have been known to have a leaky defense at times. But yeah, I think the Fulham game was good. If you keep playing like that, you create that many chances, you will end up putting them away sooner or later.
Definitely. What are your thoughts on the week ahead? Are you a bit kind of happy that we're missing on this Man City game? Did you want to play Man City? I think there's only been one person, Sean, if I recall, that said they kind of were sad they missed out. I think it was Harry said he was sad that he missed out on playing Man City. But how do you feel about that, Ishan? Are you kind of relieved, or how do you feel about missing out on the Man City game?
I mean, to be honest, it doesn't really matter. We're going to have to face them either way eventually. So I would have preferred to just, get that game out of the way, get it over with. We've gone undefeated. If we took the loss to Man City, right here at the start of the season, it's kind of expected.
What do you mean? Wait. Wait. What do you mean take the loss?
What
do you mean take the loss? We don't lose to Man City, bro.
I mean,
we don't lose to Man City.
Yeah, it's a home away from home.
I mean,
we wish we could play him every week, Ishan. We wish we could play him every week.
6 Point Lane. What are you talking about?
I'm presenting a worst case scenario.
They were lucky. They avoided defeat against us. Their fans are delirious of the Queen passed, because it meant that they maintained their undefeated run for an extra couple of weeks. Come on, Ishan. You know we were going to do it.
Yeah, look, we can get a result against Man City, no doubt. We have beaten them before. We can definitely get a point out of Man City. But if it would let's say I think on paper we would all agree that Man City are a stronger team, and logically they are more likely to beat us, just on paper, right? So let's say we were to lose. I think if you just got that loss out of the way at the start of the season, it's better. But either way, it doesn't really matter to me. We're gonna have to face them either way. So,
do you think though that I'm only messing about the fact that we obviously always beat them. I know that this season is going to be incredibly, it's they're a different outfit, right? But look, like they struggled against Newcastle massively. They were lucky to get the points there. They struggled against Villa for a period. They were lucky against Villa, in fact, to get away with that one. The Villa were robbed of a VAR decision that would have won them the game. And I think that, I don't think Villa you could look at it in two ways. You could look at it from like Tottenham's perspective, in that Tottenham haven't really clicked yet, and we're still getting the results. And some people in the community want to look at it at like, oh, Tottenham are getting away with murder. I choose to look at it from a viewpoint of Tottenham are second, third in the league, undefeated, and we haven't got out of second gear. Imagine how good we're going to be when we click. And so if you want to follow that mindset, that thought process, then it's better to put off the hardest game in the season, which is Manchester City away, until we are clicking. But at the same time, you could look at Manchester City and say, well, apart from Haaland, they haven't really clicked. Right, they I know they're undefeated as well, but they were lucky against Newcastle, and they were very lucky against Aston Villa. And Aston Villa are probably going to go down, so there's probably never a better time. Like if you have to wait for Tottenham to click, the likelihood is that the longer you give Manchester City to click, that once they click, they're going to be, the unmovable force, or whatever, the unstoppable object, whatever the phrase is. So, I would have loved to have played them on Saturday. To have got it done, not because I want to get the loss out of the way, but I actually think there was probably never a better time to play them personally.
That was one thing I was going to mention. That City usually do start their season like a bit slow. Everybody expects them to just come in, win 10 straight in a row, but we even saw 2 seasons ago when they won the title, they were like a couple months in, they were like 5th or something in the league, and a lot of people were had doubts on put doubts over them, but then in the second half of the season they just start winning like 8 games in a row, and then
until they play Tottenham, right? And imagine like let's like focus on if you look at history, we do go to that place and we get a result. If we come away, if we played them on Saturday, if the Queen hadn't passed, right, and it was like regular, everything was as usual, and we go to City and we get a result. Like even if we beat them, all of a sudden, Tottenham, not only are they undefeated, they've also had the toughest opening 7 games of any team, maybe Manchester United.
Narrative changes,
and they're unbeaten, and they're top of the league, and they played all of the tough teams thus far away from home. Suddenly,
we played majority games away from home as well.
West Ham away, Chelsea away, right? We played Man City away.
Nottingham Forest was away.
Yeah, we still got to play Arsenal away, United away. The only team in the top 6. They're far easier than Manchester City technically. But if we could have done what we usually do, like I would have foreseen a scenario where suddenly everyone's talking about Tottenham as
That's an interesting narrative change that you bring up there, Sean. A very interesting narrative.
I'm pissed off that we didn't get to play.
Yeah,
I'm pissed off because I thought we could have done that. I think we could have had suddenly everybody in the Tottenham fan base could have gone, hold up. Everybody, no matter which side you on whatever topic you want to be on, everyone has to suddenly take note. We're unbeaten, and we played West Ham away, Chelsea away, and Man City away. We're top of the league, and we're unbeaten. Nobody would have predicted that.
But what if we lost like 4-0? Like, what if we lost 4-0? Something like that.
Yes. If, buts, and maybes that I don't want to talk about. Let's talk about the if, buts, and maybes that I do want to talk about.
I don't like that scenario. But I think that's a very interesting narrative change.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I haven't actually thought of Sean, because it feels like where Spurs fans are at right now is, I think we are meeting the expectations that most Spurs fans had set out for us so far. And the fact that we are meeting it is making probably a lot of people sort of anxious, because it just means that, do you just shoot even higher? Like, do you aim even higher than the fact that we're meeting our original expectations? Like, do we go past this ceiling? And I think we're in that sort of limbo right now where we sort of are forgetting where we even were last season. Like, to be going even from 4th all the way to 2nd or challenging the league, like, or even challenging City, is a ridiculous step up. And I'm actually quite impressed with Spurs sort of meeting at least what appears to be the expectations that most Spurs fans put out for them ahead of time.
If we're looking for a way to unify the fan base, it's a very difficult thing to do because everybody chooses to view whatever's happening through certain lenses, whichever their personal biases leads to. But what's happening, Nick? But if we had gone to Manchester City, and I know it's a big if, but if we'd gone there and got a draw or a win, even if it was a sneaky win or a convincing draw, I think it would have made everybody go, okay, we're still not out of second gear yet. Sonny still hasn't scored or whatever, but we're like we've got the toughest, like 3 of the toughest games out of our system. If we're second or third when we go into the World Cup and we start the season again in January, we're in second or third, and we've got all of the top 6 teams with the exception of Liverpool at home. There's no reason why every Tottenham fan shouldn't get super behind the team into the January window. Unfortunately, because of circumstances, we're never going to know where we would have been because now Man City is going to get put back. We're going to have to play Man City twice after January. So for me, it's a shame. But Izan, I just sorry, I've been talking too much, mate. It's your time. I do want to ask you about Sporting, my man. Are you? I know you're someone who looks into these teams.
Yeah. I do.
How do you feel about Sporting? How do you feel about the game?
Yeah.
Look, with Sporting, I think we can win easily. I know that I do gas up a lot of the Portuguese teams. I think they develop good players. But they lost a lot of their best players. They lost Nunez to Wolves. They also lost João Paulinho to Fulham. Those were their best midfielders, 2 very good midfielders, in my opinion. So they got thrashed by Porto 3-0. They weren't even in the game, and Sporting are the second best team in Portugal. They didn't even put up a fight against Porto. So to be honest,
they had a sending off though, right? And it wasn't late in the game; it was an early sending off.
No, it was like in the 70th minute, and they were 3-0 down at that point.
Okay.
Already.
Fair enough.
Yeah. There's always sending offs in that game. Like I don't remember there not being a red card in a Sporting Lisbon and Porto game like for the past 3 or 4 games.
Sounds like he pulled an Mbemba by the looks of things. Speaking of former Porto player, anyways. But you were saying you feel like actually they're not maybe as good as they used to be. Sporting, They're not going to be as tough as we'd maybe think that they would.
Yeah, I think that their midfield not really as strong as it once was. I know they got a good result against Frankfurt, but Frankfurt had to let go of some of their players. Sporting. One thing they can do is that they do have some good attacking players who can sort of hurt us if we let our guards down or fall asleep. They have Pedro Porro, very attacking right wing back. Sure. They brought in Trincao. He's a quality player. They brought him in on loan. They also have Pedro Gonçalves. Personally, I don't know what he's still doing at Sporting. I think
neither
he's
do I.
Enough to be playing for maybe like a Sevilla or even a Premier League team. I genuinely think he's that good. But yeah, they do have some players that can hurt us. So I'm like, it's not going to be, we just walk in there and win like we're playing, a League One team. But I don't think that they're as strong as they once were, and we should be looking to get a win. Do you
think it'll be a high scoring game, or do you think it'll be I personally think it'll be a tight affair? What's your take on it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be high scoring. Both managers like keeping things tidy. Both play, 5 at the back, 2 in the midfield and 3 up front. Same formation. I don't think it's going to be that high scoring. I think Sporting also will really look to sit back. We'll probably have more possession. I know Spurs, we do struggle to break down teams in a low block. I think that's where Sporting will try to exploit that to try to get a point or, even hit us on the break, finesse a 1-0. But I think we should be winning this. I'm going for a 1-0 win. It's my score prediction.
Leicester as well. Maybe give your score prediction there.
Yeah, I think Leicester will be high scoring. I think that I really don't know what's going on there. They have 5 losses, I believe, out of 5 games. Like on paper, I don't think their squad is anywhere near that bad.
No, it's not.
There's no way their squad is that bad. So there could be something going on behind
I
the
think they've
scenes.
given up on Brendan Rodgers by the looks of things, that squad.
Yeah.
Despite that squad needing improvements, I'm with you, Azan. I think then there's that narrative, oh, he needed transfers, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera. It's like, I realize he needed transfers. I realize that they needed squad improvements. At the same time, that squad is still not playing nearly to the levels that it should be, which then suggests that it's Brendan Rodgers that they've given up on. Perhaps those players have given up on him or something.
Yeah, I agree. Like, yes, I know that some financial difficulties did prevent them from bringing in players. Yes, they should have brought in, higher quality players. I think they only signed one goalkeeper. That was their only signing. But there's no way that they should be losing 5 games and in the manner that they did to the teams that they lost to. So I think with Leicester, yeah, we could probably get Brendan Rodgers sacked, to be honest. I could see a 3-1. I could see a 4-1 win against Leicester as well. I think defensively they're terrible. They look very disorganized. I think their midfield looks pretty clueless. Things seem so very disjointed with their attack and midfield and their defense. It doesn't seem like everyone's on the same page. So, yeah, I think, I'm going for a 4-1 against Leicester. I think we can really put them away.
Love that. I'm going for 5-0, 4-0. I'm kind of in a similar boat. I also have your channel up on the screen as well as Han. So tell me about that as well.
Oh, yeah. Tottenham Hotspur FC Till I Die. It's a really good channel. We have legends on it like Dermot, Ellie, Philip Brady, Mark Cousins. We focus on the history of Tottenham. We also do recent stuff, like things going on right now, but we pay tribute to our legends, our past, managers, players and whatnot. And I feel it's a very very sort of unique content. I feel a lot of channels kind of do recent stuff, recent game and whatnot. But we focus on the past, our history, like a lot of things that happened, how our club was built. And we have some series coming up about the 60s. We're gonna break that down, how Spurs really built their name and won trophies and whatnot. So yeah, it's really exciting stuff, and I highly recommend any Spurs fan to check it out.
Fantastic plug. Beautiful plug, Izhan. I think the whole channel would be very, very proud. Very professional, my man. But absolute pleasure as always. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate your patience as well. And we'll see you soon.
See you soon, mate.
Thanks.
Love you, man.
See you. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Jack, did you say 4-0?
I did say 4-0 for Leicester. Big up Izhan. Sorry
for Leicester. Oh, for Leicester. What was your? I thought you. When I heard you say that, I thought you said.
Oh, you thought I meant that for Sporting? No, Sporting. Yeah. I think I've said 2-0. I think I said something similar to Marseille.
Leicester
I think I said 2-0, but nowhere near as awkward as that Marseille performance was. I think we'll have a comfortable performance, but still only win 2-0.
So to you, does the Leicester game not become a game where we need to win, but more about we need to win big because of goal difference? Like if Manchester City are going to blow teams away, if we're going to if we're taking ourselves seriously, we need to look at beating Leicester comfortably. Like big.
I just think they're up for the taking. You just look at them like they look like a team that you should probably sort of, in a sense, maybe lack of a better word, slaughter. Like you should humble them. You should give them a bit of a pounding. And it's just because that's what they look like right now. They look like a defeated squad. I imagine going all the way down to London as well, being away from home, they won't be as motivated because they'll be away from their own fan base. They'll be away from their own crowd, pressurizing them to perform better. I just feel like it's a good opportunity for Spurs to sort of kind of give a team a real sort of spanking, to be honest. So that's where I see it. It's maybe has nothing to do with Spurs, me being desperate for Spurs to win by that much, Sean. I think it just more has to do with how poor I think Leicester look at this moment in time. that I would be disappointed if Spurs did not
put 4
take that as a good opportunity to go 2-0, 3-0 up by halftime, sort of
Love
game.
that.
And I think when you do that, we allow ourselves to be able to rotate. We allow ourselves to take the foot off the gas, be able to relax and sort of cruise ride through the rest of the game. So that's
I
what
don't
I'm
want to.
looking for. I want
I
2-0 up by halftime. I think I'd like us to be 2-0 up.
I agree with everything you said. I just don't want us to take our foot off the gas. I think if we're going to smash them, I'd love Tottenham to do what Liverpool did against Bournemouth. Not necessarily 9-0, right? But like if we're gonna dominate, then you don't like rotate and then the second half everyone's just chillaxing. I want us to go and put another 3 or 4 past. It'd be fantastic.
Bayern style, by the looks of it, that's what you want. You want that ruthless
it'd be great.
approach. Just keep going after them. But everybody, we're going to keep pushing on. And Sean as well, I sent you a text. I mean, you've been going at like an absolute maniac, Sean. So at any stage, if you feel like you've need to power out,
I'm all right to keep going for a little while.
Right.
I'll let you know.
You let me
know how we go.
Yeah,
cheers, mate.
You let me know. But we're going to keep going, everybody. And I think our next guest here is, I believe, our guy out in Poland. Yes, it is. Michael, everybody. Looking forward to this one. He always has the good tactic conversations. Yes, he does. Big up, Michael. Good to see you.
Yes, hello, guys. Can you hear me and see me well?
Yeah, you look great. Is this a new setup?
Yeah, well, kind of, because I'm at my parents' house and, I saw that you were going live, so I was all ready, to jump in. And suddenly I realized there is no camera on this PC. So I had to download an app for my mobile phone, which uses the camera from the phone as a camera for that. And it's highly experimental. And, I actually, because I don't have
works very well.
I don't have any form of holder for it, let's say. So I just literally stacked books and put the phone on top of it. So
we've all been there, bro. We've all been there. Yeah.
Pretty much what I've heard from this, Michael, is there's no excuse, everybody. So anybody that's missed out on the fan show tonight, there's no excuse. Look what Michael's done in order to get on here. He's gone through it all, shown the passion like we were discussing earlier. But Michael, I don't need to tell you what do you want to talk about. I bet you usually come with things to talk about. So what are we discussing today?
Actually, first thing, I am really glad that the games will start going again, because I'm so into this season already that that break that we had this weekend was really a painful one for me.
It felt like you were in the flow of things. I know what you mean.
Especially because whenever I come back to my parents' house, we usually it's usually for the weekend, right? And me and my brother watch a lot of games during that time. That's sort of our ritual. And suddenly it was taken away from us, and we were sitting, in the living room, not really knowing what to do with ourselves. So unfortunately, the timing of my visit to home was a bit bad, sorry. I know it's really hard to blame the Queen, for that, but unfortunately that happened. But in general,
the question we've been discussing, though, kind of on that sort of topic, more or less on that sort of topic. Some people have been feeling like they were mad that they missed out on City. Some people are thinking that they were glad they missed out on City. Where do you stand on that? Are you upset that maybe we didn't get to play City, or are you happy that we pushed it for the future?
I wouldn't necessarily say upset, because it will always be one of the toughest game you could ever play. There isn't many more teams that are better than City in the world. So the difference for me with City this season is that they actually have a recognized number 9. Which will be a tough test for us, because when you look at the game in the previous year where we won 3-2 at their ground, we played an extremely low block. It was 5-4-1, but basically the 4 in front of the 5 were really close. So we just packed the box, and the only thing that they could attempt to do was crossing the balls into the box. But they didn't have a target man to get onto those balls. And, I saw a stat somewhere that they crossed the ball that game 12 or 14 times, and only 2 of them found their target, right?
Yeah.
Right now it changes, because they have this fucking I'm sorry, I already swore, but they have this Norwegian midfield or whatever they call him, right? Yeah, he is a beast. I am like I am really happy that he's here in the Premier League because the guy has a lot of talent. That I'm glad that he can show it in the best league in the world, right? But I don't want him to do that against us. So yeah, on one hand, I'm kind of sad because, as I said, it would be a nice watch with my brother to watch the Spurs versus City game, right? On the other hand, I'm not that mad that it will be postponed to the later stage, and also because you can talk about the fixture congestion in January or February or whatever that game would happen, right? But as much as they have a better squad than us, and they have more quality, they also will suffer from that fixture congestion, right? Because
Michael, like literally 99% of their squad are going to the World Cup, right?
Yeah.
True.
So they will be as tired as us, and when things like that happen. When the squad is tired and there is a lot of games happening, more and more mistakes creep into the game of players, and in that case, I feel like our way of playing the game, which is the low block, especially against them, is, in my opinion, safer, and you can be more assured of how your team can perform. Because when you play like this high line, really high up the pitch, the defenders have to be like strictly on point. They cannot make a single mistake, especially against a team like ours. So I feel like in that case, I would give us more chance of winning when everyone is tired more than when everyone is like well rested, right?
I know exactly what you mean, actually. To be fair, I think this could have been a good opportunity. Originally, I was in the position where I'm kind of glad that this was pushed down the road. I kind of take King Hoddle's point. Perhaps he would rather us be kind of undefeated before going into that North London derby. But I don't know. Like, I think Sean brought up the point, or someone brought up the point before, that this could have been a good chance maybe for Spurs to come up against a team that I don't know, would be a good test for us to sort of change the narrative, as I think, it was Sean, of course. Yeah, I really liked that. Change the narrative around what people think of Spurs, because it feels like right now, Michael, Spurs fans, they're not convinced with our performances. They're not convinced with our results. But had we played City, had we gotten a draw or let's say a win, I think we would be all over the moon and the narrative changes.
Yeah, like I don't mind it being postponed, but I also wouldn't mind us playing against City. You're gonna have to play them twice anyway. So, what I have confidence in is that we, even if we lost that game, we wouldn't get smashed. I have a feeling that maybe we would have lost it like 2-1 or 2-0 at maximum. So yeah,
how are they going to beat us? How are they going to beat us, Michael? Like, the only person that's scoring for Man City is Haaland, and Haaland only scores inside the box, right? He doesn't score outside the box. He scores 8, 10, 9, 11 goals, whatever he scored, all of them inside the box. Tottenham don't concede chances inside the box. To me, like, the longer it goes with Manchester City, he's going to, like, Haaland's going to get, Man City are going to get more and more comfortable. Tottenham, I think that Tottenham were robbed of the chance. Like, I choose to see it through a very selfish lens. I think that Tottenham were robbed of the chance of smashing the team that, not smashing, but of beating the team that we always beat at their ground at the best time in the season to play them early. And you then go in with the confidence after you've beaten them, you then go into Arsenal.
Yeah,
to me, I think it's a travesty we didn't get to play them on Saturday, because they're only going to get stronger. They're only going to get better. But Tottenham at the moment do not concede goals inside the box, and Haaland only scores goals inside the box. So for me, I can't scream it loudly enough. I think it's an absolute. I think it's such a shame that what happened.
Yeah, like as I said, I think that at best for them it would be a 2-1 in my opinion, or like 1-0, a really close win for them. But actually, if this game was happening and we are talking like on a Friday before that game, I would probably predict a draw or a win for us, because as you said, Sean, like on one hand, I believe in Haaland's quality, and I believe that if he was given like the slightest of chances, he would probably score out of nowhere, even, because like you cannot underestimate the quality of a guy who scored like
he's
10
amazing.
goals in 6 matches, right?
He's amazing.
But
he does score inside the box, right?
Yeah,
you haven't seen him bury one from 25 yards, and Tottenham give away the smallest XG or XG against, like, which is because we restrict our teams from. It might be boring football. It might be really boring football, but Mitrovic was the last time that they got a goal, and it required a worldie.
It was a worldie. Yeah, still.
I thought I completely don't mind the way we are playing. Like, of course, if you look like at the performances against Wolves or West Ham, they weren't like as convincing as we would like them to be, right? Because we played exactly the same way throughout all 7 matches so far, right? And there have been a couple of good performances, like against Fulham and Southampton, and a couple of bad ones against Wolves and West Ham and Chelsea. So when we are talking in the fan shows about those games, I said that I'm happy with the result. I know that's the tactic that Conte wants to implement, and I'm happy that it's working. But I wasn't like fully convinced with the quality of our forwards to score like as many, because let's be honest, we've been spoiled a bit with the ending of the previous season, right? We are scoring like 4, 3, 5 goals a match pretty much, right? So now when we suddenly are winning games like 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, it feels kind of underwhelming. And I also subscribe to the argument that if Arsenal were like at 9 or 10 points and we are at 14, people would probably look at that like a bit in a bit of a better light, because right now
I agree. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah,
people are pissed off with Tottenham because Arsenal have started better.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like, because Arsenal have been like impressive, I would say, in terms of the way they play, how fluid their football is. But on the other hand,
against relegation teams,
yeah,
right?
but that was the thing I was about to say. I don't feel like they have. No, don't worry. They haven't beaten like anyone of note, in my opinion. If they did the same thing against United, the rigid United that showed us already that they can beat Liverpool, they can beat other tough teams, right? If they like clapped them 3-0, then I would concede that they are playing pretty well. But the first big opponent that they face that doesn't just bend over and allow them to play their football, they suddenly crumbled, right? And I also feel like I don't want to be cocky, because it can bite me in the ass, because we never win at Emirates, but I feel like the way that we are playing is pretty much a perfect counter to the way Arsenal are playing. Like, maybe the crowd like doesn't allow us to win, because the 12th man really matters, right, in those type of games. But I don't feel like we'll lose. And
I agree with you. I think we should pay a little bit more respect to Manchester United. I spent a lot of time in the last sort of 2 weeks saying that Tottenham have had one of, if not the hardest start to the season. Right? Your phone's gone. Your phone's fallen over. But Manchester United have had to play Liverpool. They've had to play Brentford. They've had to play Brighton. They've had to play Arsenal. And and Manchester United have won 4 out of 6 in the league. And they've got through. Like I know they played Liverpool at home, they played Arsenal at home, but they played Brentford away and Brighton away. If anyone was to pick a harder first 6 games, I used to say it wasn't Tottenham, but it was maybe Nottingham Forest had to play a few tough games or whatever. But actually, Manchester United, to be on 12 points out of 18, having played Brighton, Brentford, Liverpool and Liverpool and Arsenal, you've got to pay a little bit of consideration to Manchester United, haven't you?
Yeah. Like before the season started, when you looked at Brentford and Brighton, you probably didn't like evaluate those games as hard as we think of them now.
Yeah.
But now we know that actually Brentford and Brighton are playing like amazing brand of football. I don't know with Brighton now because the loss of Graham Potter will be huge for them, and
Yeah, true.
you know I don't want to say I have a soft spot for Brighton because they've won against us in like many important occasions. Didn't Poch get sacked after the loss with Brighton?
Yeah.
I feel like because we have a bit of a gripe with them in that case, but in terms of like the way that Potter played with those players, with and not any like recognized world class names, it was just a bunch of solid, well drilled players who were performing like at a really high standard, and I feel like Chelsea taking away Potter from them can possibly crumble Brighton's hopes for that season.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree. I agree. But when Man United played them, they had
they were amazing in that
game. I don't even think they'd sold Cucurella at that point, right? They still had Potter.
Yeah,
they hadn't sold
Cucurella.
Like so. I think you have to give my point is like, yeah, I think you're right that Brighton probably are not going to be as strong a concern over the rest of the season. But my concern is not Arsenal and it's not Liverpool as much. I think Liverpool will get better, and Chelsea's who the fuck knows what's going to happen with Chelsea, right? But Manchester United, you have to like. At one point, we were all laughing when they lost to Brentford and they were 5-0 or whatever it was, and now they've gone on a different run. I know they obviously lost in the week against Sociedad, but you have to pay a little bit of attention to Manchester United. They probably had the toughest opening 6 games in terms of who they played and where they played them, and they've come out of it in decent shape.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue Bournemouth had a harder time, but it's Bournemouth after all. We all predict them to drop right back down, right? So, yeah, but in general, I am happy. I am happy with the way we are getting to results. It's not necessary. I'm not necessarily happy with like performances of certain players, but in general, I feel like the team is as solid as it was last season. I just feel like some of our players have to find form, or maybe we have to like change just like slight bits in the way we are playing. I'm not saying like in general overall of our tactics, changing formations. I just feel like there are certain instructions that probably our players need to take and adapt their game plan, and I feel like we will kick on with this season. And after we play Arsenal right now, I feel like as far as I remember, our fixtures are kind of like they aren't like easy, but I feel like
it's favourable. I think you got the hardest Liverpool at home in late October before the World Cup.
Yeah, it's right before the World Cup. I think we play Liverpool, right?
With regards, sorry, Jack, I don't know if you got a question, but with just quickly with regards, I know the players you're talking about, Michael. Who do you want to see tackle Sporting Lisbon's back three tomorrow, and then who do you want to see, starting 11 front three for Leicester?
I feel like at this point that Richarlison, I don't want to say he's undroppable. Of course he is, right? But I just feel like we should reward him for his performances with another start. I feel like that's just a good thing from man management point of view. So I feel like he is a given. I also feel like Kane is a given. So basically what we are debating is whether Richarlison comes in for Kulusevski or Son. And unfortunately, I feel like he will come for Kulusevski and Son will still be playing because,
tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
First thing tomorrow, right? I feel like, with what Conte is saying in his press conferences whenever he's asked about Son, I feel like he's the type of a manager who who wants to give him a chance. And I know it pisses a lot of people that, we said that he will definitely score against Forest. He didn't. We said that he will definitely score against the next opponent and the next opponent, and he doesn't score. And I know that his performances aren't as bad as some people make them out to be, because I feel like he's contributing a lot of the ball work that some people necessarily don't notice. Like I know that he lost the ball a couple of times against Marseille. I've reminded how I should pronounce. Yeah, 'cause it gives me. I don't know why I can't.
How were you saying it before?
Because in Polish it's Marsylia.
Okay.
So and the team, of course, is pronounced the same way. So
Yeah. Okay.
the middle of the word is really different to the English name. So yeah, I
Understood.
understood. Yeah. So I feel like he lost the ball against Marseille a couple of times, but he also won us the red card, right? Some people might say that he didn't play well against Nottingham Forest, for example. But what he did when Kane scored his first goal, well, he dragged two of the defenders to the left side and gave Kane a lot of space to shoot, right? So those maybe aren't the things that we would like to see from Son. We want to see him bend one into the top corner from 25 yards, or do his mat run and
but
score
everything counts, right? Indirectly, he's making more impact than we probably give him credit for. Yeah,
true. I agree.
Yeah, I also subscribe to what you said, Sean, about Perisic's influence on his game, and I do believe that he will adapt, and I do believe that that there is a way to sort this out. But he wasn't used to a wing back playing so far up with him, and
100%.
it just crowds the space there. And it's not even about Son being two-man marked or whatever. It's just that when Perisic is there, naturally a right back or a right wing back from the opposing team will be there with him, and Son is marked by a center back or a midfielder, which just creates a cauldron of bodies. And whenever he gets the ball, he needs just a bit of space to
100%.
knock the ball past someone, right? And he doesn't even have that space. Immediately when he receives the ball, there is immediately someone on him. But I feel like it is something that Conte can work out with them, right?
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, coming back to your original question, I feel like it will be Son, Kane, and Richarlison against Sporting.
Yep.
And now, if Son plays well, and by plays well I mean he scores the goal or assists a goal, he actually has some goal or assist output, then I feel like he will play against Leicester. And if that doesn't happen, I feel like there is a point where you unfortunately have to
your hand might be
rest
forced
him or whatever, right?
I agree,
so
100%.
I feel like if he doesn't return in any form against Sporting, then our front three against Leicester will be Richarlison, Kane, and Kulu, most likely. But guys, I also want to talk with you about something. What do you make of
Michael?
Appearance
Michael, I'll be honest. We have two more guests to go to, and it is midnight.
Sorry.
I think Sean's time, so I am going to be a bit considerate. Do you, maybe final point, maybe final comment or something for you, brother? Sorry, I hate to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries, Jack. So yeah, maybe about score predictions. I feel like against Sporting, it will, as I will say what you guys said, it will be a low scoring game in my opinion, because they are tough in defense. So, but I predict us to win. I feel like we are like them but better in my opinion. So I feel like it will be 1-0, 2-1 at best, 3 goals maximum.
Yeah, that's what Sean thinks too.
And against Leicester, I've just checked their stats, and they conceded the second most goals in the Premier League, but they also scored 8 already, which honestly is quite
good.
A lot
for a team that's bottom of the table. To score 8 goals is pretty good, right? It's weird. It's a weird season, isn't it?
Yeah, the first team that has more goals than them is Fulham in 10th place. Yeah. And, they have the same
it's
goals.
True. It's
they
really
have
true.
the same amount of goals as Chelsea and United, for example.
Yeah. It's true. It's weird. Yeah, it's such a weird season. Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, it will be a high-scoring game, and I would just throw a mad one for 2, in my opinions. in my opinion.
4-2.
I don't think. Yeah, I
like
don't think
that.
we'll keep a
Fun.
clean sheet, but I think that we'll farm them.
Yeah.
Because their defense is absolutely shocking.
Love that, Michael.
Certainly is.
Mate, I'm sorry if you wanted to get another point out, and I was my questions were overlapping on your points, my man.
Don't worry about it.
I
Yeah,
love you,
so
buddy.
maybe I would just say my question. Maybe you can talk about that with another guest. I just wanted to ask about Kulusevski in the right wing back. So guys, carry on. Yeah, I love the fact that you allowed me to talk today. I know you have a lot of guests. So
if Michael, believe me, it's just special. I think you are the 10th or 11th guest. I think once we finish with Dermot, that will be 13 that I think we finish on tonight.
Yeah,
so
it's mad.
It's special circumstances, and I do apologize. But hopefully we have you Friday. Hopefully we can catch you Friday and catch up with you then. Alrighty. Appreciate you, Michael, and appreciate you understanding.
Great to speak to you for the first time, Michael. Really great to meet you.
It's our first time. Oh my god!
I think it's our first time.
Yeah, it sounds.
See you soon, buddy.
Catch
you soon, Michael. Big up, brother. See you soon. Love you.
Bye, guys.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Michael.
Great guy. Another great guy. Great show. Yeah, wow.
So many of these. Michael talking facts. So many of people love Michael, and people are practically waiting almost for Michael to come on, and they finally got him. Hopefully we catch him Friday as well, where he can get maybe a bit of a lengthier discussion with us. But moving on to Ryan here. Good to see you, Ryan. How are we?
You're right, Jack. I'm feeling a lot better today, man. Just a couple of things just before we start. My heartfelt condolences to the royal family. That was terrible. And secondly, I wasn't feeling up. Like you could probably tell, Jack, on Friday, I wasn't feeling up to it 100%.
You powered through, though, brother. You powered through.
Yeah, it's a personal thing that happened, and I just couldn't really bring in all that energy. But I'm back to being normal now, so
all good. You don't need to be normal around here, Ryan. You don't need to be normal around here. You can be but take it away.
I want to start with actually with the fact that I've obviously been waiting around for quite a while about the Man City game that was cancelled. I personally think it was the right thing to have it cancelled.
Yeah.
Because I think
split on it.
I mean, everyone's split on it, but I personally think it was the right thing to do, just because it would have been. I know with all the other sports, they decided they wanted to do their own thing, and that's fair enough, right? That's their way of dealing with things. But I think it was the right thing to do for football, because it was more of the respect for the royal family, if that makes sense. I personally think it was just a lot better that it was cancelled this weekend, just out of respect for the royal family, to be honest.
I think it made sense, to be fair. I'll be honest. And I think even the way that it's gone around now, where they're going to be able to allow the games to go on this upcoming weekend, I don't know. I'm not going to throw my hands up in the air. I'm not going to get upset about it, Ryan. I feel like it's understandable the way that it's gone about. I think there probably could have been some sort of debate had maybe this upcoming weekend's games been canceled. Maybe there could have been a bit of debate there, but I think the manner in which it was done sort of made sense.
I think for one weekend, I think it's not the worst thing. It's not like it's another outbreak of COVID. Do you know what I mean? So
True.
I think it was right for the last weekend's game to be cancelled, and I think that going into tomorrow's game, it will help out the players quite a bit as well.
Definitely. But speaking of which, though, moving on into this week, Ryan, Sporting, Leicester. What are you thinking? Is this going to be an easy week for Spurs? This could be a secretly challenging week? What do you think?
Dampened Sean's prediction here, actually, a little bit, where he's probably going to lose every bet that he's put on for this month.
Fair enough.
Sean.
That's right. That's okay. Tell me why.
Win. I think it's going to be a 4-0 win.
Tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. And I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay, my man. It's only money. I'll take it. I would never bet for Tottenham to lose, but the closest I'll go to betting against an absolute riotous result for Tottenham is to bet on a boring game where Spurs still win. I'll never bet against us, but I might edge my bets or hedge my bets that way. But listen, if you think it's 4-0, tell me why. What do you? Why do you think that Portugal? Why do you think that?
I think there's just too much in our squad to not literally go out there and play well and have a convincing win. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've just got the quality. There's just too much quality in the squad.
Are we probably too much for that defense of Sporting's, do you think? Maybe our attack is too much, perhaps. Maybe they have a good front three themselves, Sporting, but maybe it's their defense that will be incapable.
Yeah, I mean, we could play anybody in defence tomorrow, and I'm still be confident that we're going to come away with a clean sheet. I'd even play our flipping under 18s tomorrow, and still be confident that we'll keep a clean sheet.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, you're not worried though. If you remember last season, we did play our B team, and we went to Pacos Ferreira or whatever the team was, and we struggled in the Conference League. You know, are you not concerned that something similar could happen if we took them a little bit too lightly?
No, not really, because it's been another year on. We've got Conte, who now has his style of play bedded into the players, and I think now's a really good time for us to actually play any team, to be honest. And tomorrow, I just think it's going to be just a walk in the park for us.
Oh, I love your optimism. I love it. I wish I shared it.
I would love a walk in the park performance, Sean. It sounds nice, actually, the way Ryan's been putting it here. In fact, his confidence, his easiness about it. I just say move on to Leicester. I'm liking this sort of attitude here, Ryan. In fact, I think we need you on the pre-match build-up tomorrow to ease our nerves.
Well, like I said to Dave, if you ever want me on a pre-match warm-up, I'm always willing. You just give me the time and the place. But I think
we need that. We need that energy. We need that cool, calm, collected. We need you with a coffee in the hand. Some are saying the spliff in the mouth as well. Cool, calm, and collected. Ryan is.
But Leicester, I'm going to even make it even. I'm going to be even more shocked, and this could be a shocking weekend for us. I genuinely think we're going to be playing like the prime Barcelona, I think, going into the weekend against Leicester. Because Leicester are shocking. Absolutely shocking. And I'm going to say a 9-0 win.
Whoa. I love it. I've been saying 4-0, 5-0. I've been saying 4-0, 5-0. Why not?
Wow.
That back line is sketchy, Sean. Like Ndidi.
No, I get it. But their front line. I mean, listen, I can't for the life of me figure out why they can't. I agree with everything you said earlier, Jack. I think they are playing to get Brendan Rodgers sacked. The confidence has left the dressing room. But I don't. 9-0 will be. Will be one.
That would. Do you know what? No, that would actually get Rodgers sacked on the spot at half time. Yeah. That would get him sacked on the spot at half time, definitely. And do you know what? I would love to see it happen. And then, right, to see Harry Potter come to the Tottenham Stadium, and then we beat them, like, I'd say, what, 3-0? And then he gets sacked as well. And we get two managers sacked in a season. When has Tottenham ever done that, eh?
No, not one I can remember. Yeah, I mean it's you seem incredibly you seem incredibly bullish, mate. You seem like I love to hear it. I love to hear the fact that like there's obviously no doubts in your mind. Do you think that Tottenham can go all the way this year then?
Well, when I was on when Dave was last on with Jack and I said that we'd get the clean sweep. I think if we were to play in neutral season and we drag out wins left, right, and centre, we'll take the whole lot.
The quad's on, yeah?
Yep.
He's a quadder. He's a quadder. He's like Cuba.
Love it.
He's like,
Love
the
it, man.
quad
Love
is
it, my
on.
man. Love it.
I mean, you got to think big because, like, under Conte, you can't think of anything else. Look what he's done at all the other clubs that he's been at.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah.
You know,
fair. And he
I think
wants.
He's definitely
He
one of
wants
the
the
best.
best.
He's definitely one of the best 3 managers in the Premier League, isn't he?
No,
It's either him. It's
no,
either him. It's Pep or it's Klopp, right? It's one of those 3.
Nah, he's top 1.
You think he's the best manager in the Premier League?
Yep.
There's only one Antonio. Come on, Sean. There's only one. Ryan,
Don't get
what are
you don't get any other Antonio. There's only one of him.
What's your thinking? Actually, after Leicester, I'm actually kind of happy, if you ask me, Ryan, that we're playing Leicester ahead of that Arsenal game, because had we maybe not been able to play that Leicester game, I would have been a bit worried that our next Premier League game would be Arsenal away from home. That just seems a bit too
That's
tough.
after the international break, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, that's before international break, I think. Actually.
Oh, is it?
No, it's
Okay.
right after. You're right. It's right after. No, you're spot on. It's right after. You're spot on.
Yeah,
It's right
because that's the thing that's really annoying me a bit, right? Why can't they just leave the internationals out, right, until the World Cup and just let the season play out and get all the half the games played before the World Cup? That way, it would, and that's something else that really annoys me, right? The FA don't think practically, and I personally think at the moment, if we had just played all the games up until the World Cup with no international break, I personally think we'd be unbeaten going into the World Cup.
That'd be glorious. That would be absolutely glorious if that were the state. Do you feel like I think Sean brought this up before, that our schedule, what did you say, Sean? Was it after Arsenal wasn't actually that bad?
Yeah, no, it's in the first half of the season before the World Cup, we have to play, Chelsea. At the start of the season, we had to play Chelsea. Like, all of the top 6 we were playing away from home, right? Apart from Liverpool. Liverpool, we have to play, I think it's like late October at home. But everybody else, Man United, Arsenal, Chelsea, West Ham, everybody else,
have been away from home.
They're all away from home. There's somebody else I'm forgetting right now, but they're all away from home. Man City. Man City was supposed to be away from home. And if we could have got through, I basically said at the start of the season, if Tottenham can get through to the halfway stage, even though that's in November, essentially, when we go to the World Cup, if we can get away with having played 17 games and have played everybody away from home apart from Liverpool and still be 3rd or 4th, then our run-in is significantly easier than everybody else's. And we've done that. Like, thus far, we're second. We're essentially second in the league, second, third, whatever you want to call it. We're a point behind Arsenal. That's why I was so annoyed by the Manchester City. I understand it. I've got all the respect in the world for people that want to mourn and for the consequences of the funeral and stuff. I'm not. My point is not about that. It's about just the unfortunate circumstances that means that we don't get to play Man City, because I think that we should have played them and we could have played them and smashed them. Not smashed them. I've said that twice now. Not smashed them, but we could have got a result against them. And had we got the result that we got last year, I think everybody would suddenly wake up and go, oh, holy shit. Tottenham mean business. Not only are they undefeated having played Man City, but now that we're paying attention to Tottenham, let's also reflect on the fact that they played West Ham away and Chelsea away, and they will have played Arsenal away, and they will have played Man City away as well. And the only team left to play before the break that's a tough game is Liverpool at home.
Yeah,
right?
but Sean,
and we can beat Liverpool at home right now. So for me, I think that we could have got rid of the entire first half of the season and been unbeaten.
Yeah,
and smashed them, and then we face the second half of the season with the easiest all the tough teams we play at home. Ain't nobody going to back against Tottenham then. So for me, I'm just frustrated that Man City is not a team that we could have played right now, because I think there's no better time to play them than right now. For me.
Yeah, but Sean, right, my argument to that would be wouldn't you rather play Man City twice in the second half of the season at their best and still beat them, and then we'd be more of a threat?
No, I'd rather play them right now. I would have rather played them on Saturday. I was confident on Saturday. I had tickets to the game, Ryan. I was getting on a bus with Ben and Sim from We Are Tottenham TV.
Yeah.
They bought me a bus ticket. The three of us were going to go up to the game, and we were going to sit in the empty had and do all sorts of fun things, and come back and celebrate a 5-hour coach journey home with a 2-1 victory or a 3-2 victory. And then I would I would have spoken to the community and said, who's scared now? Why? Like, give me a reason to be negative now. That's how confident that I was that Tottenham were going to get a result. And I still believe that we could have done that. I still think we're going to do it whenever we do play them. I think we're going to smash them anyway. But it would have been easier doing it on Saturday than it will be at any other point in the future whenever we get around to playing them.
Jack, what do you think on that, though, mate? Because don't you think it would be better to play them twice in the second half of the season and to be and have more of a threat level going up, playing them when they're at their best? Or do you think it was better to be trying to play them Saturday?
I flipped back and forth on it. Where I stood originally, Ryan, was I said I kind of felt like this was a bit of a blessing, in fact, because I think King Hoddle made that point that where maybe we want to go undefeated headed into that Arsenal game, we probably don't want to have some sort of defeat on the back of our head or in the back of our minds or anything going into that. Maybe the best plan is to go into that North London derby undefeated, confident, feeling good about ourselves. Maybe if it didn't go the way that we wanted it to at City, that could actually have ramifications of maybe hurting our confidence or something. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I buy into that, because knowing how Conte's team is, I'm pretty sure we would be okay. But I don't know.
Do you think we'd be more of a threat in Europe, though, Jack? If we was to play Man City twice in the second half of the season and beat them,
Ryan, whenever we have to play them again, you're going to have to wrap that fixture in a midweek game, and it's going to be wrapped around other, hopefully, Champions League games or other FA Cup games or other, Carabao Cup games. The second half of the season is, like, believe it or not, it's more compressed than the first half of the season. And for me, I listen. It doesn't matter anyway. Again, Schrodinger's cat. I always mention Schrodinger's cat. You'll never know what would have happened, what could have happened if you went the other way. It's all a fait accompli. It is what it is. For me, I'm just sad that we didn't get a chance, because I think we could have taken. I was so confident that we could have got a result, and it might not have been the victory, but I think it would have been a draw or something, and I think people would have started to pay a bit more attention to Tottenham, even amongst our own fan base. There's an element of the fan base that are looking for a reason to not be happy, and I think a good result against Man City would have like made them take stock and say, actually, we're better than they thought that we were. And now we've missed that opportunity. It is what it is. Life is life, and things have happened. There's no point in dwelling on it, but that's just my take on it, Ryan.
Any final comments or any final points, Ryan, before we let you go, brother?
Well, I think the last few things that need to be said is we're going to literally win the Prem anyway this year. I can see it. And we're going to probably, I'd say there's a 95% chance we'll win the Champions League.
95%
100% chance of winning the League Cup and 100% chance of winning the FA Cup.
Love it.
Loving these ratios, loving these numbers, Brian. And I'm going to say, I think you might be going after David's job on the pre-match pump up, my man. You're going after David's job on the pre-match pump up. Loving this optimism. But Ryan, as always, real pleasure speaking with you, dude. Hopefully.
Oh, you Spurs!
There it is. Big up, Ryan. Catch you Friday. Hopefully catch you soon, my man.
It's good to meet you, Ryan.
Big up, brother. Everybody, show Ryan some love in that chat. Show Ryan some love in that chat, everybody. Absolute legend. We're going to go on to our last and final guest of this evening. No better person to end on than the person who helped host with me last week. It is Dermatron. Big up, Dermot. Good to see you, brother.
Is this a new dance? Is it Sean?
Dermatron. What's happening, buddy?
Sean, how are you?
Good, mate. Good, buddy. I had to stay on. I had to jack all the way through because I wanted to say hello to you. How you doing, my man?
Yeah, hello. I am
Very
grand.
good,
I'm look. I think the game on. I was sad the game didn't go ahead Saturday because I think we would have beaten Man City. I honestly do. I think we either would have got a point or beaten them. Look, for me personally, I think with all the other sports that went on, they all did their own tribute. Formula One was on; they did their own tribute. The golf, the cricket. I think as football, I think fans would have respected whatever, and I think games should have gone ahead. But look, it hasn't happened in 70 years, so I think the Premier League was sort of caught in the hop. What do we do? So
definitely.
But,
Dermot, going into this week though, is this an easy week for Spurs? Is this secretly challenging week? How do you see this week? Is this an easier test? What do you make of it?
Look, no game's easy. We can go into these games really confident, and Sporting Lisbon are unbeaten in the last 3 games, haven't conceded any goals in the last 3 games, and scored 9 goals. So, I mean, they're on a good bit of form. They've won 3 out of the last 5. We're unbeaten in the last 7, plus whatever we had last season. So we're on good form. Any team that goes to Frankfurt and wins 3-0 is doing well because Frankfurt are a good side. But I think we will. I think if we get a point tomorrow, I think that would be good as well.
Yeah.
I think.
I said earlier though, Dermot, that I want 3 wins out of 3 right off the bat when it comes to the Champions League, because then that way we can feel like we can breathe a little bit, maybe rotate, and not have to worry about those midweek fixtures as much. So I don't know. Maybe tomorrow for me might be a bit of a must win.
Yeah, you could say it's good to get 2 wins on the bounce too. I think as well. I would agree with you, but I think the minimum we have to come out with tomorrow is a point. Leicester on Saturday, I think, is a walkover. I mean, them players are not playing for Brendan Rodgers at all, and I can see it. I mean, over the years we played Leicester 4 times, we put 6 past them. So you know, we've never gone 7. So that could happen this weekend.
To be fair, though, too, the last time we came up against Leicester, if I recall, with Conte, I think we had obviously that comeback. But I remember that performance at the King Power, despite Steven Bergwijn saving us. I remember we were the better team that day, and I remember, in fact, during that watch along, we were because Sean was obviously there. That's right, Sean, for that watch along. I think the whole time we were just like, even though we were elated that Stevie B had saved us, we felt like it was deserved that we had got that goals from Stevie, because I don't know, maybe recently is what I'm trying to say, Dermot. We've actually
that game lives
quite
in
well
infamy.
against Brendan Rodgers.
That game remains part of my watch along, a part of my intro music for.
Yeah, it's just watching Sean getting all excited. That I have to watch his start. I have to watch his watch just to see Sean nearly jump through the roof.
I feel like a fraud because I've been building. I built my own channel on the basis of that intro music, and that intro music has a 1-minute thread of content that I actually took from this channel. I did ask Dave and Jack if it was okay if I could borrow it, and they're like, "Yeah, it's fine."
I think it's the least we could give you, Sean. It's the least we could give you. But the point being, though, and Sean, you know, after Dermot answers it, same thing. Weirdly, I think we've had quite comfortable performances against Brendan Rodgers. Maybe we have him a bit figured out.
Yeah, I think we have. I mean, that game last season at their ground, I mean, was a remarkable recovery. I mean, we were down and out. And it showed then the beginnings of this never say die attitude was just starting to creep into the team. Look, Brendan Rodgers is not a bad manager. He has, I mean, going up to Scotland with Celtic, you can say that's a 2-team league, but he's still won championships up there. I just think this Leicester team ain't playing for him. And I think we're as hungry as a pack of wolves, and we're going to go in there Saturday and we're going to eat them alive.
As a pack of cockerels.
Yeah, as cockerels, yeah. We're going to have our knife and forks there ready. Right, we're coming for you, bastards. Right.
We'll scavenge those 9 goals. We'll scavenge those. But what did you make of that? Ryan was so confident. He went for a 9-0. Could you see that, Dermot? I don't mean the 9-0, but could you see like a real like pounding of Leicester, like a 4-0, 5-0 sort of performance?
I think we can. I can see a 4-5-6-0. I think we can match 6. I can't see us getting 9, but fair play to him if he thinks that. That's that's a great.
I'm all for
if you
it.
get 9, I'd be over the moon with that. But it's a game we can win. These are the games we have to win. And I've been saying it even before the start of the season that we will be unbeaten for the World Cup. And I've been constantly saying this on my own channel. I've said it on here, that we will be unbeaten. I think, no, we shouldn't fear anybody, because we shouldn't have to fear anyone. They should fear us, because we've got Conte, we've got Harry Kane, we've got...
Have you ever seen someone who's like trying to catch a chicken or a cockerel, and then suddenly the cockerel, like, they're difficult to catch, right? But then suddenly they turn on the person who's trying to catch them, and then the person who's trying to catch them is terrified and starts running away. That's what we're going to be this season. People think they can catch us, and then suddenly the cockerel goes, "Wait a minute, no, I'm coming after you now, bro. Let's see how you feel. Let's see how you feel being chased." And people don't like being chased by a bird, man. No one likes being chased by a bird.
No, well, it depends what the bird is, but
True.
I think, Sean, we've been watching too many Rocky films with that. That's in the first Rocky film, isn't it? He's chasing.
Yeah, 100%.
But look, I think, I've said it before. This is the first time, I think, since Bill, Nick, and Berkshire, we have a manager that can take us to the promised land. And I think for Conte to be on the same level as Bill, Nick, and Keith Berkshire, he has to win a European trophy for me. Because you can win cups, you can win leagues. Yeah, that's great. But to match what they did, he has to win a European trophy. And I think if we don't win the Champions League this year, and we do go down into the Europa League by, say, shock horror, I think we'll win that. So I think we've got a great chance of European glory this year, wherever it lays, wherever it might lay.
He's taken his team to the Europa League final before with that Inter Milan side. Who knows? It could be interesting.
He's won it as a player himself back in '96 for Juventus, Conte, the Champions League. So he has won it as a player, so he knows what it's like. But I just think we won't win the league this season. I think next season's our year for the league. I think this year we can win an FA Cup and a League Cup, and I think finish third and second in the league. And I think, and go as far as we can in Europe. I just think that would be a great season for us. And I love that comment by Lazy A, I have to say.
I've been chased by an emu once or twice. It's terrifying.
Yeah. What were you doing to the emu? That's what I want to know.
It doesn't matter what
Lazy Eight's business there, Dermot. That's Lazy Eight's business. No one else's.
No, but yes. Oh Lord! I come on to this show and it just goes into a completely different object. What you were talking about?
It's like Dermotron. If you came on like in the first 4 or 5 guests, we were talking, like
nonsense.
Sonny versus Kane, and we were talking like formations and whether or not we should be worried about the centre back at Sporting, but at 1 o'clock in the morning
we start talking about emus and birds.
No, it's late. It's late, bro. It's late.
Look, I've been brief. Look, I think, I don't know if you two think, but I think we've made some great foundations and we're in for a chance to do well this season. I think we just got to be patient.
I think so, mate, as well. I also think that it's worth, like, I understand how everyone feels who's like, on the Levy out spectrum, who's like, it's all about trophies and things. I would just urge people to like just to contemplate how difficult it is, right? Like, even if we get to the semi-final, if we can avoid playing, like, I know I mentioned earlier how I think we can smash Man City, but in terms of the league, right, I think everybody who's got like half a brain about them would recognize that the likelihood is that Manchester City are going to win the league by like a record gap to whoever's second, right? And consequently, if Liverpool look like they're struggling, like there's a chance for Tottenham to finish above Liverpool, which net would be a good result. Most people would take that before the start of the season. Same with Chelsea. Who knows what's going to happen there? Same with Arsenal. Look better, but are they that good? Manchester United look like they're recovering. Like Tottenham could finish second amongst everybody else, but they could finish with a major gap between us and Manchester City. But then when you look the same Manchester City, you have to compete with to win any of the other trophies that we're involved in. If they are that good, then they would be able to probably beat anybody in the Carabao, the FA Cup, and the Champions League. And I think that everybody who's demanding a trophy should pay attention to how good Manchester City are and think that, just recognise that it's more difficult than ever to win a competition. And so those fans that say, if you don't win a trophy, it's a failure. I think that there should be some attention paid to the reality of things outside of Tottenham. Yeah. It's not just whether Tottenham improve; it's also look at the other teams, look at who's improving. And Manchester City have gone from an A team to an A+++ team, and I think it's going to be very, very difficult. So expectations should be set accordingly. Sorry,
in fact, I think they're sorry. I know this is Dermot's time, but in fact, Sean, you're raising such a good point, and I hadn't thought about this before. But the rest of the top 4 from last season, apart from Man City, have they actually really improved their squad? Or are they really pretty much in the same place they were last season, if not in a worse place? You could say that with Chelsea. I think Chelsea are pretty much in the same place they were last season, maybe even a worse place. Who knows?
Liverpool definitely are.
Liverpool definitely are. Spurs have definitely improved, but nowhere near to the levels that I guess, I don't even know if we can compare ourselves to City, but we haven't improved to the state that we could probably compete with Man City at an actual realistic level. I'm with you. I don't know. It's interesting. Man City are basically the only team.
They're almost the perfect squad.
They're the only team that have built in the way to actually win the league, where the rest of the teams, I think, have actually either downgraded or don't have a strong enough team to win the league.
Tottenham have improved.
While we have improved and Liverpool haven't, we still don't have a strong enough team to win the league. But everybody knows that. I think
everyone doesn't know that. There's a massive slice of Tottenham fans who expect us now. If we don't win a league this year, we never or a trophy this year, then it's another year of failure. And I'm just like, I think people that are in that mindset, do take whatever mindset you want. I don't care. I get slagged off all the time for defending progress and not accept it, or accepting mediocrity, however you want to defend it. But I just think most people don't recognize, some people don't recognize things outside. There's other influences other than whether Tottenham are better or worse than they were last year. We are better, but we were miles behind City, and City have gone from an A. They were almost perfect, and with under Haaland, and then even if Haaland gets injured, they've got Alvarez, who's also exceptional. Yeah. They've got everything. They've got the missing piece. Jesus. Yeah. They've got the missing piece of their puzzle twice over, and I just think that I can already foresee Tottenham having an amazing season, but ultimately coming up short because they just get bested by that particular team a couple of times, and then people will say, well, it's another failed season for Tottenham. And I think it's a really, really insular and microscopic viewpoint, and there's just very little peripheral vision around what other teams are doing. And Dermot, I'm sorry, man, this is your time. Tell me if you think I'm an idiot for saying that.
Look, the way I look at it is, right, and I go back, with me, I will go back to the 50s and 40s, right back through Spurs' history. We've been successful in periods, but when since Harry Redknapp came in, that's who got us the first Champions League. Everyone was jumping over the moon. We've got Champions League. That's just fantastic. Yeah, we've won trophies. We've gone so long without a trophy, but we have improved. We've improved year on year, I think, and I think since Conte's come in, I think we've improved. And I do agree with what you're saying, Sean. Would I love us to win the trophy? Yeah. But if we finish second and finish, say, in the semi-final of the Champions League, get to a final of an FA Cup, which I want us to win more than anything, and we finish second in the league, and I can see we've improved from next season, for me, that's a success.
Definitely.
Now, a lot of fans will shoot me down for that, and a lot of people will say you're talking rubbish.
Get in line, Dermot. Get in line, mate. Get behind me, bro. I get bullets fired. I get fucking targets on my head, on my heart, everything.
Use Sean as a body shield. Use Sean as a body shield.
I got a big enough body, mate. You're not going to get touched. Don't worry about it.
I'm doing the show for us with the 60s, the whole 60s, from the whole 10-year decade in the 60s. Do you know in that 10-year period, we could have won the double 3 times in that 10-year period under Bill Nick. With not a lot of money, with a side that he put together, and we didn't add a lot to it every year. Football goes in cycles. This is what I look at it. Liverpool went through years of winning trophies. They didn't win the league for 30 odd years. Man United didn't win the Premier League for 30 something years. These go in cycles. It's our time. We're coming back, and if we have to wait another year for a trophy, then we have to wait another year for a trophy. But I want to see improvements and it building and building and building. If Conte's happy, I'm happy. And that's the only way. And I've got to say very quickly, Sean knows my view last year, but listening to that man up there and how he speaks about it and how he puts everything into perspective and how he puts it across, he changed my mind. So I have to say big up, Sean, because you do bring a balance to the argument where you can think with your head and think one thing, but you think with your heart and your head, and you put a balanced argument, and it does make sense. What
reason, mate? It's passion over reason. I understand why people feel when they work with their passions. It's heart over head or logic over passion, whatever. But I appreciate you, mate. Don't like. It is what it is. I'm not right or wrong, and neither is anybody on the other side either. It's just two different takes on the same coin. I just think that. I think it's going to be harder than fucking ever this year to win a trophy, and people who have got their hopes up that Conte's going to win a trophy, if they don't, I can foresee meltdown at some point this season. Yeah. And I think that I don't know what the solution is. Right, Manchester City are just so far ahead, and they're doing it through disingenuous mechanisms. The way that they justify their finances, whatever. Another conversation.
I have a few ideas, but it might end up me going to prison. So I won't say what they are.
Another conversation for another time, but I appreciate you.
A bribe here and a bribe there. Get them expelled from the Premier League. There you go. That's my plan.
William Kelly saying, I love the delusion here. I think he was probably listening to Ryan, earlier, and was enjoying what Ryan had to say. William Kelly, like I said, he's after you and Dave. He's making you guys look like glass half empties. Ryan was. He's an absolute legend. He's the fullest.
He's full on peak delusion. That guy's peak delusion. I like it. I like it a lot.
I would love to be next to him in the stadium. He probably just looks at every player and has a tear going across in his eyes. He just seems to love the club that much. He's just full confidence. He is, and you have to admire it. William Kelly says we will go undefeated before the World Cup because my $1,000 are on the line for it. We better, William. That's certainly the case.
He's put 1,000. You put 1,000 Aussie dollars on Tottenham.
I think so. I think
really?
He's told us this before. He has full confidence we're going to win the league.
He said.
Wow.
No, but William, all I would say is that if we grabbed a second, I think you would be pretty damn close. We'd be pretty damn close if you grabbed a second. But the trophy, hopefully we at least grab you a trophy, because considering where you were last season, I think William, you've been waiting way too long. So hopefully we can grab you a trophy sometime soon, my man. But certainly need to go undefeated, and maybe the City game being postponed, perhaps a benefit, perhaps a blessing in disguise. Big up, William. Dermot, tell us about THFC Till I Die, brother.
Sorry, I apologize.
All good. No, I wasn't looking at you.
We did me and Philip Brady, who's with me, and Nellie's back from a holiday. Can't wait to get Ellie back. I love her on the show. Izan and Mark Cousins. We do everything from Spurs from the 1882 right up to now. We're going to bring a series in, a look back in time, where we're going to do the 60s, the whole 60s and the whole 70s. And really go into depth on why we're so successful in the 60s and then the rise and fall of the 70s, why we started off well, but then ended up in relegation and getting promoted again. So go through the Bill Nick years. And we're going to rate managers under Sugar. We're going to rate managers under Enoch as well, both 10 years into 2 parts. And we're also going to be looking, me and Nizan and Philip, I think we'll be looking at the owners of Tottenham. Why were certain owners successful? Why were certain owners not successful? And also, does Levy deserve this bad rap? So that's sort of new shows we'll go in. And also, we're bringing in the king, the queen, and the godfather, where me and Ellie just talk about our Spurs time, and we invite guests on and have what their memories of Spurs. So please, we're at 648. We're trying to get to 700 before the end of the international break. So if we can get to 700, I'd be ready, please. So please, everyone, hit that red button, hit that subscribe, like button, and please do it here first as well.
Big up, Dermatron.
Big up,
And please
Dermatron.
hit Sean's as well. 'cause
Subscribe to the Dermatron.
Sean does one hell of a good channel.
Subscribe
And Flat
to
Cap
the
Euro Talk.
Dermatron.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm
Love
going
you,
to
man.
transform now and drive somewhere and pretend I'm Optimus Prime.
One of us has to. One of us has to. But everybody, show THFC Till I Die some love. And Dermot, I don't know if you caught it, but Ihsan also did, I thought, a fabulous plug of the channel as well.
I did see. I was behind it. I was giving it thumbs up when he was saying it.
Yeah, it was brilliant. I think it was brilliant. So
Yeah,
people, if they haven't already, hit the big red button over there. Sean, I've been putting your link in throughout the show. Maybe
Massive
tell
appreciation.
people who are still listening. Of course, we don't have the numbers that we had earlier, but for people who are still listening, maybe some special show, or I don't know, maybe something with Bugsy or something, but maybe something that people should be aware of.
No, nothing really, guys. I know everyone. I think everyone on this channel knows who I am by now. If you haven't already subscribed, I suspect you don't want to. If you have, for whatever reason, decided not to, and I could change your mind because you don't agree with my opinions, allow me the chance. Tell me why. Come and find me. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification.
I was going to say Sean for Prime Minister. That's what I was going to say.
Looks like maybe Sean. I guess you and I can hear each other, Dermot. Maybe Sean.
I just want to say one quick thing before we go. Me and Ellie are putting together a special charity stream for children with autism and ADHD. We feel that they don't get enough help, or there's not enough awareness of that, especially a close friend of mine. His son's been recently diagnosed, and I'm diagnosed as an adult. Yeah. So we're going to do either 12-hour or 24-hour stream with FIFA stuff and loads of stuff. So that will be put in the works, and more will be put out later, and more information when that's sort of near. But that's something else I wanted to say tonight as well. So, so that's something we're going to do.
Thank you, Dermot. Thank you,
Dermot. And I'll try to get you and Jack involved in it as well on the FIFA side of it, so I can actually beat you without Dave's Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi sort of mind tricks.
Definitely. Everybody, I think Sean's internet sort of just dropped right at the end. I must say, impressive how it lasted that long. And everybody, while we're in here, please, if Sean can see it, just so that he can see it, so that I can say it, please give him a big thank you. Dermot did it for me last week. He helped me out. Sean has done it this week. It is a huge help. It does make things a lot easier on myself. I'm able to put up more comments on screen, able to kind of engage with you guys a bit more, kind of am able to listen to you guys a bit better too as well. So having the co-host is a huge help. So please thank our co-host tonight, Sean, and as well as check out the channel. I think what I meant to ask him was if he has any kind of new shows or anything that maybe people aren't aware of that they should check out. I'm assuming maybe there might be, because he's always coming up with different stuff over there, or at least he always has a new kind of spin on something. He has everything from the game shows to his morning walks with Bugsy to obviously his own kind of pre-match kind of pump ups and all that stuff as well over on his channel. So please, everybody, do check it out. I think there's a variety of content over there.
Very
enjoy
good
as well
channel.
As on Dermot's a variety of content as well. But everybody, please do check out his channel. He did us a huge service by being on this fan show tonight, and I think we went through like 13 people, I think is what I counted, or 12 people today. So absolute massive mammoth one before our game against Sporting tomorrow. But as always, everybody, come on, you Spurs, do hit that like button on your way out, everybody. But Dermot and I, we will be seeing you. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Lily Whites.
In Conte we trust.
In Conte we trust.
Wherever he goes.